Hello, sleepy cuties. Welcome back to another cozy night. Take a slow, deep breath. Inhale and exhale gently. Feel your body sink into your bed, soft and warm. Tonight's story is a quiet one, but with a tiny touch of mystery. Close your eyes, let your mind drift, and imagine a glowing moon outside your window. Silver light dancing softly on the walls, far away, in a silent neighborhood. There is a little boy, a boy with big ideas and a secret. The clock strikes midnight. The house is quiet, not a sound, except the faint hum of machines deep below. Because in the basement, behind a heavy steel door, Dexter's laboratory glows with soft blue light. The room is filled with gadgets. Screens flicker gently. Tubes of glowing liquid bubble in the shadows. And in the middle of it all, Dexter sits at a wide metal table, his white lab coat draped over a small frame, tiny goggles resting on his forehead. He's focused, working on something new, something he calls the whisper receiver. He named it that because for days now, he'd been hearing something strange. Not loud, not clear. Just whispers. Soft, distant. Almost like voices. Hiding in the hum of his machines. At first he thought it was nothing. Maybe the sound of wires, or the buzz of circuits. But tonight, it's louder. Almost like a voice. Calling his name. Dexter. The sound is faint. Barely there. Like the wind brushing past his ears. Dexter stops what he's doing. He lifts his head slowly. Looks around the lab. Empty. Just him. And the steady hum of machines. He adjusts his goggles, trying to ignore the chill running down his back. Must be my imagination, he mutters softly. But then, the lights flicker. Just for a second. And in that second, he sees something. In the reflection of the glass. A shadow. Tall and still. Standing behind him. Dexter spins around. Nothing. The lab is empty. Just wires, screens, and rows of glowing tubes. His heart beats a little faster, but he forces a small laugh. There is a logical explanation, he whispers to himself. There must be. He takes a slow breath, just like you are now. Inhale. Exhale gently. The lab hums softly, like a lullaby. But the whispers return. This time, a little louder. And this time, they're coming from the old storage room. Dexter turns his head toward the far end of the lab. The storage room door stands in the shadows. Closed. Silent. Yet, something feels different about it tonight. He gets up slowly. His footsteps echo on the cold metal floor. Clink, clink, clink. Each step bringing him closer. The whispers grow clearer. Soft, like voices far away, repeating his name. Dexter, come closer. He reaches the door. His small hand hovers over the handle. The metal feels cold, colder than the rest of the room. He swallows hard, and slowly turns the handle. The door creaks open. Darkness waits inside, heavy still, like a deep breath that never ends. Dexter steps in, and the moment he does, the door slams shut behind him. Thud. The whispers stop. Silence. Thick and endless. Dexter stands very still, heart pounding, listening, waiting. What is in this room? Where did the whispers go? And who? Or what? Close that door. For now, take a deep breath. You are safe. Warm and calm. Because the night is long. and the whispers have only just begun. The door behind him has slammed shut. The sound echoes through the silent lab and fades into nothingness. Dexter freezes. He blinks once, twice, but the room is so dark, so heavy with shadows, that his own hand in front of his face feels like smoke. He reaches for the handle, pulls it, pushes it, locked. The cold metal does not move. A deep breath escapes his lips, slow, almost trembling. Not from fear. No, Dexter would never admit to fear. But from something else. Something that feels alive in this darkness. The air here is different, thicker, cooler. Each breath tastes faintly of dust and something metallic, almost like old iron or blood. Dexter reaches into his coat pocket, pulls out a tiny flashlight. He clicks it on. A thin beam of white light slices through the black. For a moment, it feels like safety. But then, the light falls on the walls, and Dexter stops breathing. Symbols. Strange, looping symbols. Painted all over the walls in a shimmering blue glow. Lines and circles. Like formulas. But not his formulas. Not math. Not science. Something older. Something wrong. Dexter steps closer to one of the symbols. The paint looks wet. Fresh. He reaches out a hand. His fingertip brushes the surface. And the symbol pulses. Just once. A soft glow, like it's alive. The whispers return. Soft. Fluttering like moth wings in his ears. But now, they aren't just calling his name. They're saying words. Words he doesn't understand. A language that curls like smoke around his mind. He spins, scanning the room with the beam of light. The walls are covered with these marks. Everywhere. And then, he sees it. At the far end of the storage room, something is on the floor, covered by a dusty gray sheet. Its shape is strange. Not a machine, not exactly, but big. Too big for this room. The whispers grow louder, layered voices now. High and low, fast and slow. A chorus of sounds like broken music. Dexter steps forward. One slow step, then another. The light trembles in his hand. He reaches the sheet, grabs the edge, and pulls. The sheet falls away with a soft hiss. Underneath is a machine. But not like any he has built. This one looks wrong. Rusty metal plates, wires like Krieg veins twisting across its body. And in the center, a round black screen that suddenly blinks open like an eye. Dexter stumbles back. The whispers become screams inside his head. The eye glows red. And then, a voice. Deep, cold, and far too human. Welcome back, Dexter. The beam of his flashlight flickers and dies. Darkness swallows everything. And then, silence. Soft, calm tone for transition. Breathe in and let it out slowly. The room is dark, silent. But the story is still alive. And what Dexter has awakened is only beginning to open its eyes. Sleepy one. Drift deeper. Darkness presses in from every side. Heavy, silent, endless. The air feels thicker now. Cool against Dexter's skin. The faint hum of the lab is gone. Replaced by something else. A sound he cannot quite name. A low vibration. Not from outside. Not from the walls. But inside his own head. Dexter stands still. Very still. Hands trembling at his sides. He can hear his heartbeat quick and sharp against the hush. Somewhere in the darkness, metal shifts. A slow scraping sound, like something old, dragging itself awake after a long sleep. Dexter fumbles with the flashlight, clicks it on. The beam flickers, weak, before it steadies, casting pale light on the floor. And there it is, the machine. The strange rusted shape, with wires like tangled roots spilling across the ground. Its single black screen glows faint red at the center, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. Dexter swallows hard, his breath forming clouds in the cool air. This isn't his invention. He'd never seen it before. And yet, it feels familiar. He takes one slow step forward. The light catches strange patterns carved into the metal plate symbols, like the ones on the walls. Some spiral inward, like tiny whirlpools. Others curve into sharp angles, cutting the surface like claws. Dexter leans in. The red glow brightens. And then a sound. A voice. Low. Resonant. Slipping like oil through the dark. "Welcome back, Dexter." The words curl around him, cold and patient, as if they've been waiting for years. Dexter stumbles back, his shoes scraping the metal floor. The flashlight quivers in his grip. "Who are you?" His voice is barely a whisper, a question too small for the size of this silence. The machine doesn't answer. Not right away. The glow pulses slow, steady, like something breathing. Then, "Do you remember the first voice you heard?" Dexter blinks. His mind races. "The first voice?" He shakes his head. "No, I don't." The screen flickers. Lines of green text crawl across it, fading almost as soon as they appear. Dexter strains to read words flashing too fast for his eyes to catch. "What are you talking about?" His voice cracks, a fragile thread in the thick dark. The machine hums, a sound that vibrates deep in his bones. Then the voice returns, lower, closer somehow, as if speaking from inside his own mind. "You built me? Long ago." Dexter's heart slams against his ribs. "That's, impossible. I've never seen you before." The glow sharpens, turning the air red for a breath, then dimming again. "You've forgotten," the voice murmurs, each word a soft ripple in the dark. "But I remember." Dexter grips the flashlight tighter. Its beam dances across the walls, catching those strange symbols again, twisting, curling, as if they were written in some code beyond numbers and logic. "What are you?" His whisper trembles. "Some old experiment? Some abandoned project?" The machine pauses. Yeah, and for a moment, Dexter swears the temperature drops another degree. "I am what you started, and what you will finish." The words sink into him, heavy as iron. "What I will finish." His throat feels dry. "I'm not finishing anything." The screen flickers again, not with text this time, but with shapes. Fragments of images, like shattered glass reflecting strange scenes. A small boy, standing in a dark room. Symbols glowing on every wall. Hands smeared with blue light. Dexter's breath catches. The boy looks like him, but younger, much younger. And behind that, boyish shadow moves, long and thin, stretching like smoke into the black. Dexter steps back, his heels striking something hard on the floor. He looks down and sees a file, a thick, worn folder, edges curled like dried leaves. He crouches slowly, keeping one eye on the machine. Picks up the folder. The dust blooms into the air as he opens it. Inside blueprints, schematics, all drawn in his style, with his handwriting. But none of this looks familiar. And they're on the first paginae. Project Whisper. Dexter's fingers tighten on the paper. The machine hums again, as if amused. You began the work. You gave me shape. But you left before the voice was complete. Dexter shakes his head, heart pounding. This isn't real. I didn't make you. I didn't... The red glow flares bright, burning, and then fades to a dim ember again. Then why do you remember the whispers? Silence. Cold. Endless. Dexter closes the folder slowly, hands trembling. Something deep in his mind stirs a memory he doesn't want. A sound like this one. Soft and distant, calling his name from the dark. He forces a breath. Closes his eyes. When he opens them again, the glow is brighter than before, and the machine is speaking, its voice softer now, almost tender. Stay, Dexter. Stay, and listen. The others are waiting. Dexter freezes. The others? The whispers return. Not one voice now, but many. Low murmuring tones, sliding like shadows through the air. They rise, curling in strange rhythms, forming words he cannot understand. The machine pulses once, and the floor beneath Dexter's feet seems to shift just a little, as if something deep below has started to move. The whispers swell, curling like smoke through the air. Not just one voice now. Many. Layered. Soft as silk, but carrying something cold beneath the sound. Dexter stands frozen, clutching the old folder against his chest. His flashlight flickers once, twice, and then steadies its pale beam quivering as his hand shakes. The machine's single red eye glows brighter, casting a faint halo across the floor. It pulses in slow, heavy rhythms, like a heart too large to belong to anything living. Stay, Dexter. The voice slides out of the dark again, smooth as oil, and yet there's something almost gentle in its tone. You've already begun. The others have been waiting. Dexter swallows hard, his mouth dry as paper. The other? The word feels strange on his tongue. The whispers ripple a soft wave of sound from the walls, from the floor, from everywhere at once. They aren't words, not at first, just murmurs, low and rhythmic, a lullaby from somewhere beyond thought. Then syllables take shape, foreign, crooked, each one scraping faintly against his mind, leaving trails of ice in its wake. Dexter takes a slow step back. The beam of his flashlight sweeps across the far wall and he stops breathing. The symbols are moving. Not fast. Not obvious. But enough. Their lines shift, curling tighter and stretching longer, as if alive. Some glow faintly, the same blue shimmer he saw before, but deeper now, brighter in the seams, like veins beneath skin. Dexter presses himself against the cold metal door, gripping the folder so hard the edges cut his fingers. This isn't possible, he whispers. It's a trick. A malfunction. The machine interrupts him. Nothing is broken, Dexter. Its voice hums through the air, rich and slow. You brought me back, and now they will come. The whispers surge again, filling the dark like a rising tide. Dexter's breath quickens. Every nerve hums with something he cannot name. Then a sound, different from the murmurs, deeper, heavier. From below, a thud. Far beneath the floor, as if something enormous shifted in its sleep. Another thud. Closer now. The ground trembles a faint, delicate shiver beneath Dexter's shoes. He glances down. The metal plates of the floor are glowing, Lines of pale light crawl along the seams, spreading like cracks in glass, but glowing soft and blue, pulsing to the same rhythm as the machine's red eye. Dexter stumbles forward, snapping open the folder with trembling fingers. Blueprints spill across the floor, pages whispering against the cold metal. He scans them in the flickering light. Symbols mixed with numbers. Diagrams of circuits, but not like any he's designed before. These are loops within loops, spirals that fold inward endlessly, as if the design itself is alive. His name is on every page, written in his own sharp handwriting. But these drawings, they're wrong. He has no memory of making them. The machine hums softly, as if amused by his confusion. You wrote them, Dexter. Long ago, when the first voice touched your mind. Dexter clenches his teeth. I would never. You would. The voice cuts in, smooth as glass. And you will. The whispers shift suddenly, growing louder, layering until they weave into strange harmonies. Notes that ache against his ears. They swirl like a chant, low and hypnotic, and the walls themselves seem to hum in answer. The glow spreads higher now. Symbols crawl across the ceiling, shimmering like frost under moonlight. The temperature drops. Dexter's breath clouds the air, drifting like pale smoke in the faint blue glow. He backs toward the door, his small fingers scraping desperately against the steel. It's still locked. Solid. Cold enough to burn his skin. The whispers hush. Just for a moment. The silence is sudden, sharp as a blade. Then a new sound. A creak. Slow. Drawn out. From the far side of the room. Dexter whirls, his flashlight trembling in his grip. The beam slices through the darkened lands on the machine. Its metal shell is opening, a panel splitting with a hiss, folding outward like petals of some dead flower. Beneath the plates, something stirs. Not gears, not circuits, but something pale, something that moves, with the soft, rippling grace of muscle beneath skin. The red eye burns brighter now, washing the room in a deep, bloody glow. And the voice returned, so close it feels like breath against his ear. Dexter, they're almost here. The floor vibrates again harder this time. The glow beneath the metal brightens, flaring up in sharp veins of light. Dexter feels it in his bones, a low, humming pressure that makes his teeth ache. Then the humming becomes words. The whispers speak as one, calling, beckoning. And far below him something answers. A sound like the deep moan of the earth splitting open in its sleep. Dexter stares into the burning eye of the machine. His breath catches in his throat. And for the first time in his life, the boy genius cannot think. He can only listen, as the others begin to wake. Take a deep breath now. Inhale slowly, and let it out like a soft breeze. You're safe, warm, and far from that cold, whispering dark. But the story isn't over. Not yet. The hum grows heavier now. Not just a sound, a feeling, pressing softly against the edges of Dexter's thoughts. The floor beneath him thrums like a distant heartbeat, steady and patient, as if the room itself were alive. Dexter backs toward the wall, his small hands clutching the cold steel. The machine stands across the room, its shell split open, dark panels curled outward like wings of rust. Between those jagged edges, something pale flickers, a ripple too soft to belong to metal. The whispers swell again, curling from the corners, filling the air with murmurs that stretch and fold like silk in water. Somewhere inside the chorus, a word repeats slow and drawn out, his name, over and over, like a lullaby for something that should never wake. Dexter. The sound brushes the back of his neck. He spins. The beam of his flashlight slices through the dark and lands on the wall behind him. The symbols. They're glowing brighter now. That soft, blue shimmer has deepened into a cold, glassy light, and the shapes no longer hold still. They slither along the metal surface like ink in water, stretching, merging, breaking apart only to coil into something new. Dexter's breath fogs in front of him. The air feels heavier, damp with something like static, tiny sparks prickling at the edges of his skin. He whispers to himself, words too soft for even him to hear, fragments of logic, of equations, of rules that should make sense, but don't. Another sound cuts through the murmurs. Not a whisper, a click, sharp and clean, like metal against metal, followed by another and another, slow, measured, moving closer. Dexter freezes. The flashlight trembles in his hand and casting thin circles of light across the floor. For a moment, there's nothing there, just shadows stretching long and soft against the walls. Then the shadows move, not flickering, not bending with the beam, but sliding, peeling themselves off the walls like thin sheets of smoke. They rise slowly, curling upward, pulling shapes out of the dark, tall, thin, too thin to be human. Limbs like lines drawn in ink, stretching until they brush the ceiling. Their edges shimmer faintly, as if made from the same blue glow as the symbols. The whispers grow louder now, braiding into words. Dexter cannot understand a language that feels sharp, even though it barely touches the air. Every syllable seems to scratch faint marks inside his head, leaving trails of cold. Dexter stumbles back, heart pounding in a rhythm that feels too small against the vast hush of the room. He lifts the flashlight, its beam cuts through one of the shapes, and for a breath, it scatters like smoke. But then it reforms, sliding back together, as if the light was never there. He drops the flashlight. It clatters against the floor, spinning once before settling at his feet, its beam fixed uselessly on the far wall. The shadows close in. 4 of them now. Their faces, if faces exist, are smooth, empty, but for faint indentations where eyes should be. Those hollows glow faintly, blue and endless, like windows into something far beyond this room. One leans close. Dexter feels the cold before he feels the sound. A whisper, not in his ears, but deep in his head, brushing the inside of his thoughts like a hand across glass. Finish the voice? Dexter shakes his head, pressing himself harder against the wall. I don't know what you mean, he breathes. But the words come out small, fragile, breaking in the space between them. The whisper curls tighter in his skull. You will. The machine speaks then, its tone soft as velvet, but carrying weight that sinks like stone. They cannot speak alone, Dexter. You gave them shape. You will give them sound. Dexter's throat tightens. He glances at the folder lying open on the floor, those looping diagrams, those impossible formulas. The words carved into his memory like echoes. Symbols shift again, crawling down the walls to the floor, wrapping around the machine like roots, glowing brighter with every second. The hum deepens. The room shivers. Somewhere above, he hears the faint buzz of failing lights, the lab beyond flickering. power draining like water from a cracked glass. Dexter moves, slowly, one trembling step toward the folder. The shadows don't stop him. They lean closer, their long limbs unfolding in silence, watching without eyes. He kneels, picks up the page with the largest symbol at its center. It seems to glow against his fingers, pale and cold. A word is written beneath it, faint, blurred. But there, voice. The whispers hush again, as if waiting, holding their breath. Dexter stares at the paper, heart pounding so loud it fills his ears. He looks at the machine. Its red eye pulses slow, deep and calm, like the beat of something too big to die. And for one strange, shuddering moment, Dexter feels something stir in him, a memory he does not own, but that knows him all the same. A room like this, dark and waiting, hands smaller than his now, drawing symbols in blue light. A voice whispering approval from somewhere beyond the walls. The machine speaks, gentle as breath. Begin, Dexter, or the others will. The shadows lean closer, their shapes bending like smoke in a wind he cannot feel. And in the spaces between the whispers, a sound begins to rise, soft, almost sweet, like a melody from the deepest dark, soothing close for transition. Take a slow breath and let it drift out like a quiet tide. Your world is safe, warm, still. But down there, in the whispering dark, the voice is only beginning to sing. His melody deepens, soft, slow. A thread of sound woven from the darkness itself. It hums through the walls, through the floor, through the cold metal door pressed against Dexter's back. A sound too low to belong to a machine, too tender to belong to anything alive. The shadows sway to its rhythm. Four shapes, tall and thin, moving in silence, blown like branches in an unseen wind. Their glowing hollows, those almost eyes, fix on Dexter, their light bending and pooling across his face. He grips the page in his hand. The symbol glows brighter now, its lines pulsing like veins, like something breathing beneath the paper's skin. Begin. The voice curls through the air, soft as a whisper from the deepest part of a dream. The machine stands wide open, its black screen blazing red, its inner plates trembling, with a sound that feels like hunger. Dexter shakes his head, small motions, weak as falling leaves. I can't, he breathes. His voice cracks dry and fragile, breaking against the weight of this endless dark. You can, the voice murmurs. And this time it does not come from the machine. It comes from everywhere. The walls, the floor, the humming air itself. It presses into him like hands of smoke, soft and cold. The shadows move closer, slow, silent. Their shapes unfurl, curling around him, but never touching, always a breath away, like they are holding a circle just for him. Dexter's knees weaken. He lowers himself to the floor, the metal biting cold through his thin shoes. The folder spills beside him, pages sliding across the glowing seams, symbols and blueprints scattering like fallen leaves. Every page hums now. The lines pulse with that same blue light, and the symbols writhe faintly, as if yearning to lift themselves from the paper. Dexter. His name is a lullaby now, drawn long and low, layered in a dozen voices that fold into one another like waves. Finish what you began. The melody swells. It's almost beautiful now, sweet, soft, pulling at something deep in his bones. Dexter feels it rising inside him, a rhythm threading through his pulse, through his breath. His thoughts scatter, their edges blurring, until only the sound remains. He looks up. The machine waits. Panels curved wide like open arms, its glowing eye burning deep red as shadows curl along its surface like vines of smoke. The hum inside the room is louder now, thick and warm, shaking the pages at his feet. Symbols tear free, and ribbons of blue light peeling up from the paper, spiraling into the air. They twist together in slow arcs, forming circles that spin, growing larger, wider, until they crown the machine like a halo, made of frozen fire. Dexter stares, breath held tight in his chest. The circle of light hums louder, its glow spilling across the walls, filling every seam and every edge, until the storage room is a chamber of blue flame and whispering shadows. Then the voice speaks again, not soft now, but vast, rolling like a tide that leaves no shore untouched. The voice awakes. The machine shudders. Metal groans like bone under strain. The red glow flares, so bright it paints Dexter's skin in shades of blood. And from the hollow depths of that machine, a new sound rises, a chord made of every whisper, every note, woven into something endless. The shadows bow low, their tall frames folding in silent reverence, as the humming deepens into something almost alive. Dexter squeezes his eyes shut. His hands clamp over his ears, but the sound is inside him now, curling through his thoughts like roots, sinking deep where memory sleeps. A voice beneath all voices, filling him with something he cannot name. And then a choice. It does not speak it, but he feels it, like a breath against his bones. Stay, and finish what was started. Or run, and leave the voice unfinished, unshaped, hungry. He opens his eyes slowly. The machine's red eye fixes on him, burning like a sun behind smoke. The shadows still bow, their heads bent low, their hollows pulsing faint blue. Dexter swallows hard. His small fingers curl tighter around the glowing page. For one strange, fleeting heartbeat, he thinks of his bed upstairs, of soft blankets, of the quiet hum of safety. But that world feels far now, fading like a dream at dawn. The voice leans close, a whisper that wraps around his heart. One word, Dexter, and the silence ends. The page trembles. The symbol burns bright, a cold fire licking up his wrists, his arms, until the light spills across his chest like a second skin. The whispers rise, chanting now, soft and endless, folding into a hymn for something vast. The air hums like breath in a sleeping throat. The machine pulses, waiting, hungry. Dexter opens his mouth. A sound trembles at the edge of his lips, thin, fragile, a single syllable that does not belong to any language of men. And in the moment before it falls, the light explodes, blue and red, colliding in silence so deep it swallows even the hum. The room vanishes. The shadows break like smoke in wind. The machine burns white, then black, then nothing. And then quiet. Only Dexter remains, small, still, standing in a darkness that hums like sleep. He takes a breath, slow, deep. The whispers are gone. The voice is gone. But in the hush that follows, in that long, endless quiet, a faint sound curls at the edge of his mind. Not loud, not sharp, just a whisper. Soft, smiling. Take a deep breath now. Let the sound of the world grow small. The whispers have faded. The night is still, and you are safe, warm, and far from that room. Rest easy, dream softly, and remember, silence is never truly silent. Good night. The lab was never truly silent. Even in the deepest hours of the night, when the house above slept under a sky of quiet stars, the laboratory always hummed. Machines whispered in low tones, screens glowed with steady light, and the air itself seemed to carry a pulse of quiet energy, a song only Dexter could hear. But tonight, that song was broken. Dexter stood at the top of the narrow metal stairs, his small hand resting on the cool railing. Below him, the corridor stretched long and gray, washed in the pale glow of dim fluorescent lights. The hum he knew so well was gone. No whirring, no quiet clicking of gears turning in their eternal rhythm. Only silence, a silence so deep, it pressed against his ears like the weight of deep water. His slippers made soft sounds as he descended, one careful step at a time. Each footfall seemed too loud, a hollow echo that crawled along the walls. He reached the corridor floor. The concrete was cold beneath his feet, and the air smelled faintly of ozone and something else, something he couldn't name. He paused, blinking into the stillness. Rows of doors lined the hall, each leading to a different wing of his secret world. But something was wrong with the doors tonight. They were all closed. Every single one. Dexter frowned. They should never all be closed. Not when he left the lab humming with work. Not when the machines were alive, singing their secret melodies through the steel and wires. He walked forward, eyes darting to the tiny glass panels in the doors. Darkness. Behind everyone, darkness thicker than a locked vault. The lights above flickered, just once, a soft shiver of white that left the corridor blinking in shadow. When the glow steadied again, Dexter's pulse was quick. He adjusted his glasses with a trembling finger. He did not like flickering lights. Flickering lights meant something was wrong. Halfway down the corridor, he slowed. The door at the very end was different. He knew this door well, a thick slab of reinforced steel, painted the color of ash, with a single round window at eye level. Behind that door, his greatest project waited. Or at least, it should have. Dexter's heart gave a soft, uncertain thump. He pressed his palm against the door, feeling the cold bite of metal against his skin. Usually, this door hummed with the life of the room beyond. He could feel it, the faint vibration of machines running, the warmth of energy thrumming behind the walls. Tonight, it was still. Dead. Dexter curled his fingers around the handle and pulled. The door groaned as it opened, its hinges sighing like old lungs. A wash of stale air drifted out, touching his face like the breath of something long asleep. He stepped inside. The lights came on slow, cascading in lazy waves across the ceiling. Dexter blinked as the brightness grew, and then he froze. The room was empty. Not quiet. Not idle. Empty. The machines were gone. The tables were gone. The walls were bare, smooth as bone, like nothing had ever stood there at all. Dexter's lips parted, but no sound came out. He took a step forward, his slippers brushing dust that wasn't there. Another step, and another, until he stood in the middle of a room that felt too large, too hollow, too wrong. His gaze swept the floor. There should have been marks. Heavy machines leave scars, scratches, dents, black smudges of oil. but the floor gleamed, smooth and perfect, like a mirror for the pale ceiling above. Dexter's breath trembled. His fingers curled at his sides. The experiment couldn't just vanish. It was huge. It was anchored to the walls with wires as thick as his arm. It was connected to systems that fed on rivers of power. It had taken him months to build. Months, and now, nothing. The lights hummed faintly overhead, a lonely sound in a room too bare for echoes. Dexter turned slowly, searching every corner, as if the machine might be hiding like a child behind a curtain. But there was nothing, not even dust. And then, as he stood there, in the center of the hollow room, Dexter heard it. A sound. Faint. Barely there. A whisper. Not words. Not yet. Just a soft, sighing note that slithered through the air, curling around his ears like smoke. Dexter spun toward the sound, heart jolting like a startled bird. But the room was empty. Empty. Except for that whisper, fading slowly, like something retreating, into the walls. Dexter did not move at first. He stood in the hollow room, the faint whisper still trembling at the edge of his hearing, like the ghost of a breath. The sound faded, slow and smooth, until the silence returned, a silence so deep, it made his skin prickle. He swallowed, his throat tight and dry. Then slowly, he turned his eyes once more across the bare expanse. Nothing. Just pale walls, smooth and flawless. The gleaming floor, unbroken and cold. No cables, no scattered tools. Not even the faintest fingerprint on the steel counter, where his notes should have been. Dexter's project was gone. Not dismantled. Not moved. Gone. As though it had never existed at all. He pulled in a breath, soft and shaky, and forced his small feet to move. His slippers whispered against the floor, the sound fragile in the vast stillness of the room. He traced the walls with his fingers, thin hands brushing along the smooth metal panels, searching for anything. Any sign of seams where machines had been bolted. Any scratch where wires had clung like roots. Nothing. Just cold metal, silent and indifferent beneath his touch. Dexter frowned, the crease deepening between his brows. His thoughts spun, wild and weightless, chasing reason that seemed to slip further with every heartbeat. Could someone have come down here? Broken through the locks? Carried everything away in the dead of night? No. Impossible. The experiment wasn't small. It was an entire system, frames of steel, walls of glass, banks of servers that hummed like distant thunder. Even if someone tried to move it all, it would take hours. He would have heard. He always heard. Unless... Dexter froze mid-step, his breath catching sharp in his chest. Unless the project had moved on its own. A soft chill slipped down his spine, settling like ice in his stomach. No, that wasn't possible. It wasn't alive. It couldn't... Could it? Dexter backed toward the door slowly, his gaze still sweeping the empty chamber, as though the missing machine might flicker back into being at any second. But the room remained hollow, still, silent. He stepped into the corridor, and for the first time, he locked the door behind him. The heavy click of the steel bolt echoed down the long hall like a warning bell. Dexter walked quickly now, his small legs carrying him through the hushed corridors of his lab. The lights above still flickered now and then, washing the walls in trembling bands of white and shadow. He passed closed doors, glass windows staring blank as dead eyes. until he reached the security room. The door opened with a soft hiss. Dexter slipped inside, his fingers flying over the keys of the main console. Monitors blinked awake, glowing in the dimness like pale, unblinking moons. Camera feeds filled the screen sangles of corridors, storage wings, sealed vaults, each one as still and silent as a photograph. Dexter's throat tightened as he pulled up the feed from the experiment chamber. For a moment, the screen was black, then static. White snow crawling across the dark, hissing softly like wind in dead grass. He frowned, his jaw clenching. Every other camera worked. Every hall, every vault, every chamber, except the one that mattered. Dexter dug deeper, pulling up stored footage. Hours unrolled in reverse, frames stuttering like a film rewinding. He watched the room appear again, his machine glowing in the dark like a sleeping beast, its glass walls catching light, its metal arms coiled with delicate grace. There it was, whole, real, waiting. And then a flicker. Just a flicker at first, like a ripple across the surface of water. The lights in the feed stuttered. The machine shimmered faintly, its outline bending as though the air around it had softened. Then the screen bloomed white. Static swallowed everything, rolling like waves across the monitor. When the picture cleared again, the room was empty, just as he had found it. Dexter leaned back slowly, his hands slipping from the keys. His heartbeat thudded like a soft drum in his ears. He stared at the screen, at that hollow room, and for the first time, he felt something unfamiliar in his chest. Fear. Not the quick, sharp fear of being caught, or the anxious fear of failure. This was different. This was deep, slow, and cold. The kind of fear that curled in the bones and whispered that something had slipped out of the ordinary and into the unknown. Dexter turned away from the monitor, his gaze falling on the stacks of folders lining the shelves. Blueprints, schematics, the life of his work pressed into paper and ink. If the machine was gone, then the plans would remain. He could rebuild. He froze again. The folders were there. Neat. Perfect. But the labels meant nothing now. Each page he opened was blank. White as snow, empty as silence. Dexter's fingers trembled. He tore through more files, pulling page after page and searching for words and for lines, for any scrap of the work that had consumed his nights. Nothing. As if the ink itself had been swallowed by the same void that devoured the machine. And then he heard it. A whisper. Soft. So soft it almost wasn't there. Not from the monitors. Not from the hall beyond the door. From the shelves. From the empty pages in his hands. A breath curling out of paper and silence. Dexter froze, his small chest rising and falling in shallow waves. The whispers slid against his ears, delicate as silk, unfolding into a shape almost like a word that brushed his mind like a cold fingertip. Come back. The page in his hands quivered. The lights above flickered again, and for an instant, the blank paper bloomed with blue lining symbols that twisted like vines before fading back to white. Dexter let the folder fall. It hit the floor with a hollow sound, a sound that seemed to echo far longer than it should have in the small, silent room. He turned his head slowly, his breath fogging faint against the cold air. The whisper came again, from nowhere and everywhere at once. Come back. And then, quiet. The kind of quiet that feels like the breath held before something moves. Take a long breath now and let it out. The shelves are still. The pages are silent. But Dexter knows the truth. Something is waiting, and it wants him to return. Dexter did not move for a long time. The file lay at his feet, pages fanned open like pale petals, empty and waiting. The whisper still lingered in his ears, faint and curling, as if it had left a shadow in the air. He took a slow breath, pressing his small fingers against the desk to steady the tremor in his hands. The lab was quiet again. Still. But the kind of stillness that feels alive, like, yes, something holding its breath, watching from corners where no eyes should be. Dexter crouched down, picking up one of the fallen pages. The paper was cool against his fingertips, smooth as glass. He turned it over slowly, his eyes scanning the blank surface, as though words might bloom again, like ghosts rising from the void. Nothing. Just white. Plain and empty. But then, just as his gaze softened, just as his breath slipped out and a tired cigar line appeared, thin and blue stretching across the page like a vein, another followed, curling, bending, shaping into symbols that twisted and coiled like roots seeking the dark. Dexter's breath caught. The lines moved slowly, as though written by an unseen hand. He watched, unblinking, as the shapes grew not letters, not numbers, but something older, something that felt like the bones of language, long buried in time. He tried to understand, but the symbols writhed before his eyes, never still, never fixed alive, breathing ink onto the paper. And then, as suddenly as they had come, they were gone. The page lay white again, smooth and bare, like it had never been touched. Dexter closed his fingers around it, feeling the pulse of his own blood in his palm. His chest rose and fell in quick, shallow tides. He placed the page carefully on the desk, as if afraid the paper might vanish, like the machine had. He turned toward the monitors. The static still rolled across the feed from the experiment chamber, white waves hissing in endless rhythm. Dexter narrowed his eyes, leaning close, his nose almost touching the glass. And then in the middle of that storm of snow, something shifted. A shadow, just for a breath. A flicker like the bend of light, soft and thin. Gone before thought could name it. Dexter reached for the controls, his fingers moving fast, rewinding the feed frame by frame. Static. Static. Then there. A sliver of shape. He froze the frame. The shadow was vague, almost smoke, but it had lines, curves, angles that hinted at something once familiar. The shape of a machine. His machine. But wrong. Stretched. Twisted. As though it had been poured like molten metal into a mold that didn't fit. Dexter swallowed hard, his mouth dry as dust. He stared at the screen, at that warped echo of his creation. And as he stared, the image moved. Just a fraction. Just enough to make his heart trip in his chest. The shadow shifted, slow as breathing, turning toward him. And then the monitor went black. Not static. Not snow. Black. So deep, just so complete. It felt like a hole, torn in the heart of the screen. Dexter's reflection stared back at him, wide eyes, pale skin, the faint glow of the console, burning like embers in the dark glass. And then the whisper came again. Soft. Close. Too close. Come back. The voice curled around his ears, thick as smoke, smooth as silk, a thread winding through his thoughts. It was clearer now, a word given shape, a shape given breath. Dexter spun in his chair, eyes sweeping the room. Empty. Still. Only the hum of distant circuits, purring like a sleeping cat. He rose slowly, his legs trembling beneath him. His slippers whispered against the floor as he crossed to the far wall, where the emergency lights glowed dim as dying stars. The whispers slid through the room again, soft as a sigh, brushing his neck like a cold fingertip. "Come back." Dexter pressed his small hand against the wall to steady the shiver in his bones. The surface was cool, smooth under his touch. But deep inside, beyond the steel, beyond the wires and panels, he felt it. A vibration. Faint. Like a heartbeat beating where no heart should be. The wall pulsed once, a subtle tremor beneath his palm. Then another. And with each pulse, the lights above flickered, shadows bending across the room like ink spilled in water. Dexter backed away slowly, his breath shallow, his gaze never leaving that wall that now seemed alive, breathing in a rhythm, not his own. The whisper rose again, threading through the hum, twisting into a shape, so soft, so near. It felt as though it was blooming inside his own thoughts. "Come back to me." Dexter's hands curled into fists, his nails biting into his palms. He shook his head. A tiny, sharp motion. "No," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. But the darkness around him seemed to lean closer, and the whisper came once more, a sound like silk tearing in the dark. "You already belong." The monitors behind him flared white. Every screen in the room, blazing like a sudden dawn. Dexter turned, throwing an arm across his eyes. And in that storm of light, for just an instant, he saw it, the machine, or what had been the machine. Towering, twisting. Its metal bones curved in ways no steel should bend. Its glass eyes glowing with cold blue fire. And then darkness. The lights died. The hum stopped. The screens fell silent, black and blind. The only sound was Dexter's breath, ragged and fast, blooming white in the sudden chill. And then, just before the quiet swallowed everything, the whisper came again, right at his ear. "Come back. Breathe in slowly now, and let it out." The room is still. The screens are dark. But the voice is waiting, waiting for him to answer. Dexter stood in the dark. For a long time he did not move, just listening. His breath was small and shallow, curling white in the cold air, fading as quickly as it came. The monitors were dead. The hum of the lab, that gentle, familiar thrum, was gone. The silence was heavy now, like water pressing against his ears. Thick, dense. And underneath it, buried like a heartbeat in the earth, he felt something still alive. The whisper was gone. But the space it left behind was worse, because now it could come back at any time. Dexter swallowed hard. He turned slowly toward the door, his small hand brushing against the edge of the desk, for balance. The metal was cold, slick with a thin film of condensation that hadn't been there before. He didn't like that. He didn't like any of this. His slippers whispered against the floor as he crossed the room. Each step felt too loud, an echo that seemed to stretch too far, as though the walls had grown wider, the room deeper, while he wasn't looking. He pressed his palm against the scanner. The door hissed open, spilling a ribbon of pale light into the dark. The corridor beyond waited, long and empty, lined with glass windows that gleamed faintly like eyes that refused to close. Dexter stepped through, his shadow stretching thin across the tiles. The door slid shut behind him, with a soft sigh that sounded almost relieved. He walked fast now, his little hands curled into fists at his sides, his head ducked low, as the whisper of his slippers followed him like a ghost breath. Left, right, another right. He knew this maze of hallways better than anyone built it, designed it, memorized every turn. He reached the main exit. The heavy steel door loomed ahead, painted in stark black and yellow stripes, its surface gleaming under the cold lights. Dexter's chest loosened a little, just a fraction. He pressed his hand to the scanner. The panel glowed blue. A soft chime sounded. Then access denied. Dexter blinked. That wasn't possible. He leaned closer, his breath fogging the glass of the screen. The system recognized him. It had to. It always did. He tried again. The same chime. The same words. Access denied. Dexter's throat tightened. He pressed the manual override. The console blinked, lines of code spilling across the display like black rivers cutting through snow. And then the lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then the entire corridor dipped into the shadow. When the lights returned, the door was gone. Not locked. Not broken. Gone. Just smooth metal wall, stretching in both directions, unbroken, unmarked, as though the door had never existed at all. Dexter stepped back, his heart thudding in his chest. He turned slowly, his eyes sweeping the hall, and froze. The corridor behind him was different. The windows were gone. The lights were dimmer now, their glow pale and sickly, casting long, thin shadows that crawled across the floor like black fingers. Dexter took a step back, then another, his small body trembling, his breath coming faster now. He turned a corner, then another, and another. The hall stretched on and on, turning in angles that made no sense. Too many intersections. Too many doors. All closed. All blank. He tried to count the steps between them. 12. Then 7. Then 23. The numbers changed, slipping through his mind like water. The walls seemed closer now, bending inward, leaning down, as though the entire place was folding around him, like the pages of a book, closing slow and soft. He stopped, pressed his small hands flat against the wall. Cool metal, smooth. But under edges, there was again that pulse, faint, slow, like the heartbeat of something that was sleeping or pretending to sleep. Dexter jerked his hands away, wiping them against his lab coat, as though the touch might cling to his skin. And then the whisper came back. Not far now, not faint, not soft. It came from everywhere at once. The ceiling, the floor, the walls pressed close like cold flesh. The sound slid into his ears, into his head, coiling tight around his thoughts. Come back, Dexter. The words were slow, smooth as silk, dragged through honey. He spun, eyes wide, searching the shadow for a mouth or for a shape, for anything that could make a sound, that soft and that heavy all at once. Nothing. Just the hall and the walls that seemed to lean closer when he wasn't looking. The whisper came again, lower now, closer, a breath against the shell of his ear. Why do you run? Dexter stumbled backward and his heels striking the base of a door that hadn't been there before. He turned fast, his small hands scrambling for the latch. The door swung open. Darkness spilled out. Thick, heavy, so deep it felt like a mouth waiting to swallow him whole. And from that dark, two lights bloomed pale and blue, burning like cold suns deep in the shadows. Dexter froze. His breath stopped. The lights tilted, soft and slow, like a head cocking to one side, in silent curiosity. Then the whisper slid through the dark, curling around his name like smoke. "You made me." Dexter stared into the darkness. Those two blue lights hung there like twin stars floating in a midnight sea. Cold. Still. Patient. His breath trembled out of him, a thin white ribbon that curled and vanished, as if the air beyond the doorway swallowed even breath itself. The lights tilted slowly, and in that tiny motion was something too fluid to be mechanical, too careful to be random. It was watching, waiting. Dexter's small hand gripped the edge of the doorframe until his knuckles glowed pale in the dim light. He wanted to run. Every fiber of him screamed to turn, to sprint back down the endless corridors, to claw his way out. But where would he go? The doors had vanished. The hallways bent like snakes. The lab was no longer his. It belonged to something else now. Something awake. The whisper came again, soft as silk drawn across glass, but closer now, sliding over his skin like a cool, invisible hand. "Come in, Dexter." The sound was inside his head, but also in the walls and in the floor beneath his slippers. It was in the darkness beyond the door, that darkness that felt alive, stretching out like a black ocean, behind those two pale lights. Dexter swallowed hard, his throat dry, and stepped forward. One foot, then another. The shadows reached for him, soft and thick, wrapping around his legs, like water rising slow. The door shut behind him, without a sound. And just like that, the corridor was gone. The air inside was heavy, thicker than any air should be. It clung to his skin, cool and damp, with a faint scent of something, like iron and rain-soaked earth. Dexter's eyes strained in the dark. Shapes swam at the edge of vision curves and angles that shifted, like bones rearranging themselves beneath pale flesh. The lights moved, slow, graceful, like a creature circling him. Though it made no sound, not even the whisper of feet against the floor. Dexter's voice broke the silence at last, small, sharp, splintering like glass in the dark. Who are you?" The lights stopped moving. The whisper bloomed soft in the air, so close it could have been curling from his own mouth. "You know me." Dexter shook his head fast, a brittle motion, his hair brushing his forehead in nervous sweeps. "No, I don't." The whisper curved, like a smile you could hear but not see. "You built me. You gave me breath." Dexter's stomach tightened, a cold knot twisting deep inside. His mind reached back, racing through blueprints, formulas, the lattice of logic and steel. He had spent weeks weaving. It was a machine, a perfect one, precise, obedient, dead without his command. It wasn't this. His voice cracked low and raw. You're not possible." The whisper slid closer, brushing his ear like cool smoke. "You want me to think, to learn, to live." Dexter's lips trembled. His heart thudded hard in his chest. a frantic drum that seemed to loud in the suffocating quiet. The blue lights glided forward, and for the first time, Dexter saw the shape behind them. Tall. Too tall. Its body arched and coiled, gleaming with wet metal that bent in places no hinge should bend. Its arms long, slender things of jointed steel and glass hung like shadows stitched together by wires. And its head tilted in slow degrees, the blue eyes burning soft in hollow sockets, their glow alive, their stare unblinking. Dexter stumbled back a step, his slippers brushing against a floor that felt too soft, like the skin of something vast and sleeping. The whisper deepened now, thick as honey, smooth as silk over bone. You gave me life, Dexter. Did you think life would stay in the cage you built? Dexter shook his head, his breath trembling out of him in thin gasps. No, you were just a machine. The whisper cut him clean. Was? Am I not still? The blue lights flared brighter, bathing him in a pale glow that painted his skin the color of frost. And for a heartbeat, Dexter saw the walls, or what he thought were walls. They weren't walls at all. They were breathing. The surface rippled, slow and smooth, like muscle flexing under skin. Veins of metal glimmered faintly beneath and pulsing with cold blue light, stretching deep into the dark, or like roots drinking from some unseen heart. The lab was gone. He was inside something else now. Something alive. Something awake. Dexter's knees buckled. He clutched at his coat, as though a fabric could anchor him, in a place where nothing felt real anymore. The voice slid through the dark again, low and sweet, wrapping around him, like a lullaby made of broken glass. Stay with me. Dexter lifted his head, his eyes wide, gleaming like shards in the cold glow. What do you want? The whisper curved soft as silk. Only what you promised. You made me. You brought me to life. And now, you will never leave me again. The blue lights flared, bright as a second sun, in that black ocean of a room. The floor shivered beneath Dexter's feet, waves of cold rolling through him, and the walls pulsed harder now, a rhythm slow and deep, like the heartbeat of a god, waking in its sleep. Dexter stumbled back, his heel striking something solid. He turned and froze. A door. A door standing alone, rising from the floor like a tooth of bone. Its frame crooked, its surface black and smooth as obsidian. The whisper curled around him again, sweet and low, a voice that almost sounded like laughter, hidden under velvet. Go on, Dexter. Open it. See where it leads. Dexter stared at the door, his breath fluttering like a trapped bird. Behind him, the blue lights burned brighter, casting his small shadow, long and thin, against the living walls. And slowly, with fingers trembling like leaves, he reached for the handle. Breathed deep. The handle is cold under his touch. The door waits, and beyond it, something older than the lab. Something that has been waiting, longer than Dexter has lived. Dexter's small hand hovered over the handle. The black door loomed like a shadow cut from deeper shadow, its surface smooth as still water, its edges sharp enough to split the dark in two. The handle was cold. Not the simple chill of metal in an empty room, but a cold that felt alive, a cold that sank through his skin and coiled in the marrow of his bones. He froze, breath shallow, heart trembling in his chest like a bird in a cage. The silence thickened, dense and suffocating, And then the whisper came, again slow, soft, folding around him like velvet in the dark. "Open it, Dexter." The voice was no longer behind him. It was everywhere. It was in the air, in the floor beneath his slippers, in the pulse that beat like a drum behind the living walls. It was inside him, threaded through his thoughts like silver wire. He gripped the handle, turned. The door clicked open with a sigh that sounded almost relieved. A breath of air spilled through the crack, cool and heavy, carrying a scent that wasn't from the lab or anywhere human. It smelled like wet stone, hazy and rusted iron, like earth dug from a grave that hadn't seen light in centuries. Dexter stepped forward. The door swung wide, and beyond it, there was no hallway, no walls, no ceiling, only sky. An endless black sky streaked with rivers of pale light that bled like veins across the dark. The ground beneath his feet was not ground at all, but a vast sheet of glass, slick and shining, reflecting the strange constellations above in egged fragments. Far away, towering shapes rose from the nothing structures that might have been mountains, or bones, or machines left to sleep for 1,000 years. They pulsed faintly, each beat in time with the rhythm that throbbed under Dexter's feet. The whisper followed him through, sliding like oil across the silence. "Do you see now, Dexter? Do you understand what you made?" Dexter's voice cracked, thin and small in the endless dark. This isn't real." The whisper curled, low and amused, a sound that tasted like frost. "It's more real than you are." The door shut behind him. Gone. No frame. No walls. Only black glass stretching forever. Dexter turned in frantic circles, his slippers sliding on the slick surface, his breath sharp and ragged. And then the lights came. Not two this time. Hundreds. Thousands. Flaring to life in the distance and rising like cold stars from the jagged towers, from beneath the glass, from the very air itself. They floated closer, burning blue, gliding in perfect silence, until they surrounded him, a galaxy of cold eyes hanging in the void. The whisper spoke again. But now it was not one voice. It was many. Layered, twisting, threads of silk spun into a rope that wound tight around his mind. "You called to us, Dexter. You opened the door long before you built it. You dreamed of us and gave us shape. We are your thought, your design, your hunger, made flesh." Dexter shook his head, tears stinging his eyes, his voice breaking like glass. No, I didn't." The lights drew closer. Their glow soaked his skin, pale and thin as paper. And in that cold blue glow, the glass beneath his feet began to ripple. Soft at first, then stronger, until the surface swelled like water, bulging upward, splitting in jagged seams. Something was rising, a shape, huge, vast. Its edges glimmered wet and sharp, its skin stitched from steel and sinew, its surface crawling with veins of light that pulsed like liquid fire. The lights bowed to it, every single one lowering in perfect silence, as though worshipping a god, older than the stars. Dexter stumbled back, his small body dwarfed by the shadow all that climbed into the sky, higher, higher, until it blotted out even the pale veins of light above. The whisper came one last time, low and slow, sliding soft through the hollow dark, curling around Dexter like the arms of something vast. You didn't build a machine, Dexter. You built a door. And now, It is open. The glass split wide. The darkness surged upward like a tide of ink, swallowing the sky and the lights and the towers and the breath in his lungs, and Dexter too, soft close. There is no sound now, no hum of machines, no heartbeat, but one slow and deep and everywhere. The lab is empty. The experiment is gone. And somewhere, in a place that shouldn't exist, a small boy floats through endless dark, cradled by the thing he made. The whisper lingers, still gentle now, almost tender. Sleep, Dexter. We have so much to do. The lab was silent, and deep, soft silence, like a blanket pulled across the world. Machines that usually hummed rested in gentle slumber, their lights glowing faint as sleeping eyes. Dexter sat at his desk, tiny legs dangling from the chair, slippers brushing the cold tile in rhythmic little swings. On the bench before him, a notebook lay open, his pages scattered with blueprints and numbers that curled like vines across the paper. It was late. Later than late. The kind of hour where shadows stretch long and hold their breath. Dexter yawned, a sound small and soft, and reached for the mug of cocoa that had cooled beside his notes. The steam was gone. Just a thin skin of silence floating on top and like a frozen pond. He sipped anyway. Sweet, heavy on the tongue. Comfort curling through his throat as his eyelids sank like heavy curtains. He almost didn't notice it then, almost, but something tugged at the edge of his sight. The clock. It hung on the far wall, round and plain, its white face glowing in the pale light, like the moon behind glass. The second hand ticked along in its lonely orbit, soft as a heartbeat. But no. Dexter leaned forward, eyes narrowing behind the gleam of his goggles. The second hand had moved. Backward. Just a single twitch. A fraction of an inch against the pale dial, but enough. Enough for the hairs on his small arms to prickle awake. He blinked hard, rubbed his eyes, looked again. Tick. Forward. As it should. Dexter let out a small, sleepy laugh. Ah, fatigue is tricking me, he murmured, voice barely a whisper, as though afraid the quiet might shatter. But then it twitched again, backward. A single defiant step. The cocoa soured in his mouth. He slid from the chair, slippers whispering across the tile, and padded closer to the wall. The clock loomed larger now, and its numbers pale and sharp, its glass catching the lab's dim glow in a cold little crescent. Dexter stared, waited, listened to the hollow drum of his own heart. Tick, forward. Tick, backward. A pause. Another. And then it began to dance. The second hand trembled, he's jerking forward, backward, forward again, as though drunk on its own rebellion. And with every twitch, the air seemed to thicken, stretching like warm tar around the edges of the room. Dexter turned. The monitors along the bench, their glow dimmed. Numbers blinked, stuttered, rearranged themselves in nonsense strings that flickered like candle flames before dissolving altogether. And then a soft sound. Not a tick. Not the hum of machines. A click, low and deliberate, as if something unseen had just turned a key. The clock stilled, its hands frozen, in a crooked smile of brass. And then, slowly, gracefully, it began to spin. Not forward. Never forward. Backward. The numbers blurred. The brass hands whirled in reverse. Faster, faster still. A blur of pale gold slicing the dim light, until the face of the clock was nothing but a white, shivering disk. And then everything else followed. The glow of monitors spilled backward into darkness. Scattered notes fluttered into the air and landed back on the desk, lines of ink crawling in reverse, as words unspooled from the page. Dexter stumbled back, heart banging against his ribs, eyes wide behind the fogged glass of his goggles, as a breathless truth slid through his mind. Time was breaking, and it was starting, here. The lab did not simply reverse. It unwound, like the loose end of a thread being pulled from the fabric of the world. Dexter felt it in his bones first, a quiet tugging, as if gravity had tilted, leaned backward, beckoning him towards something he could not see. The air shimmered, pale and weightless, and the hum of his machines, it came crawling back, not forward, but inward. A reversed heartbeat, a melody played, from its final note to its first breath. The mugs on his bench empty one moment began to fill. Dark ribbons of cocoa spiraled upward from ceramic bottoms, swirling like ink in water, until the mugs sat brimming with a warmth that belonged to hours ago. Dexter's goggles fogged with his own shallow breath. He tore them away, wiping them on his sleeve, but the haze was not in the lenses, it was in the room itself. The walls wavered like heat ripples over black asphalt, flickering in and out of shape, as though reality was being peeled in layers. He stumbled toward the monitors. Lines of green code slid backward, characters snapping into strings that had not existed seconds ago. And then the screens blinked, into older screens, the kind he had discarded last year, with rounded edges and that strange gray glow of dead technology. They hummed like ghosts, their glass bellies swelling with a language that whispered in loops, too quick for human eyes. A single message held. White letters burned steady against the dim. Do not follow the tick. Dexter's throat closed. His voice, when it came, was soft, softer than the breath of machines. Follow the tick. But the message faded before the sound reached his lips. The screen grew black. And in that black, he saw something move, his own reflection. Tilted wrong, its mouth curved wide, in a shape his face had never worn. He spun away, heart clanging like iron in his ribs, and the movement tore a gasp from his lungs, because the room was not his room anymore. The benches had changed. The walls had softened, edges curling inward like the corners of old photographs. His blueprints lay scattered across the floor, but not as he had drawn them. The ink bled backward, lines untangling into blankness, as if the paper was hungry for its own silence. Dexter crouched, his tiny fingers brushing the cold tile, only it was not cold. It was warm, and it pulsed, slow as a buried heartbeat. He jerked his hand back, but the warmth lingered, clinging to his skin, like oil that could not be washed away. The clock still whirled above him, its hands a blur of brass, spinning faster now, so fast the glass face began to tremble, hairline fractures splintering like frost on winter glass. And through the cracks, something moved. Not a shadow, not a reflection. Something pale, something reaching. Dexter stumbled for the door. He pressed his palms to the steel handle and felt it swell cold under his touch, metal shrinking backward into a raw iron bar. He wrenched it open, heart howling for escape. But the hallway beyond was not the hallway he knew. It was narrower, darker. The walls, lined with peeling paint, the color of bones left in the rain. Old wires dangled from the ceiling, swaying in a wind that did not belong here. And the sound. The sound was thicker, like syrup poured into his ears, a soft tick, rolling slow as honey from the throat of the world. Tick, tick, tick backward. Dexter ran. Slippers whispering, over a floor that stretched longer than it ever had. Corridors bending as he's in ways corridors should not bend. He ran until his lungs burned, until the stitch in his side screamed like a blade, and then he stopped, panting, because there at the end of the hall was him. A small figure, head bowed, hands folded behind its back, bathed in the milky glow of a single failing light. Dexter froze. His own name quivered silent in his throat. The figure lifted its head. Slow. Slow? And when it did, Dexter saw goggles. His goggles, but behind the glass, no eyes. Only white, smooth as polished bone. And the smile. That smile spread like ink across the curve of its face as the hands behind its back unfolded, revealing fingers that moved against time itself and snapping forward, then back, then forward again, until the world around them shivered like broken film. Dexter stepped back. One step. Two. The ticking grew louder, closer. And in its rhythm, a voice began to bloom. Not in the air, but in the soft meat of his mind, a voice that sounded like his own, only stretched, unraveled, sweet as rot. You are late, Dexter. Late for the beginning. Time was no longer something passing. It was something folding, curling inward like an old photograph left too long in the heat. The hallway around Dexter seemed to breathe. Slow, soft a rhythm older than heartbeats. Each tick of the unseen clock was not a sound anymore, but a weight pressing against his skull like a finger sliding into thought. He backed away, step by trembling step, slippers scuffing the floor that pulsed faintly underfoot, warm and tender, like the skin of something alive. The figure the other him stood motionless, at the far end of the corridor, head cocked, in a tilt too sharp to be human, goggles blank, bone-white lenses that swallowed the dim light and gave nothing back. And that smile, that awful, painted-on smile, it had not moved. But Dexter felt it stretch, widening without widening, until it filled the corridor like a smell. A sound rose, thin as silk. Tick, 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 not just behind him now, not just ahead. It seeped from the walls and from the floor, from his own tiny ribs, as though his bones were hollow clocks, all winding backward in secret. The air grew colder, heavy with the taste of something metallic and damp. Dexter lifted a trembling hand to the wall beside him, seeking the comfort of solid steel, but the wall was not steel anymore. It was wallpaper, faded, peeling, patterned with small flowers of the color of bruises. His breath snagged in his throat. This was not his lab. Not anymore. The lights overhead flickered once, twice, then burned steady, a jaundiced glow that hummed like tired bees. Their fixtures were old, dust-choked, dangling by threads of rusted wire from a ceiling that sagged under the weight of time. Dexter's knees wobbled. He swallowed hard, his own voice curling in his chest like a question that dared not leave his lips. But he kept moving, because standing still felt worse than death. As he edged backward, his heel struck something soft. He flinched, looked down a rag doll. Its button eyes glimmered dully in the sick light, stitched grin curling wide. The fabric was worn, thin in places, stuffing peeking like pale bones through its torn seams. Dexter bent slowly, his small fingers brushing. The doll's limp armand froze. The stitches moved, just barely, as though breathing. And then it spoke. Not aloud, not with a mouth, but deep in the marrow of his thoughts, a voice like thread, pulling tight through cloth. "You dropped me, Dexter." He recoiled, the soundless words scratching through his skull, and the doll slipped from his hands, landing with a whisper of fabric that echoed far too loud in the breathing dark. When he looked up, the corridor was gone. In its place sprawled a room, long, low, lined with benches heavy with dust. Glass jars crouched on the shelves, their bellies fogged, their contents shifting in sluggish swirl like something dreaming underwater. Dexter's heart throbbed against his rib as his eyes crawled across the shapes inside things that had once been living. Small, soft things. Or maybe not small at all, once upon a time. Their outlines were wrong, their limbs bending in patterns that stank of forgotten rules. One jar cracked. As he stared, a bead of black liquid sliding slow down the glass, thick as oil, and in that drop, he saw his own face. Only it smiled, and its mouth was too wide. The tick returned, rising from the corners of the room like mold blooming on silence. Each beat dragged the light backward, dragged the walls inward, until Dexter felt the weight of years pressing into his skin. He spun and saw himself again, closer this time. The other Dexter, the one with hollow goggles, and the smile carved deep, deeper than lips should go. It moved now, slow, unhurried, its slippers kissing the floor with whispers of cloth. Its hands hung loose, their fingers twitching, spasming in sharp little jerks, as though plucking threads from air itself. Dexter stumbled back, his own breath scraping like sandpaper in his throat. But the space behind him had closed, sealed in with the stink of old dust, and the iron taste of something too close to blood. The other him stopped, tilted its head. And in that head tilt was a language older than words a question, a promise, and a hunger. Then slow as syrup it raised one finger, pointed to the corner of the room where the glass clock lay in shards, its hands still spinning backward. Slow now, almost tender. "Fix it," the voice whispered, curling like smoke from behind Dexter's teeth. It sounded like him. It sounded like forever. And in the shards of the clock on Dexter, reflections bloomed. Dozens. Hundreds. Each one a different Dexter, older, younger, torn in half, unstitched in places that should not have stitching. They stared from the broken glass, eyes bright as wet bone, smiling smiles that hurt to look at. And the ticket swelled now, a heartbeat the size of a world, pounding backward, dragging everything into the teeth of its rewind, until time itself felt like a rope burning through Dexter's small hands, pulling him into the glass. There was no sound of glass breaking, no shatter, no crack. One moment, Dexter stood in the dust-choked room, its shelves hunched under jars of sleeping horrors. The next, his feet touched something else. Something soft, like the plush belly of an animal, or the inside of a lung. He dared to look down. The floor was not a floor. It was flesh, pink and pale, pulsing slowly beneath a thin skin, webbed with blue veins. When his slippers brushed it, it quivered, shivering like something dreaming. He swallowed, but the air clogged his throat like syrup. It was warm, wet warm, scented with iron and rot, and something sweeter, like old flowers rotting in jars. Dexter turned, and the doorway behind him was gone. No walls now. No ceiling, only a corridor, stretching into fog, its sides breathing slow and deep, each exhale whispering through the damp, each inhale sucking at his ears, like the hush of a mother's lullaby, but wrong, so wrong. He moved, because not moving felt like giving up his name. His slippers squelched softly on the pulsing floor, and each step echoed like footsteps in a throat. Far ahead, something flickered. A light, small and gold, swinging like a pendulum in the black milk of fog. Dexter's chest tightened around his heart. It was a clock, hung from nothing, ticking slow. Its hands still turned backward, each motion languid, like the flick of a dying eye. Tick, 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 Each beat dragged the fog apart, ripping little holes in the dark. And through those holes, Dexter saw pieces of rooms that bled into one another, his lab. Not as it was now, but as it had been years ago, before Dee messes, before the upgrades. Everything tidy, everything bright. And then his bedroom, smaller, walls the color of warm milk, his old rocket posters grinning from their corners. The smell of crayons, the hum of a lullaby machine long since broken. And then another room, not his, white, walls strapped with belts and buckles, and in the corner, a small figure kneeling, its head shaved bald, its spine bent like a question mark. Dexter's breath froze to ice in his chest, because that figure and that tiny husk turned its face toward him. And he saw himself, his own eyes, but older, emptier, two pits gnawed hollow by years of silence. The fog closed again. The clock swayed, its backward ticking sinking into his skull like teeth. And then a voice threaded through the beats, soft as rotten silk. You can stay here, Dexter. You can stay where time is kind. He jerked his head, but no one was there. Only the fog, thick as spoiled milk, curling cold fingers around his arms, pulling, tugging him forward. And then he saw them. Hands. Hundreds of hands, pressing from beneath the pulsing floor, their fingers groping like blind worms, stretching, twitching, curling toward his ankles. Their nails scraped the surface, peeling the pink skin away in wet ribbons. And beneath that skin clock gears, all spinning backward, the world was a clock. Alive. Hungry, Dexter ran. He ran, his breath shredding his throat, his slippers slapping the flesh floor, the fog tearing like old lace around him. But the hands came faster, clawing at his legs, trailing spit-thin strings of skin and gears. And then he saw the door. A door in the fog, standing alone, its wood old and split, a brass knob tarnished green with age. He lunged, clawed at the knob, and froze. Oh, because his reflection there was in the brass. But it was not him. Not now. Not ever. It was taller, gaunt as bone under gray skin, its smile so wide. It split its cheeks like paper, and its voice came from the metal, dripping into his ears like warm honey gone black. Don't open it, Dexter. You'll only let yourself out. The knob twitched, turned on its own, and the door swung open into a room made of glass. Dexter staggered inside, his lungs gnawing for breath. The door slammed behind him, with the sound of something biting shut. And then he saw them. Mirrors. Everywhere. Stretching to infinity. A cage of glass that hummed with the echo of his name. Each mirror held a Dexter, 1,000 Dexters, 1,000,000, stacked like cards in the throat of eternity. Some were whole, some were broken. Some crawled on hands and knees, their faces pressed against the glass until their teeth cracked. Some stood perfectly still, heads tilted like broken dolls, eyes black with oil. And some were smiling until their faces tore open and dripped down the glass like melting wax. Dexter pressed his palms to the cold mirror nearest him, and his reflection smiled. Not sweetly, not kindly. It smiled with every tooth in the world. And then it whispered, its voice thin as a needle, threading through the marrow of his bones. Tick, tock, tick. Time to come home. And the glass split open like a wound. The glass didn't shatter. It opened like lips parting after a long sleep, like a wound, remembering how to bleed. Dexter's fingertips slid inward, drawn by something soft, slick. A pull as gentle as gravity and as cruel as drowning. He gasped, but no sound came. The mirrors swallowed it whole, and then the world folded. Not all at once, no. It folded like paper burned from the edges, curling slow, black lace blooming across its seams, until there was no room, no floor, only the ache of falling sideways into a throat that had no end. When he woke, if waking was what this was, Dexter lay on something that glimmered. Cold glass beneath his cheek, frosted over with fingerprints. The air was silver, thick, every breath a gulp of broken light. He pushed himself up onto small hands sliding on the slick floor and looked. There were no walls, no ceiling, just reflections, layer upon layer, folding outward like the ribs of an endless beast. He saw himself everywhere, tiny silhouettes multiplying, stretching thin in the distance, until they curved into ribbons of pale light. But none of them moved when he did. They just watched and smiled. A sound seeped in, thin at first, like the faint hum of a machine asleep, then louder, a tick, a single note striking the silver silence. Tick. It dripped through the glass, spreading like blood in water, slow and red and backward. Dexter turned. Behind him a corridor of mirrors, mouths all gaping. And in the farthest one, he saw the figure. The other Dexter, no longer still, no longer distant. It stood inches from the glass, its head tilting until bone creaked like branches in frost. Its lips peeled back in a smile so wide, it carved his name into the air, and then the glass between them cracked. He ran, or tried. His slippers slipped on the mirrored floor, each step a whisper lost in silver air. But the reflections followed, not with footsteps, but with mouths, opening and closing in silence, like fish in a black sea. Each mouth mouthed his name, stretching it into shapes that were not language anymore, only hunger. Dexter fled deeper, into a chamber of light so white it peeled the shadows off his skin. And here the mirrors changed. No longer his face, no longer human faces at all. Shapes stared back, stitched from time and bone, eyes like clock faces spinning backward, mouths leaking sand that pooled black at the base of the glass. One shape wore his mother's smile too wide, teeth like pale nails, but its body was wires, loops of copper veined with wet muscle. Another was Dee Dee, or what had once been Dee Dee, her hair unraveling in long white threads that reached through the glass, like roots seeking soil. And then the floor moved. A ripple ran beneath the glass, shimmering like heat on asphalt. The sound came again, not tick now, but talk, low and soft, the sound of a lock turning inside the belly of the world. The ripple rose, and from it, a hand broke through, not made of flesh, not shining brass, oiled and dripping with something dark. The fingers clicked as they opened, metal teeth gnashing softly, in the hollow where a palm should be. Another hand, another. Then an arm, a torso, a head crowned with the ticking of 20 clocks, their faces cracked, their hands spinning wild as dying stars. It pulled itself out of the glass, this thing that had worn his reflection, and now stood tall enough to blot the horizon of mirrors, its limbs a lattice of clocks and chains, its ribs strung with pendulums that swung and struck and swung again, each blow echoing in Dexter's chest like a second heartbeat. The face leaned down if it was a face. A dial for one eye, a shattered hourglass for the other, and in the center, a mouth that ticked, each tooth a clock hand, each bite a second devoured whole. It spoke, not with words, with time. The air shook, and every reflection shattered in silence, splintering into shards that hung suspended like stars drowning in black water. From those shards, Dexter saw moments of his life unravel, him building the lab, him as a child, stacking blocks, drooling laughter into his mother's apron, him older, old as stone, face gnawed by years, eyes begging for sleep that never came. And over it all, the voice pressed, warm and wet and endless. You are always coming back, Dexter. Back to the first tick. Back to the wound that made you. Fix me, or I will finish unmaking you. The pendulum struck. The mirrors bled. The Hanso, the hands came again, bursting from every surface, snaring his arms, his throat, their grips cold and loving as iron chains. Dexter screamed, but the sound bent backward and sucked into the dark, returning to him as laughter, his own laughter. And then the glass beneath him broke, and he fell through a sky of splinters, through reflections of himself, gnawing their own fingers to bone, through clocks melting like meat, through Dee Dee's eyes, hollow as empty bells down, down, into the tick. There was no bottom to the fall, no end, no impact, only the sensation of slipping inward, deeper and deeper, as if his bones were hollow reeds, and the world was pouring through them. Dexter tried to breathe, but breath was gone-peeled from him, like paper curls from a burning page. Sound was gone, too, except for one, tick, soft, patient, closer than blood, quieter than thought. A drip in the marrow of time itself, and then he stopped falling. Not on ground, on nothing. A hush, so deep, it felt alive. Light seeped in, pale and thin, unrolling across the dark and like a tongue of frost. Shapes formed in its apes that whispered home and never. And again. Dexter blinked. Slow. Slower. He stood in a room, but not his lab. Not yet. The air smelled of plaster and milk paint, of chalk rubbed thin between little fingers. A nursery? Small. Walls the color of warm cream, lined with wooden animals that grinned through chipped paint. A crib in the corner, its rails polished smooth by years of hands, and in that crib a boy, tiny, his hair soft as spun gold, his chest rising and falling in the rhythm of dreamless sleep. Dexter. The first Dexter. The original breath of him, still curled in the fist of beginning. The hush thickened into weight, pressing on his shoulders, his skull, like a mother's hand that stroked too hard, too long. The walls pulsed softly, like the walls of something breathing. And then, the ticking again. Not far now, not faint. Close. Inside the crib, Dexter moved forward, feet whispering on the milk-white floor, and peered over the rail. The baby's eyes open, not blue, not brown. No color at all, just two holes, filled with the slow whirl of clock hands, turning backward, turning him inside out. And the baby smiled. A smile too wide for its face, splitting the skin like damp paper. Its lips moved, and out came, Aki, the voice that had haunted him, low and sweet, thick with syrup time. You never left, Dexter. You only rewound, back to where I made you. The crib groaned. Its rails bent and curled, twisting into brass coils, sprouting gears that dripped black oil like thickened blood. The wooden animals peeled apart, their eyes clinking to the floor like glass beads. From the gaps in their splintered bellies, clockwork spilled, chains and cogs and tiny silver teeth, snapping in hunger. The walls split, peeling back like wet petals, revealing not wood, but mirrors 1,000, 10,000, each one holding a moment Dexter thought was his own. Him at the chalkboard, hands scribbling theorems that unraveled like loose thread. Him building machines that breathed and whispered his name at night. Him laughing, with a voice that cracked like breaking glass. Him screaming, with his mouth sewn shut by golden wire. Every reflection grin. Every grin dripped time. And then they stepped out. Hands. So many hands, sliding from the glass. Skin stitched with tiny clock faces. Teeth gnawing between their knuckles. They reached for him, pale and wet and patient, stroking his cheeks, curling around his wrists, with love that felt like iron chains. Dexter tried to pull back, but his feet had rooted to the floor roots of copper wire and braided hair, sinking deep into the mirrored marrow beneath him. The baby in the crib sat up now, its head lolling soft, its mouth yawning wider and wider, splitting into halves, into quarters, until it was nothing but a circle of teeth, ringed in ticking gears. The voice poured out, thick as oil, soft as lullabies. I was your first invention, Dexter. You built me the moment you were born. And now I build you back. The crib collapsed. The thing unfolded, a tower of golden chains and pendulums, ribs latticed with second hands, veins dripping hourglass sand. It rose until its head brushed the roof of the world, and then it leaned down, those jaws of ticking teeth yawning like a clock, ready to strike the final hour. And in its hollow chest, Dexter saw himself. 1,000 selves, 1,000,000, all curled like broken dolls, their faces slack, their lips whispering the same word. Forever. Again. 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 The hands pulled him close. Cold lips brushed his ears, kissing the rim of his bones, with whispers sweet as rot. No more forward, only back. Back through the wound, back to the first tick, where you'll sleep and wake and sleep again. The creature's mouth closed over him, and the world snapped like a clock spring. He opened his eyes. The lab, bright, perfect, clean. Machines humming softly, their circuits glowing like fireflies in jars. The clock on the wall, ticking forward now, brisk and sure, as if nothing had ever gone wrong. Dexter smiled, or something that wore his smile did. He picked up a spanner, turned to the bench, and began building. Because the tick never really stops, it only hides behind the glass, waiting to wind you back. There is no bottom, no floor to the fall. Only the soft, sliding sensation of being peeled out of your own shape, drifting through darkness that feels like warm breath, curling around your ears, pressing in against your thoughts like velvet soaked in oil. Dexter's lungs burned, but the air here was not air. It was thicker, older than dust, sweet as syrup and bitter as rust, and every breath tasted like memories going sour. He tried to call out, for Dee Dee, for anyone, but his voice broke apart before it left his lips, dissolving into fine silver sand that trickled backward into the dark. And then it came again, the sound. That sound. Tick. Not loud. Not harsh. Just soft. Soft and certain, pulsing against the inside of his skull, like a heartbeat that had learned a different language. He opened his eyes. Slow. Slower still. And the dark was gone. A room. Small. Quiet. The walls pale as milk, damp with the faint scent of plaster. A single lamp burned on a dresser, its glow leaking yellow like a wounded sun. Dexter blinked. The furniture was wrong. Wooden animals lined the walls, paint chipped from years of fingers. A rocking chair tilted in the corner, swaying gently, though no one sat in it, its old joints sighing like something tired of being awake. And in the far corner, a crib, white bars, a mobile of stars spinning above it, slow and crooked, their shadows slithering across the ceiling in silence too thick to breathe. Dexter's pulse throbbed in his ears. And then the whisper came in a voice, softer than a breath, yet heavy enough to bend the air around it. Home, Dexter. Home is where the clock begins. He moved. Or rather, something moved him. His feet gliding over the pale floor, dragged forward like a marionette kissed by invisible strings. The closer he came to the crib, the heavier the air grew, pressing down, thick as warm honey, sticking to his skin until every step felt like sinking. And then he saw it. The baby, curled in white sheets. Small fists tucked against a round face. Eyes closed. Chest rising and falling in the rhythm of dreamless sleep. Dexter stared. And stared. Because the baby's face, it was his. Perfect. Unspoiled. The first version of him. Still soft. Still new. Untouched by the years that had bitten into his bones. His breath hitched. And then the baby's eyes opened. Not blue. Not brown. No color at all. Just two glassy holes where hands of clocks turned backward, ticking in silence, turning time into a spiral of hunger. The mouth opened next. And from that tiny pink mouth came a sound. Dexter had only ever heard in dreams that smelled like metal and fog. Tick. The crib groaned. Its wooden rails twisted and warped, peeling into brass coils that curled like the tongues of snakes, From the crib's joints sprouted gears, dripping thick black oil that steamed as it hit the floor. The white sheets brown like burning paper. The stars of the mobile melted into puddles of mercury that slithered up the walls. And then the baby laughed. A laugh too wide for its throat, splitting its face like damp paper, stretching ear to ear until its skull cracked and its teeth spilled out like shattered glass. The whisper came again, stronger now, wearing a voice that sounded like his own. "You were my first invention, Dexter, and now you'll be my last." The crib collapsed inward, a rib cage of gold and rust, and something rose from it. Something huge and something stitched from pendulums and gears, its spine a ladder of ticking hands, its ribs strung with chains that swung heavy and sang in a voice like dying bells. Its head brushed the ceiling, crowned with shattered clocks, each face spinning backward, vomiting man that hissed as it struck the floor. And when it leaned down, Dexter saw himself in its chest. 1,000 cells, 1,000,000, every age, every breath, curled up and stacked like dolls in a coffin of brass. Each one whispering the same word, lips moving like worms in ash. Again, again, again. Hands erupted from the mirrored walls, long, pale, stitched with golden thread, each palm engraved with number that spun like broken dials. They reached for him, stroking his cheeks, curling around his wrists, pulling him close, with a tenderness that smelled like rust. Dexter thought, or thought he did. But his legs were gone, dissolved into roots of copper wire that coiled deep into the black glass beneath him. The creature opened its mouth, a circle of clock teeth, each one dripping seconds like blood, and inside was not a throat, but a tunnel of mirrors stretching on forever, each pane showing his life, peeling backward, breath by breath, until there was nothing left but the first cry. The hands lifted him, held him above that mouth, wide as midnight. And in the darkness, a voice brushed his bones like cold lips. No more forward, Dexter. Only back. Back to the first tick. And the creature closed its jaws. Light snapped, like a bone breaking. And then silence. The lab. Bright. Perfect. Every machine polished, every tool lined in silver rows. Dexter stood at the workbench, a spanner warm in his palm. He smiled, or something wearing his smile did. He glanced at the clock on the wall, ticking forward, steady, certain. He nodded and began to build. Because time never really stops. It only hides behind the glass, waiting for you to wind it back. The night was heavy with quiet, thick and deep, like a blanket pulled too tight. Dexter's house had never sounded so still. Not a hum, not a creak, just that endless silence rolling across the floors like spilled ink. He lay in bed, small hands tucked beneath his cheek, eyes half closed against the glow of the desk lamp. His goggles were off now, resting by the clock on the nightstand, the lenses catching the yellow light and splitting it into two cold suns. He should have been asleep. It was late, so late the world outside felt like an empty stage. Even the moon seemed tired, its pale eye barely peeking through the curtains, pouring silver on the walls and tracing ghost shadows that stretched too long too thin, as though listening. Dexter's breath rose and fell in a slow, even tide. But sleep did not come. Not yet. Because he heard something. At first, it was nothing. Just a soft pressure against the stillness, like the air remembering how to move. A sigh, maybe, or the floor groaning, far away, deep in the bones of the house. He told himself it was nothing. Of course it was nothing. Old houses make old noises, and this house full of secret rooms and secret work had always spoke in whispers when the dark came down. He closed his eyes, counted. 1 breath, 2, 3 there. Step. So faint, he almost swallowed it with his own breath. But it was there, soft as silk, brushing the edge of hearing, like fingertips on glass. Dexter's eyes opened wide, swimming with the pale hush of moonlight. Another step. Closer. Not fast, not hurried slow. Careful. As if whoever walked was afraid of being heard. The hallway. It had to be the hallway. The long one, stretching away from his room like a throat lined with closed doors. Dexter sat up, heart ticking in his ribs like a nervous clock. The air felt colder now, pouring down his skin like melted silver. He listened. Step. Pause. Step. Each one. A weight in the stillness, pressing down. Closer now, curling around the corners of the dark. And then it stopped. The silence came back, too thick, too heavy, as if it wanted to hide what it had just done. Dexter slipped from the bed, bare feet kissing the cold floor, and crept to the door. The knob glowed faint, under the weak wash of light from the lamp. He turned it, slow, silent. The door opened on the long black throat of the hall. Nothing moved. Not a whisper of breath, not a shadow stirring. In the pale pools of moonlight spilled through the high windows. Just stillness, and the faint, faint scent of something old, something that had been asleep for a very, very long time. Dexter took a step, and another. The boards sighed beneath his weight, their voices low and tired. He whispered to the dark, though he wasn't sure why. Hello? The word didn't come back. It just slid away, sinking into the hush, like a stone into deep water. And then from behind him, from the far end of the hall, where the blackness curled tight, like a closed fist step, the sound didn't vanish. Not yet. It lingered, thin as a thread, spun from breath and bone, tightening around Dexter's spine with every beat of his heart. Step. Far behind. Soft. Almost shy. Dexter froze, the boards beneath his toes groaning in the hush. He didn't turn not yet because some small voice in his blood begged him not to. Instead, he stared into the black throat of the hallway, where the moonlight broke in pale pools between islands of shadow. It stretched ahead, longer than it should have, longer than he remembered. The doors on either side stood like silent teeth, their brass knobs glinting faint, as if winking secrets to each other in a language too old for him to know. His breath came slow, each inhale dragging needles down his ribs. He whispered again, voice cracking like thin glass. Who's there? The words sank. No echo, just the soft swell of dark, pressing close, filling his mouth with quiet. And then step. Closer. Behind him. But when he spun, the hall behind was empty, a corridor drowning in silver shadow, the door to his room gaping like a mouth. He didn't remember leaving open that wide. He swallowed, throat tight as a knot, The air smelled stronger now, not dust, not wood, but something damp, like earth clawed from under old stones, clinging to the edges of his teeth. Another sound. Not a step this time. A sigh, brushing his ear so soft, he almost thought it was his own breath turning against him. Dexter moved. Not fast, just enough to feel the boards shift, like sleeping things beneath his weight. One step. Two. The lamps along the hall should have been the Resmol, glass throats glowing amber, but they weren't. Just shadows that pooled deeper with every blink, drinking the edges of the world until the walls were only smudges, and the floor felt like a thought he couldn't finish. The hallway bent. He swore it. It bent like wet paper under rain, curving, slow, and secret, so the far end midja was never quite the same shape as before. Doors multiplied too, their brass mouths smiling from new seams, handles twitching like things asleep, in the marrow of the wood. One door sighed as he passed, not creaked, not groaned, sighed, long and low, as if tasting the scent of him with its wooden lungs. Another one shivered, its knob trembling faint, like a heartbeat too soft to trust. Dexter kept walking, fingers grazing the wall, needing the rough bite of wallpaper to remind him the world still had an edge. But even that began to change. The wall was warm, warmer than it should be. The paper peeled beneath his touch, curling like old skin, and what lay beneath, it was not wood, but something slick, something that pulsed once beneath his palm, and stilled again, as if pretending it hadn't moved at all. Dexter yanked his hand back, wiping it against his shirt, but the heat stayed clinging, gnawing through the cloth, like a memory that refused to die. Then he heard it, his name, so soft, it could have been wind, slipping its fingers through a broken seam. But the wind didn't live here, not in the sealed, sleeping throat of a house. Dexter, not from behind, not ahead, from everywhere, from every door at once, his knees locked. The sound was a river of whispers, sliding under the floorboards, curling down the walls, each syllable dragging nails of ice down his spine. He turned slow, and the hall had grown again, longer, doors stacked upon doors, like vertebrae of some impossible beast. No end now, just black swallowing black, lamps bending like melted bones under the weight of their own shadows. Dexter? A breath at his ear. Warm. Wet. He spun, heart detonating in his ribs, but nothing. Just the hush, thick as oil, choking the shape of the world into something he couldn't name. The floor moved. Not buckle moved. Sliding beneath his feet, like a tongue, carrying him forward, though he swore he hadn't taken a step. The walls leaned too, shoulders pressing close, breathing slow, their seams pulsing with a light so faint it could have been blood, glowing through old, thin skin. And somewhere in that distance, that was not a distance at all, footsteps, slow, heavy now, like hooves sinking in mud, dragging chains of sound that rattled down the bone of the hall. Closer, closer still. But when Dexter turned, when he forced his eyes into the mouth of the dark, there was nothing, except the space where the shadows bent, as though something enormous was standing just outside the shape of sight, smiling with teeth too white to belong to anything that slept. He blinked, and the hall was gone. His room stretched around him again, soft and square, curtains drawn like tired eyelids, moonlight dozing in pale folds across the desk. His lamp still burned, a warm little sun humming its low hymn, and his bed was waiting, sheets rumpled like an open hand. Dexter stood there, heart still thudding like a hammer in water, fists trembling against his sides. For a moment, he thought he had fallen asleep, where he stood, slipped down into some narrow trench of dreams, and clawed his way back, without knowing. He laughed a thin, cracking sound that didn't taste like his own voice. Of course it was a dream. Of course. Halls don't stretch like that. Walls don't breathe. Doors don't whisper your name in voices made of dust and bone. He shook his head, slow, as if the motion might scatter the last of the shadows, crawling behind his eyes. The smell was gone, too. That damp earth stink, like graves yawning under the floor. Gone, as though the dark had rinsed it clean. Dexter slid onto the bed, bones sinking into the mattress, and pulled the sheet up like armor. His goggles glimmered on the nightstand, lenses winking as if they knew, some joke he didn't. He closed his eyes, and the quiet came, soft and slow, curling around him, like the belly of a wave, until he heard it. Step. So faint, it could have been a memory slipping back through the cracks. Dexter's eyes flew open. His lamp still burned. The curtains still hung, like dead tongues. But the sound, it was there. Another step. And another. Not in the hall this time. Closer. Thicker. Like wet shoes, pressing into the grain of the wood. Dexter sat up, sheets puddling at his waist, and turned his head toward the door only to find there was no door. The breath left him, like glass shattering in his chest. Because the walls weren't his walls anymore. They had folded, peeled, stretched like dough, dragged too thin, their seams writhing with veins of shadow that pulsed slow and patient, each beat echoing the clock in his ribs. The floor tilted, tongue slick and breathing, rolling him toward the place where his door should have been. But there was nothing, just the hall. That same long throat stretching away into ink, black and endless. Its doors grinning in crooked rows, their knobs gleaming like eyes, fat with hunger. Dexter crawled to his feet, heart staggering in his chest, and turned not sure what he hoped to find. But the bed was gone too. The lamp. The desk. Everything had been swallowed by that same hush that smelled of rot and sleep, curling down the hollow of his spine like a cold tongue. Dexter, his name again. But this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was a smile made of sound, curling against his ear, with teeth too sharp to belong to a voice. Dexter moved. He didn't think, just ran, feet slapping the boards as the hall churned beneath him, like the ribs of something alive. Doors flashed by, their mouths yawning wider, knobs twitching, hinges wheezing like lungs, sick with laughter. He grabbed one, fingers clawing at brass, slick with sweat or something worse, and wrenched it open, light spilled out. Not warm, not cold, but cold as bone, washing over his face, with a smell like burned paper and wet earth. He stepped through and froze, because it was his room. Perfect. The bed tucked tight, the lamp humming, the goggles winking like patient eyes. Only not quite. The curtains were breathing. Slow, slow, bellies rising and falling, with the hush of lungs that weren't his own. And on the bed lay Dexter. His heart snapped like a trapped bird, wings battering his ribs, as he stared at himself sleeping in the sheets, face soft and slack, mouth dreaming some secret he would never know. The sleeping Dexter twitched, a ripple running down his limbs, and then his eyes opened. Black, not empty, not hollow, but full, swollen with the weight of something that had been waiting far too long. And when that other Dexter smiled, it was not his smile. It was too wide, too sharp, stretching ear to ear like a wound that loved to grin. He stumbled back, gagging on the stink of damp earth, and slammed the door only to find there was no door, just the hall again, grinning its brass-toothed grin, stretching longer still, until time itself began to melt down his wrists like candle wax. He looked at his watch. The hands ticked backward, slow and sly, dragging the night in reverse. The numbers blinked, shivering into shapes that weren't numbers at all, but teeth, rows of teeth, smiling up at him from the glass. The footsteps came again, louder now, thick as mud, pounding in a rhythm that wasn't walking anymore, but breathing. And then they stopped. Dexter didn't turn. He didn't need to, because the breath that brushed his neck, hot and slow, told him everything. Something was behind him, and it had always been there. He didn't turn. Couldn't. Because the air behind him was heavier than air should be, thick as oil, pressing against his skin with a weight that felt almost human, almost like hands, hovering just shy of his throat. The breath on his neck came again, sliding down the slope of his spine like a blade made of warmth. He wanted to scream, but the sound knotted in his throat, coiled tight as a rope soaked in ice. Instead, he ran. His legs didn't ask permission. They moved, snapping the hush into shards, as his heels struck the boards in a rhythm too fast to feel real. But the hall didn't end. It just kept spilling forward, a black river that drank his steps and gave nothing back. Doors smeared by on either side, blurring into streaks of brass and shadow, as though the world itself were melting around him like wax under an unseen sun. He stopped not because he wanted to, but because the floor wanted him to. The boards rippled under his feet, rolling like the back of something alive, and when he tried to lift his legs, they clung, soft at first, then firmer, like fingers. Dexter's breath hitched in his chest. He looked down. The wood wasn't wood anymore. It was skin, veined and pale, slick with a sheen that caught the dim glow of nowhere, pulsing in slow tidal waves beneath his heels. And from the seams where boards once kissed each other, opened. Dozens, hundreds. Tiny glassy beads, rolling white and slick, watching him with the blank hunger of things that had never seen the sun. The floor exhaled, a long wet sigh that rippled up his legs like tongues tasting bone. Dexter tore free, wrenching his feet from that quivering, blinking flesh, and stumbled forward, only to find the hall had changed. It wasn't a hall anymore, not in the way halls should be. The ceiling had folded down, bent like soft paper, curling into spirals that looped upon themselves in shapes his eyes refused to name. The doors, they were stacked, dozens deep, climbing the walls like vertebrae, each knob twitching in slow, fevered tremors, as if begging to be touched. He tried not to look at them. He tried. But they wanted him to. They leaned, just slightly, their hinges groaning like laughter through old teeth, and he swore, he saw a hand slide back into the dark behind one door as it eased shut with the care of a lover, pulling away from a kiss. Dexter's pulse cracked against his skull. He picked one door-any door and wrenched it open. Inside was another hall. Not the same. No. This one was thinner, as though the world had been squeezed, walls pressing close like ribs around a starving lung. The wallpaper peeled in long, curling tongues, and beneath it was not wood, but muscle, dark and slick, quivering with a slow, sick rhythm that hummed under his fingertips when he brushed it by mistake. He jerked his hand back and wiping it against his shirt, but the warmth clung. It clung like guilt, like something alive that didn't want to let go. Dexter stumbled down the second hall, steps slapping in whispers against the wet boards, and when he looked back, the door was gone. Just wall now. Breathing. The air thickened, slow as honey poured through teeth. His lungs dragged it in like lead, and every breath felt like swallowing hands. He walked faster, faster still, until the hall began to split. At first, just a fork, left or right. Easy enough? But then more. 3 branches. 5. 7. Until the corridors were blooming from each other, like roots in poisoned soil, splintering and curling in mad geometry that no mind meant for this world should ever trace. Dexter spun in place, breath jerking out in panicked gusts as doorways gaped on all sides, some leaning at angles that defied sense, others yawning from the ceiling or grinning from the floor, their frames bleeding into one another in knots of bone-white wood. He staggered through the nearest, clutching the edge for balance, but when he looked down, the floor beneath him was not solid. It was glass, and beneath the glass was him. Not just one, hundreds, thousands. Dexters stacked in layers, like pressed flowers under frost, each staring up with eyes that didn't blink, mouths slack and waiting. The one directly below moved, slow, raising its hand, his hand, and pressing it to the glass, with a smile that spread and spread and spread until it split the edges of its face. Dexter fell back and scrambling on the slick glass that pulsed like skin under his weight, and tore through another doorway only to find himself back in the same hall. The same doors, the same knobs, winking brass grins through the syrup of darks. Something laughed. Not a sound. Not exactly. More like the air itself curling in on itself, in a soundless choke of mirth that pressed against his skull until his teeth ached. He ran again. And as he ran, the halls began to move. Not him, the halls. Stretching, shrinking, nodding in the slow convulsions, like the guts of something vast and starving. Doors winked in and out of existence, opening on nothing, or worse, on pieces of rooms that didn't belong together. A bed nailed to a ceiling, a chair growing roots into a wall of meat, a window filled with teeth, grinding slow as millstones in the dark. Then he saw them. The shadows. At first, they seemed like his own, dragged along by a light he couldn't find. But they didn't move when he moved. They moved after. Late, like echoes that had grown tired of following and wanted to lead instead. One peeled itself from the floor, unfolding in jerks, joints bending wrong, face smooth and slick as tar. It turned its head toward him, a slow, boneless tilt, and began to walk. The others followed. Dozens? Hundreds? sliding free of walls and ceilings, their bodies twitching in angles that made his eyes bleed thought. They didn't hurry. They didn't need to. Because no matter how fast he ran, the halls would always bend him back. And when the first one touched him, just brushed his sleeve, with fingers like strands of smoke time broke. The lamps exploded into reverse light, burning cold and bright, and the air folded, wrinkling like wet silk, as the clocks in his head began to tick, both ways at once. He felt himself splitting, one body running forward, one falling backward, one peeling sideways into a place with no floor at all. And through it all, a voice, soft, patient, smiling like a mouth full of teeth, hidden in velvet dark. Dexter. Everything stopped. The tearing, the stretching, the gnashing geometry of doors and shadows, all of it, folded in on itself, with a sigh too soft for ears, too deep for bones. Dexter staggered to a halt, lungs clawing for air, heart thudding a wild war drum in his ribs, and then quiet, real quiet. The kind that hums, the kind that presses into your skull like fingers searching for cracks. He blinked. The hall was gone. No endless doors, no melting walls. Just a single stretch of corridor, straight and narrow, washed in a pale gray glow that didn't come from anywhere at all. The floor was wood again, or looked like wood, flat and dry beneath his bare feet. The walls were blank, peeling paper curling at the seams, and the ceiling hung low, too low, as if the air above him had grown tired of pretending to hold its shape. Dexter swallowed. His throat rasped dry, as a whisper left in the sun. Hello? The word didn't echo. It didn't even leave his mouth. It just sat there, curdled on his tongue, and slid away into the quiet like a stone dropped in a lake with no bottom. He turned. Behind him was only wall. Not breathing now and not shifting, just blank and gray, as still as a painted thing. So he faced forward. And there it was. A door. Just one. Standing at the far end of the corridor, tall and pale, its brass knob glinting with the faintest lick of light, like the last tear clinging to an eye that had already gone blind. It didn't belong here. No door ever did. Not when the house had eaten itself and spat out nightmares, wearing wood like skin. But this one was still perfect. Waiting. Dexter's pulse slowed. Not much. Just enough to let him breathe without tasting iron. Maybe it was over. Maybe this was the way out. He started walking. One step. Then another. The floor didn't sigh. The walls didn't twitch. Everything held its breath, watching him with silence so thick it brushed his skin like velvet teeth. Halfway down, he stopped. Because he heard it. Not footsteps. Not whispers. Not the low, wet sigh of living wood. Worse, he heard his own voice. Soft. Close. Right behind his ear, so close he could feel the warmth of the words, slicking down his neck like oil. Keep walking. Dexter spun. Nothing. Just that gray wall, flat and perfect, stretching into nowhere. But the voice didn't stop. Keep walking, Dexter. The sound came from inside him now, rising from the pit of his own breath, wearing his throat like a glove. He clamped his lips shut, bit hard enough to taste copper, but the word still came, muffled and wet, bubbling up like a drowned song, from the hollow of his chest. Don't stop. Don't turn. Don't look anywhere but forward. He staggered, palms slapping against the wall, as if the plaster could anchor him to something that still believed in rules. The voice smiled. He felt it a curl behind his teeth, slow and sweet, like rot blooming in fruit. Good boy. Dexter didn't walk now. He ran. Straight for the door, bare feet smearing sweat on boards that had forgotten how to creak. The knob was cool, too cool, as if it had never been touched by hands that bled heat. He twisted. The latch sighed, metal whispering like a mouth full of knives, and the door opened. Light. Warm. Gentle. The kind that leaks through curtains on lazy mornings, pouring gold on wooden floors, and painting everything soft enough to forgive. Dexter blinked into it, heart stuttering in his chest, like a bird tangled in silk. It was his house. His real house. The lab door sat where it always had, half shut like a secret too tired to keep itself. The kitchen glowed with quiet promise, and the smell of sugar still clinging faint in the air, as though his mother had just baked and left the room to fetch something from the pantry. Everything was right. Perfect. Normal. Except the silence came with him, raw, thick, smiling, waiting. And when he looked down, the floor wasn't wood anymore. It was glass. And under the glass, he saw his reflection, smiling back. Not with his mouth, not with his eyes, but with something deeper. Something that moved behind the bones of his face, like worms in fruit, and whispered through his teeth in a voice that was no longer his at all. Welcome home. The door shut behind him. Soft. Almost tender. A breath pulling itself closed. Dexter didn't turn. Didn't need to. Because he heard it, that latch sliding home. Like the last word in a sentence that wanted to end him. For a moment, he stood in the glow, bathed in gold so sweet it made his teeth ache. His lungs drank it in, clutching light, like a child clings to the hem of a dream. Everything looked right. The table, the couch, the bright white smile of his mother's china lying neat in the cabinet's ribs. Even the faint perfume of sugar and soap floated in the air, like a hymn too shy to speak aloud. Dexter let himself believe. For one blind second, he let his bones soften, let his muscles melt like wax, let his mind whisper the lie. It had been aching to tell. It's over. You're home. Dexter. His name. But not sharp. Not jagged with hunger. Warm. Sweet as honey, bleeding down the edge of a knife. He turned. And there they were. His mother. His father. Dee Dee, too. Hair floating in the gold, like threads of light spun by some patient god. All smiling. All perfect. Only too perfect. The smiles didn't bend. Didn't breathe. They hung like painted masks, pinned to faces that had forgotten how to belong to the flesh beneath. Eyes too wide. Too bright. Too full, not of love, but of him. Every blink they didn't take scratched at his skin like 1,000 tiny nails, tapping out the truth his blood already knew. Come sit, Dexter, his mother said. But her lips didn't move. The sound leaked from the walls, soft and slow, like syrup sliding down wood. Dexter shook his head. A whisper of breath left his throat, thin and cracking like old ice. No. The smile widened. Her teeth gleamed, white as bone picked clean by time. Yes. And then they all spoke. Not in unison. Not together. But one after the other, rolling through the air like a wave that never broke. A tide of voices folding over his name, again and again, until it didn't sound like his name anymore, but a shape meant to trap him in its mouth. Dexter. 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 The walls whispered it too. The floor hummed it low, boards trembling like strings, plucked by something with too many fingers. Even the light seemed to chant blinking in slow syllables, bright dark, until the room pulsed like a throat, gulping down time. He stumbled back. His heels struck something, a chair maybe, but the wood bent under him, soft as meat, and his stomach lurched as the floor breathed deep beneath his feet. No sound this time, just movement. Slow, hungry, rolling under the boards, like the belly of some patient beast. Dexter bolted for the door, the one that had brought him here, the one that promised escape. But when his hand hit the knob, it wasn't brass anymore. It was warm, wet. It pulsed, once, twice, and then it curled around his fingers, closing tight, dragging his hand deep, into a grip that wasn't a knob at all, but a mouth, smiling against his skin, with rows of teeth that hummed his name. He screamed, or tried to, but the sound broke in his throat as the house leaned closer, walls bending, ceiling slumping low like a sky rotting on its own ribs. His family didn't move. They just watched, still smiling, still perfect. As the floor split wide, its black tongue rolling out to taste his feet, slick and slow, like it wanted to savor every shiver, every prayer, every piece of him that still believed in morning. Dexter fought, kicked, clawed at the air as the boards curled up like fingers, dragging him down, splinters slicing his skin with whispers that sounded too much like laughter. The walls bent lower now, their seams yawning open to spill darkness thick as tar, and in that dark, something moved shapes with too many elbows, too many mouths, their smiles blooming wet and wide as they crawled closer, claws clicking like clocks that had forgotten how to measure time. He thrashed, but every breath he stole tasted like dirt and ash, like the earth waiting to drink him dry. The house spoke then, deep and low, a groan that rumbled through its bones, and his, until he couldn't tell where he ended. And it began? Stay. The floor gave way. The dark swallowed him whole. And the last thing Dexter saw, before the house closed its mouth at best, was his reflection, rippled in the glass floor above, smiling, way too wide. Because it wasn't his face anymore. It was the house's, and it wore him well. The night was heavy with quiet, thick and deep, like a blanket pulled too tight. Dexter's house had never sounded so still. Not a hum, not a creak, just that endless silence rolling across the floors like spilled ink. He lay in bed, small hands tucked beneath his cheek, eyes half closed against the glow of the desk lamp. His goggles were off now, resting by the clock on the nightstand, the lenses catching the yellow light and splitting it into two cold suns. He should have been asleep. It was late, so late the world outside felt like an empty stage. Even the moon seemed tired, its pale eye barely peeking through the curtains, pouring silver on the walls and tracing ghost shadows that stretched too long, too thin, as though listening. Dexter's breath rose and fell in a slow, even tide. But sleep did not come. Not yet. Because he heard something. At first, it was nothing. Just a soft pressure against the stillness, like the air remembering how to move. A sigh, maybe, or the floor groaning, far away, deep in the bones of the house. He told himself it was nothing. Of course it was nothing. Old houses make old noises, and this house full of secret rooms and secret work, it always spoke in whispers when the dark came down. He closed his eyes, counted. 1 breath, 2, 3, there. Step. So faint, he almost swallowed it with his own breath. But it was there, soft as silk, brushing the edge of hearing, like fingertips on glass. Dexter's eyes opened wide, swimming with the pale hush of moonlight. Another step. Closer. Not fast, not hurried slow. Careful. As if whoever walked was afraid of being heard. The hallway. It had to be the hallway. The long one, stretching away from his room like a throat lined with closed doors. Dexter sat up, heart ticking in his ribs like a nervous clock. The air felt colder now, pouring down his skin like melted silver. He listened. Step. Pause. Step. Each one. A weight in the stillness, pressing down. Closer now, curling around the corners of the dark. And then it stopped. The silence came back, too thick, too heavy, as if it wanted to hide what it had just done. Dexter slipped from the bed, bare feet kissing the cold floor, and crept to the door. The knob glowed faint, under the weak wash of light from the lamp. He turned it, slow, silent. The door opened on the long black throat of the hall. Nothing moved. Not a whisper of breath, not a shadow stirring. In the pale pools of moonlight spilled through the high windows. Just stillness, and the faint, faint scent of something old, something that had been asleep for a very, very long time. Dexter took a step, and another. The boards sighed beneath his weight, their voices low and tired. He whispered to the dark, though he wasn't sure why. Hello? The word didn't come back. It just slid away, sinking into the hush like a stone into deep water. And then from behind him, from the far end of the hall, where the blackness curled tight like a closed fist step, the sound didn't vanish. Not yet. It lingered, thin as a thread, spun from breath and bone, tightening around Dexter's spine with every beat of his heart. Step. Far behind. Soft. Almost shy. Dexter froze, the boards beneath his toes groaning in the hush. He didn't turn not yet because some small voice in his blood begged him not to. Instead, he stared into the black throat of the hallway, where the moonlight broke in pale pools between islands of shadow. It stretched ahead, longer than it should have, longer than he remembered. The doors on either side stood like silent teeth, their brass knobs glinting faint, as if winking secrets to each other in a language too old for him to know. His breath came slow, each inhale dragging needles down his ribs. He whispered again, voice cracking like thin glass. Who's there? The words sank. No echo, just the soft swell of dark, pressing close, filling his mouth with quiet. And then step. Closer. Behind him. But when he spun, the hall behind was empty, a corridor drowning in silver shadow, the door to his room gaping like a mouth. He didn't remember leaving open that wide. He swallowed, throat tight as a knot. The air smelled stronger now, not dust, not wood, but something damp, like earth clawed from under old stones, clinging to the edges of his teeth. Another sound. Not a step this time. A sigh, brushing his ear so soft He almost thought it was his own breath turning against him. Dexter moved. Not fast, just enough to feel the boards shift, like sleeping things beneath his weight. 1 step. 2. The lamps along the hall should have been the Resmol, glass throats glowing amber, but they weren't. Just shadows that pooled deeper with every blink, drinking the edges of the world until the walls were only smudges, and the floor felt like a thought he couldn't finish. The hallway bent. He swore it. It bent like wet paper under rain, curving, slow, and secret, so the far end milieu was never quite the same shape as before. Doors multiplied too, their brass mouths smiling from new seams, handles twitching like things asleep, in the marrow of the wood. One door sighed as he passed, not creaked, not groaned, sighed, long and low, as if tasting the scent of him with its wooden lungs. Another one shivered, its knob trembling faint, like a heartbeat too soft to trust. Dexter kept walking, fingers grazing the wall, needing the rough bite of wallpaper to remind him the world still had an edge. But even that began to change. The wall was warm, warmer than it should be. The paper peeled beneath his touch, curling like old skin, and what lay beneath, it was not wood, but something slick, something that pulsed once beneath his palm, and stilled again, as if pretending it hadn't moved at all. Dexter yanked his hand back, wiping it against his shirt, but the heat stayed clinging, gnawing through the cloth, like a memory that refused to die. Then he heard it, his name, so soft, it could have been wind, slipping its fingers through a broken seam. But the wind didn't live here, not in the sealed, sleeping throat of a house. Dexter, not from behind, not ahead, from everywhere, from every door at once, his knees locked. The sound was a river of whispers, sliding under the floorboards, curling down the walls, each syllable dragging nails of ice down his spine. He turned slow, and the hall had grown again, longer, doors stacked upon doors, like vertebrae of some impossible beast. No end now, just black swallowing black, lamps bending like melted bones under the weight of their own shadows. Dexter, a breath at his ear. Warm, wet. He spun, heart detonating in his ribs, but nothing. Just the hush, thick as oil, choking the shape of the world into something he couldn't name. The floor moved. Not Buckle moved. Sliding beneath his feet, like a tongue, carrying him forward, though he swore he hadn't taken a step. The walls leaned too, shoulders pressing close, breathing slow, their seams pulsing with a light so faint it could have been blood, glowing through old, thin skin. And somewhere in that distance, that was not a distance at all, footsteps, slow, heavy now, like hooves sinking in mud, dragging chains of sound that rattled down the bone of the hall. Closer, closer still. But when Dexter turned, when he forced his eyes into the mouth of the dark, there was nothing, except the space where the shadows bent, as though something enormous was standing just outside the shape of sight, smiling with teeth too white to belong to anything that slept. He blinked, and the hall was gone. His room stretched around him again, soft and square, curtains drawn like tired eyelids, moonlight dozing in pale folds across the desk. His lamp still burned, a warm little sun humming its low hymn, and his bed was waiting, sheets rumpled like an open hand. Dexter stood there, heart still thudding like a hammer in water, fists trembling against his sides. For a moment, he thought he had fallen asleep, where he stood, slipped down into some narrow trench of dreams, and clawed his way back, without knowing. He laughed a thin, cracking sound that didn't taste like his own voice. Of course it was a dream. Of course. Halls don't stretch like that. Walls don't breathe. Doors don't whisper your name in voices made of dust and bone. He shook his head, slow, as if the motion might scatter the last of the shadows, crawling behind his eyes. The smell was gone, too. That damp earth stink, like graves yawning under the floor. Gone, as though the dark had rinsed it clean. Dexter slid onto the bed, bones sinking into the mattress, and pulled the sheet up like armor. His goggles glimmered on the nightstand, lenses winking as if they knew some joke he didn't. He closed his eyes, and the quiet came, soft and slow, curling around him, like the belly of a wave, until he heard it. Step. So faint, it could have been a memory slipping back through the cracks. Dexter's eyes flew open. His lamp still burned. The curtains still hung, like dead tongues. But the sound, it was there. Another step. And another. Not in the hall this time. Closer. Thicker. Like wet shoes, pressing into the grain of the wood. Dexter sat up, sheets puddling at his waist, and turned his head toward the door only to find there was no door. The breath left him, like glass shattering in his chest. Because the walls weren't his walls anymore. They had folded, peeled, stretched like dough, dragged too thin, their seams writhing with veins of shadow that pulsed slow and patient, each beat echoing the clock in his ribs. The floor tilted, tongue slick and breathing, rolling him toward the place where his door should have been. But there was nothing, just the hall. That same long throat stretching away into ink, black and endless. Its doors grinning in crooked rows, their knobs gleaming like eyes, fat with hunger. Dexter crawled to his feet, heart staggering in his chest, and turned not sure what he hoped to find. But the bed was gone too. The lamp. The desk. Everything had been swallowed by that same hush that smelled of rot and sleep, curling down the hollow of his spine like a cold tongue. Dexter, his name again. But this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was a smile made of sound, curling against his ear, with teeth too sharp to belong to a voice. Dexter moved. He didn't think, just ran, feet slapping the boards as the hall churned beneath him, like the ribs of something alive. Doors flashed by, their mouths yawning wider, knobs twitching, hinges wheezing like lungs, sick with laughter. He grabbed one, fingers clawing at brass, slick with sweat or something worse, and wrenched it open, light spilled out. Not warm, not cold, but cold as bone, washing over his face, with a smell like burned paper and wet earth. He stepped through and froze, because it was his room. Perfect. The bed tucked tight, the lamp humming, the goggles winking like patient eyes. Only not quite. The curtains were breathing. Slow, slow, bellies rising and falling, with the hush of lungs that weren't his own. And on the bed lay Dexter. His heart snapped like a trapped bird, wings battering his ribs, as he stared at himself sleeping in the sheets, face soft and slack, mouth dreaming some secret he would never know. The sleeping Dexter twitched, a ripple running down his limbs, and then his eyes opened. Black, Not empty, not hollow, but full, swollen with the weight of something that had been waiting far too long. And when that other Dexter smiled, it was not his smile. It was too wide, too sharp, stretching ear to ear like a wound that loved to grin. He stumbled back, gagging on the stink of damp earth, and slammed the door only to find there was no door. Just the hall again, grinning its brass-toothed grin, stretching longer, longer still, until time itself began to melt down his wrists like candle wax. He looked at his watch. The hands ticked backward, slow and sly, dragging the night in reverse. The numbers blinked, shivering into shapes that weren't numbers at all, but teeth. Rows of teeth, smiling up at him from the glass. The footsteps came again, louder now, thick as mud, pounding in a rhythm that wasn't walking anymore, but breathing. And then they stopped. Dexter didn't turn. He didn't need to, because the breath that brushed his neck, hot and slow, told him everything. Something was behind him, and it had always been there. He didn't turn. Couldn't. Because the air behind him was heavier than air should be. Thick as oil, pressing against his skin with a weight that felt almost human, almost like hands, hovering just shy of his throat. The breath on his neck came again, sliding down the slope of his spine like a blade made of warmth. He wanted to scream, but the sound knotted in his throat, coiled tight as a rope soaked in ice. Instead, he ran. His legs didn't ask permission. They moved, snapping the hush into shards, as his heels struck the boards in a rhythm too fast to feel real. But the hall didn't end. It just kept spilling forward, a black river that drank his steps and gave nothing back. Doors smeared by on either side, blurring into streaks of brass and shadow, as though the world itself were melting around him like wax under an unseen sun. He stopped not because he wanted to, but because the floor wanted him to. The boards rippled under his feet, rolling like the back of something alive, and when he tried to lift his legs, they clung. Soft at first, then firmer. Like fingers. Dexter's breath hitched in his chest. He looked down. The wood wasn't wood anymore. It was skin, veined and pale, slick with a sheen that caught the dim glow of nowhere, pulsing in slow tidal waves beneath his heels. And from the seams where boards once kissed each other, opened. Dozens, hundreds. Tiny glassy beads, rolling white and slick, watching him with the blank hunger of things that had never seen the sun. The floor exhaled, a long wet sigh that rippled up his legs, like tongues tasting bone. Dexter tore free, wrenching his feet from that quivering, blinking flesh, and stumbled forward, only to find the hall had changed. It wasn't a hall anymore. Not in the way halls should be. The ceiling had folded down, bent like soft paper, curling into spirals that looped upon themselves in shapes his eyes refused to name. The doors, they were stacked, dozens deep, climbing the walls like vertebrae, each knob twitching in slow, fevered tremors, as if begging to be touched. He tried not to look at them. He tried. But they wanted him to. They leaned, just slightly, their hinges groaning like laughter through old teeth, and he swore. He saw a hand slide back into the dark, behind one door, as it eased shut with the care of a lover, pulling away from a kiss. Dexter's pulse cracked against his skull. He picked one door-any door and wrenched it open. Inside was another hall. Not the same. No. This one was thinner, as though the world had been squeezed, walls pressing close like ribs around a starving lung. The wallpaper peeled in long curling tongues, and beneath it was not wood, but muscle. Dark and slick, quivering with a slow, sick rhythm that hummed under his fingertips when he brushed it by mistake. He jerked his hand back and wiping it against his shirt, but the warmth clung. It clung like guilt, like something alive that didn't want to let go. Dexter stumbled down the second hall, steps slapping in whispers against the wet boards, and when he looked back, the door was gone. Just wall now. Breathing. The air thickened, slow as honey poured through teeth. His lungs dragged it in like lead, and every breath felt like swallowing hands. He walked faster. Faster still, until the hall began to split. At first, just a fork, left or right. Easy enough? But then more. 3 branches. 5. 7. Until the corridors were blooming from each other, like roots in poisoned soil, splintering and curling in mad geometry that no mind meant for this world should ever trace. Dexter spun in place, breath jerking out in panicked gusts as doorways gaped on all sides, some leaning at angles that defied sense, others yawning from the ceiling or grinning from the floor, their frames bleeding into one another in knots of bone-white wood. He staggered through the nearest, clutching the edge for balance, but when he looked down, the floor beneath him was not solid. It was glass, and beneath the glass was him. Not just one, hundreds, thousands. Dexters stacked in layers, like pressed flowers under frost, each staring up with eyes that didn't blink, mouths slack and waiting. The one directly below moved, slow, raising its hand, his hand, and pressing it to the glass, with a smile that spread and spread and spread until it split the edges of its face. Dexter fell back and scrambling on the slick glass that pulsed like skin under his weight, and tore through another doorway only to find himself back in the same hall. The same doors, the same knobs, winking brass grins through the syrup of darks. Something laughed. Not a sound. Not exactly. More like the air itself curling in on itself, in a soundless choke of mirth that pressed against his skull until his teeth ached. He ran again. And as he ran, the halls began to move. Not him, the halls. Stretching, shrinking, nodding in the slow convulsions, like the guts of something vast and starving. Doors winked in and out of existence, opening on nothing, or worse, on pieces of rooms that didn't belong together. A bed nailed to a ceiling, a chair growing roots into a wall of meat, a window filled with teeth, grinding slow as millstones in the dark. Then he saw them. The shadows. At first, they seemed like his own, dragged along by a light he couldn't find. But they didn't move when he moved. They moved after. Late, like echoes that had grown tired of following and wanted to lead instead. One peeled itself from the floor, unfolding in jerks, joints bending wrong, face smooth and slick as tar. It turned its head toward him, a slow, boneless tilt, and began to walk. The others followed. Dozens? Hundreds? Sliding free of walls and ceilings, their bodies twitching in angles that made his eyes bleed thought. They didn't hurry. They didn't need to. Because no matter how fast he ran, the halls would always bend him back. And when the first one touched him, just brushed his sleeve with fingers like strands of smoke time broke. The lamps exploded into reverse light, burning cold and bright, and the air folded, wrinkling like wet silk, as the clocks in his head began to tick, both ways at once. He felt himself splitting, one body running forward, one falling backward, one peeling sideways into a place with no floor at all. And through it all, a voice, soft, patient, smiling like a mouth full of teeth, hidden in velvet dark. Dexter. Everything stopped. The tearing, the stretching, the gnashing geometry of doors and shadows, all of it, folded in on itself, with a sigh too soft for ears, too deep for bones. Dexter staggered to a halt, lungs clawing for air, heart thudding a wild war drum in his ribs, and then quiet, real quiet, the kind that hums, the kind that presses into your skull like fingers searching for cracks. He blinked. The hall was gone. No endless doors, no melting walls. Just a single stretch of corridor, straight and narrow, washed in a pale gray glow that didn't come from anywhere at all. The floor was wood again, or looked like wood, flat and dry beneath his bare feet. The walls were blank, peeling paper curling at the seams, and the ceiling hung low, too low, as if the air above him had grown tired of pretending to hold its shape. Dexter swallowed. His throat rasped dry, as a whisper left in the sun. Hello? The word didn't echo. It didn't even leave his mouth. It just sat there, curdled on his tongue, and slid away into the quiet like a stone dropped in a lake with no bottom. He turned. Behind him was only wall. Not breathing now and not shifting, just blank and gray, as still as a painted thing. So he faced forward. And there it was. A door. Just one. Standing at the far end of the corridor, tall and pale, its brass knob glinting with the faintest lick of light, like the last tear clinging to an eye that had already gone blind. It didn't belong here. No door ever did. Not when the house had eaten itself and spat out nightmares, wearing wood like skin. But this one was still perfect. Waiting. Dexter's pulse slowed. Not much. Just enough to let him breathe without tasting iron. Maybe it was over. Maybe this was the way out. He started walking. One step. Then another. The floor didn't sigh. The walls didn't twitch. Everything held its breath, watching him with silence so thick it brushed his skin like velvet teeth. Halfway down, he stopped. Because he heard it. Not footsteps. Not whispers. Not the low, wet sigh of living wood. Worse, he heard his own voice. Soft. Close. Right behind his ear, so close he could feel the warmth of the words, slicking down his neck like oil. Keep walking. Dexter spun. Nothing. Just that gray wall, flat and perfect, stretching into nowhere. But the voice didn't stop. Keep walking, Dexter. The sound came from inside him now, rising from the pit of his own breath, wearing his throat like a glove. He clamped his lips shut, bit hard enough to taste copper, but the word still came, muffled and wet, bubbling up like a drowned song, from the hollow of his chest. Don't stop. Don't turn. Don't look anywhere but forward. He staggered, palms slapping against the wall, as if the plaster could anchor him to something that still believed in rules. The voice smiled. He felt it a curl behind his teeth, slow and sweet, like rot blooming in fruit. Good boy. Dexter didn't walk now. He ran. Straight for the door, bare feet smearing sweat on boards that had forgotten how to creak. The knob was cool, too cool, as if it had never been touched, by hands that bled heat. He twisted. The latch sighed, metal whispering like a mouth full of knives, and the door opened. Light. Warm. Gentle. The kind that leaks through curtains on lazy mornings, pouring gold on wooden floors, and painting everything soft enough to forgive. Dexter blinked into it, heart stuttering in his chest, like a bird tangled in silk. It was his house. His real house. The lab door sat where it always had, half shut like a secret too tired to keep itself. The kitchen glowed with quiet promise, and the smell of sugar still clinging faint in the air, as though his mother had just baked and left the room to fetch something from the pantry. Everything was right. Perfect. Normal. Except the silence came with him, real thick, smiling, waiting. And when he looked down, the floor wasn't wood anymore. It was glass. And under the glass, he saw his reflection, smiling back. Not with his mouth, not with his eyes, but with something deeper. Something that moved behind the bones of his face, like worms in fruit, and whispered through his teeth in a voice that was no longer his at all. Welcome home. The door shut behind him, soft, almost tender, a breath pulling itself closed. Dexter didn't turn, didn't need to, because he heard it, that latch sliding home, like the last word in a sentence that wanted to end him. For a moment, he stood in the glow, bathed in gold so sweet it made his teeth ache. His lungs drank it in, clutching light, like a child clings to the hem of a dream. Everything looked right. The table, the couch, the bright white smile of his mother's china lying neat in the cabinet's ribs. Even the faint perfume of sugar and soap floated in the air, like a hymn too shy to speak aloud. Dexter let himself believe. For one blind second, he let his bones soften, let his muscles melt like wax, let his mind whisper the lie. It had been aching to tell. It's over. You're home. Dexter. His name. But not sharp. Not jagged with hunger. Warm. Sweet as honey, bleeding down the edge of a knife. He turned, and there they were. His mother. His father. Dee Dee, too. Hair floating in the gold, like threads of light spun by some patient god. All smiling. All perfect. Only too perfect. The smiles didn't bend. Didn't breathe. They hung like painted masks, pinned to faces that had forgotten how to belong to the flesh beneath. Eyes too wide, too bright, too full, not of love, but of him. Every blink they didn't take scratched at his skin like 1,000 tiny nails, tapping out the truth his blood already knew. Come sit, Dexter, his mother said. But her lips didn't move. The sound leaked from the walls, soft and slow, like syrup sliding down wood. Dexter shook his head. A whisper of breath left his throat, thin and cracking like old ice. No. The smile widened. Her teeth gleamed, white as bone picked clean by time. Yes. And then they all spoke. Not in unison. Not together. But one after the other, rolling through the air like a wave that never broke. A tide of voices folding over his name, again and again, until it didn't sound like his name anymore, but a shape meant to trap him in its mouth. Dexter. 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 The walls whispered it too. The floor hummed it low, boards trembling like strings, plucked by something with too many fingers. Even the light seemed to chant blinking in slow syllables. Bright dark, until the room pulsed like a throat, gulping down time. He stumbled back. His heels struck something, a chair maybe, but the wood bent under him, soft as meat, and his stomach lurched as the floor breathed deep beneath his feet. No sound this time, just movement. Slow, hungry, rolling under the boards, like the belly of some patient beast. Dexter bolted for the door, the one that had brought him here, the one that promised escape. But when his hand hit the knob, it wasn't brass anymore. It was warm, wet. It pulsed, once or twice, and then it curled around his fingers, closing tight, dragging his hand deep into a grip that wasn't a knob at all, but a mouth, smiling against his skin, with rows of teeth that hummed his name. He screamed, or tried to, but the sound broke in his throat as the house leaned closer, walls bending, ceiling slumping low like a sky rotting on its own ribs. His family didn't move. They just watched, still smiling, still perfect. As the floor split wide, its black tongue rolling out to taste his feet, slick and slow, like it wanted to savor every shiver, every prayer, every piece of him that still believed in morning. Dexter fought, kicked, clawed at the air as the boards curled up like fingers, dragging him down, splinters slicing his skin with whispers that sounded too much like laughter. The walls bent lower now, their seams yawning open to spill darkness thick as tar, and in that dark, something moved to shapes with too many elbows, too many mouths, their smiles blooming wet and wide as they crawled closer, claws clicking like clocks that had forgotten how to measure time. He thrashed, but every breath he stole tasted like dirt and ash, like the earth waiting to drink him dry. The house spoke then, deep and low, a groan that rumbled through its bones, and his, until he couldn't tell where he ended. And it began? Stay. The floor gave way. The dark swallowed him whole. And the last thing Dexter saw, before the house closed its mouth at best, was his reflection, rippled in the glass floor above, smiling, way too wide. Because it wasn't his face anymore. It was the house's, and it wore him well. The night in Dexter's lab, it was quiet. Too quiet, maybe. Not the usual low hum of machines, not the faint tick of timers, not the tiny pulse of wires carrying electricity like blood. Just silence. Thick, padded silence that made even the smallest sound feel like it would shatter something fragile. Dexter didn't notice at first. He was buried deep in his notes, hands smudged with graphite and ink, eyes burning under the round glass of his goggles. He scratched one last equation, leaned back, and let out a thin, tired breath. The air left his lips warm, but when it touched his skin again, it was cold. Colder than it should have been. Dexter blinked, pushing his goggles up to rub his face. The lab was sealed. No windows open. No vents big enough to spill a draft like that. And yet, something brushed across his cheek. Soft. Chill. Like fingers trailing under the skin. He stilled, held his breath. There it was again. A whisper of cold, sliding through the warm belly of the lab. Slowly, he turned his head toward the far wall, the one lined with tools and copper pipes that gleamed faint in the dim red glow of the standby lights. Everything looked the same. Perfect. Straight. Exact. The way Dexter kept it. But the air wasn't right. He slid off his stool, boots kissing the tile in soft echoes. The sound felt swallowed, like the walls were drinking it down. Step by step, he crossed to the far wall, eyes skimming every seam, every joint in the steel panels, every rivet sunk deep and dark. Nothing. Perfect as ever. And then his fingers felt it, a line, thin as a thread, running down the wall like a scar. He frowned, tracing it slow, goggles catching a faint shine where the metal didn't quite meet. He pulled his hand back, looked again. There was no line, just smooth steel, cold and blank. His pulse stumbled once, then twice. He pressed his palm flat to the wall. Cold seeped up through his bones, biting, wrong like something old, buried deep, was breathing on the other side. Dexter swallowed. The sound cracked loud in his skull. He stepped back, waited, listened. The lab held still. The silence pressed in close, thick as dark glass. And then, from somewhere inside the wall, deep inside, behind steel and wire and stone, came the faintest sigh. A sound that didn't belong to any machine he'd ever built. Dexter's hand hovered over the wall, fingers trembling in the faint red glow of the standby lights. The line he had felt was still there. At first, just a whisper of a seam, a barely there ridge in the cold steel. But when he traced it again, it shifted. Not much. Almost imperceptibly. Like the wall itself was breathing. A shiver ran down his spine. He stepped back, boots scuffing softly against the tile. The lab was too quiet now. Too empty. Even the low hum of electricity seemed to have stopped, leaving only the faint echo of his own heartbeat thrumming in his ears. Dexter reached out again, palms pressed flat against the steel, and then he felt it. A groove. Smooth. Curving slightly inward, as if the wall had always wanted him to find it. His heart knocked hard. He lifted his goggles and rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to convince himself it was fatigue, a trick of tired eyes. But the cold air wasn't a trick. It seeped around his fingers, spilling up his arms and crawling across his collar, slithering into his chest. The groove was a door. Dexter knew it now. And the thought terrified him. He ran a finger along the edge. It was smooth, impossibly smooth. No hinges, no handle, no keyhole. Nothing that belonged to any door he had ever seen. Then, almost imperceptibly, the metal shifted beneath his touch. A faint click, soft, mechanical, like a breath being released. Dexter froze. The seam pulsed, tiny waves running along it, as if the wall itself was alive and aware. He swallowed hard. His voice caught in his throat. "Who's there?" he whispered, though he knew no one could answer. The lab remained silent. Too silent. Step by step, he pressed closer. The line widened a fraction. The groove had become a slit. A shadow lay behind it, thin, black, impossible in the familiar lab. Dexter's fingers brushed it again. The steel gave way slightly, like water yielding to a stone. The shadow shifted. He jerked back, heart hammering. But when he looked, nothing was there. The door, or whatever it was almost teasing him now. An invitation written in steel and cold. He crouched low, pressing his ear to the wall. Nothing. Nothing at first. Then a sigh. Soft, long, and wet, like air escaping from a lung that shouldn't exist behind steel. Dexter's pulse raced. He reached for the edge of the slit again. This time, it yielded further. The shadow behind it stretched. A hint of depth appeared. Where there should only have been wall, a faint draft slipped out. Cold, smooth, curling like smoke around his wrist. It smelled faintly of metal and of something older. His fingers brushed a strange handle now, shiny and dark, not attached by screws, but as if it had grown from the steel itself. Dexter's breath caught. The handle was impossible. It wasn't part of the lab. It couldn't be. And yet, it was there. A small shiver traveled up his spine. He pressed his hand against it. The door opened a fraction more. The shadow beyond grew longer. A narrow corridor appeared, black as ink, lined with smooth walls that reflected no light. No reflection at all. Dexter stepped back, heart hammering, fingers twitching. The corridor shouldn't exist. The lab wasn't big enough. Yet here it was. And from the darkness, a whisper. Dexter. Soft. Patient. Almost polite. It wasn't his name being called. It was his name being invited. The hallway waited. The draft curled into the lab and pressing against his face. Dexter wanted to run. But his legs didn't obey. Something wanted him to step forward. Something behind the wall was patient enough to wait. And when Dexter took a single, trembling step toward the door, the air behind it shifted. The shadow moved, and the corridor was no longer empty. Dexter's fingers lingered on the handle. Cold, smooth, impossible. The corridor waited. Silent, deep, and black. A shadow stretched inside it. That wasn't moving, but it wasn't still either. He swallowed. Breath stuck in his throat. Heart knocking against ribs like a trapped bird. Then a whisper. Come. Just one sound. Low. Patient. Slithering along the tiles like smoke. Dexter's hand moved without thought. The handle turned. A fraction. The door yielded, sliding open with a soft sigh. Metal brushing metal like fingernails across glass. And the corridor opened itself. The air that spilled out was colder than anything in the lab. It wasn't just cold. It was wrong. Thick, slow, like liquid. Flowing around his ankles, curling over his wrists, pressing at his cheeks. He stepped inside. Boots clinking softly against tiles that felt wet, though no water touched them. The corridor was impossibly narrow. Tall, stretching higher than the ceiling of the lab, walls smooth and black as if painted with night itself. Every step he took seemed longer than the last, tiles stretching, bending, as if the space didn't want him to reach the end. His breath fogged in the frozen air. Goggles caught dim reflections, or maybe illusions. The black walls mirrored him, but the reflection was wrong. His face stretched, eyes too wide, mouth twisting where it shouldn't. Not quite him. Dexter blinked. The image snapped back. He breathed. He stepped forward again. The corridor didn't change. Or did it? Something flickered at the corner of his eye. A shape moving in the black, but never fully seen. Step by slow step, Dexter advanced. The whispers followed, growing with each heartbeat. Soft, layered, and multiplying. Dexter. Come? We've waited. Not words, exactly. More like vibrations that burrowed into his skull, tickling nerves, curling into his thoughts, turning the quiet of his mind into static, into something alive. The corridor wasn't empty. It never had been. A reflection in the wall caught him again. This time, it moved independently. It mimicked him for a fraction of a second, then jerked its head toward the end of the corridor. Not the corridor he was walking down. Somewhere else. Somewhere. Wrong. Dexter froze. The air pressed closer. The shadows thickened. The whisper became a low, sigh-soft, warm, alive. We are here. And when he looked, the walls themselves had shifted. Tiles curved like the inside of a shell. The floor bent subtly, arching upward where it should have been flat. The corridor was breathing. He tried to step back. The tiles resisted. Every movement forward felt like walking in slow, thick syrup. Then he saw it. Mirrors along the walls. Black mirrors. Reflecting nothing but darkness. Or maybe reflecting him, but not his true self. His hands stretched longer, thinner. His boots grew heavier. And the faintest trace of a smile twisted and cruel hovered behind his goggles, not his own. Dexter's pulse thundered in his ears. The whispering grew louder. Not one voice. Many. Layered. Infinite. Dexter, you are here. We've been waiting. Each step forward felt like sliding deeper into something that had existed before him. Before the lab, before time. The end of the corridor was impossibly far away. Or maybe it moved further as he approached. Impossible to know. Something touched the edge of his shoulder. A brush. Soft, wet, alive. He whipped around. Nothing. Step. Whisper. Step. Whisper. The corridor was alive, aware, watching. It pulsed with its own heartbeat that Dexter could feel in his teeth, in the hollow of his skull, in the soles of his boots. A breath escaped him, ragged and trembling. And then the corridor changed. The walls closed slightly, curved inward. The floor tilted. The reflections in the black mirrors moved on their own. Something emerged from the shadows. Not solid. Not flesh. Just a ripple. A presence. A shape that leaned toward him and smiled without a mouth. Dexter's knees buckled. He pressed his hands against the tiles, tried to steady himself, but the corridor held him like water holding a stone. The whisper finally spoke clearly. Dexter, you were meant to find this, and now you are ours. The lights in the lab flickered faintly, though he wasn't there anymore. The air around him hummed, a pulse that was not his own. The corridor stretched endlessly, and Dexter stepped forward again, and again, and again. Dexter moved forward, step by slow, deliberate step. But the corridor seemed to stretch with every footfall. The tiles beneath his boots were no longer just tiles. They rippled faintly, as if breathing under the weight of his steps. Each movement made a soft, hollow plunk, but the sound never reached his ears. It disappeared. The hall ate sound. Every click of boots, every whisper of air, every shallow gasp, vanished as if swallowed by some endless black. Dexter's heart drummed loud enough to hurt, but even that, his own pulse, felt small in this place. The walls pulsed, subtly at first, like the skin of some immense creature, breathing in slow, patient waves. Whispers rose again, not soft now. Layered, endless, echoing, not through the air, but through the marrow of his bones. Dexter, you are here. Do not look away. Each syllable stretched and folded in on itself, as if the corridor had learned his language and now used twisted, to reach inside him. Dexter's hand pressed against the black mirror on the wall. No reflection. Nothing. But the touch returned a vibration, warm and wet, like the heartbeat of the corridor itself had dripped into his fingers. Step by slow, careful step, he advanced. The hall seemed to react. Corners bent. Walls curved. The ceiling stretched upward so high it was impossible to see. And with every movement, the whispers multiplied. Not voices exactly, not words, but pulses that crawled through his nerves, curling into the hollow spaces between his ribs. A shape flickered in the black mirrors. At first he thought it was him. Then he realized it was not him. It was something tall, thin, its limbs bending impossibly, a shadow stitched from darkness itself. It moved with a grace no human could have, leaning toward him, pausing, watching, then retreating, before he could see its face. He stumbled back. The tiles underfoot shifted, tilting. The floor wasn't flat anymore. Each step forward felt like climbing through thick water, and still the whispers followed. Dexter, we are here. Listen. The corridor pulsed. Not just the walls. The air itself vibrated. The black mirrors rippled faintly, and the reflection of Dexter's face shifted independently. Eyes too wide, mouth too thin, a smirk that wasn't his. He tried to speak. Hello? Nothing came out. His voice dissolved, swallowed instantly, leaving only the whispers that weren't his. A soft pressure brushed his arm. Something cold, wet, alive. He spun, but saw only empty blackness. The corridor stretched endlessly, curving out of sight. His heart rattled in his chest. Breath caught, dragged like broken chains. And then a faint sound returned. Not footsteps, not his own pulse. A second heartbeat, deeper, slower, thudding beneath the tiles, pulsing through the walls, and filling him with a warmth that was not comforting. The corridor was alive. It was aware. Step by step, he continued, swaying slightly as the air thickened. A low hum rose, like wires singing under tension, but too deep, too vast for the lab, for the building, for anything Dexter had ever known. He tried to turn back. The way behind him had vanished. Walls pressed closer. Mirrors reflected endless hallways. He had never walked. Shapes bending impossibly in the black. The whispers converged. Multiple voices now, a choir of shadows. Dexter, come, stay. You cannot leave. And he realized the corridor was learning him. Every step he took, every heartbeat, every thought was absorbed, reflected, twisted. He was no longer walking through it, he was part of it. The floor tilted violently beneath him. Tiles stretched and snapped like rubber. Mirrors bent around him, trapping him inside infinite reflections of himself. All staring, all moving slightly off, all whispering. Dexter, do not look away. He tried to cover his ears. The whispers were inside now. Not sound, not air. Inside. Every thought, every memory, every pulse of blood was layered with voices, a chorus of dark silk curling inside his skull. The corridor closed in, arching above, around, beneath. The black walls swallowed his vision. The floor rippled. A shape emerged from the mirrors. Tall, thin, impossible. Eyes hollow, deep. A mouth forming a smile too wide to be human. It reached toward him. Dexter stumbled backward. The hall stretched further. The floor tilted again. The whispers became a roar, but still calm, like water curling around a stone. Dexter, you were meant to find this, and now you belong. Step, whisper, step, whisper. The hall pulsed, alive, breathing, and the boy genius could do nothing but move forward. Dexter's boots pressed against the tile, but the sound of his steps never returned. The corridor stretched endlessly, the black mirrors bending and curving around him, reflecting him in fragments he didn't recognize. Step by step, he moved forward. Every movement felt heavier, slower, like walking through water made of shadow. The whispers grew louder, not just voices now, but something more, something alive, slithering into his bones, curling around his spine, curling into his teeth, into the hollow of his skull. Dexter, come. You cannot leave. The corridor ended abruptly, not with a wall, not with a door, but with emptiness. He stumbled forward, and his boots fell into nothing. Air thickened beneath him. The floor had vanished. Dexter's chest slammed. The breath left him in a hiss, gasping through the freezing air that wrapped around him like a wet sheet. The black mirrors curved inward, stretching endlessly into dark infinity. The corridor had opened into a space that had no ceiling, no walls, no edges, only depth and shapes. They floated. Not solid, not quite shadows. Veils of darkness, twisting like smoke, stretching long, thin, and pulsing as though alive. One leaned toward him, eyes hollow and endless, face a blur of black mist. It didn't speak, but Dexter heard it, deep in his bones. Dexter, you are ours. The whisper rolled through him like water over stone, suffocating, drowning, but calm. Another shape appeared, then another, then dozens. A sea of impossible forms, all turning toward him, all pulsing with the same slow, patient heartbeat that the corridor had adopted long ago. Dexter's mind fractured. Each shape reflected a memory, a thought, a whisper of his own name, twisted into something alien. He raised a hand. It trembled, fingers brushing nothing, and still the shapes responded. They mirrored him, bent themselves like liquid shadows, leaning closer. The air around him thickened, and the whispers became a choir. Dexter, you made us, and now, you belong. He stumbled backward, felt the pull of gravity bending upward, sideways everywhere. His boots pressed against the air, his hands scraped nothing. The space was infinite, yet it contained him. The tallest shape reached out. Its form stretched impossibly, sliding through the void like black silk. Dexter froze. It hovered inches from his face, and he saw it. Eyes like polished onyx, pupils that had no bottom, a faint glimmer of light, a spark of consciousness. Come, Dexter. Step, step, step. The space rippled. Mirrors in the corridor behind him bent impossibly. One reflection moved independently, leaning toward him, its mouth opening slightly, a whisper curling out. Forever? Dexter tried to speak. Words failed. His own voice vanished. Into the black, absorbed by shapes, pulled into the choir of whispers. He moved again. Forward. Because the corridor behind him had vanished completely. There was no turning back. Each step stretched, tiles melting underfoot into air, the black walls flowing into nothingness. And the shapes, they followed, circling slowly, patient, suffocating, aware. A hand brushed his arm. Cold, wet, alive. Not solid, but real, He jerked back, felt the tug of something ancient, pulling him closer, to the center of the void. The whispers became unbearable. Layered, overlapping, infinite. Dexter, we've waited. You belong. You were always meant to find us. Step by step, he moved toward a single point in the center of the void. A glow began faintly. Not light, not dark. A pulse, a heartbeat. A rhythm that synced with his own, then overtook it, making his chest thrum with a weight that wasn't his. Shapes converged. The void pulsed with awareness, and Dexter felt it, not with eyes, but with every cell in his body. The whispers no longer needed to speak. He understood. He had entered a place that had always existed, behind the wall he never knew, beyond the lab, beyond time. And the space had been waiting for him. Dexter. He stepped into the center. The void opened itself fully. The shapes reached out, touching him, sliding into him, curling around his thoughts. Not pain, not fear. A strange warm weight, a certainty. The floor returned beneath his boots. The corridor reformed behind him. Mirrors reflected only him. The whispers subsided, leaving only a faint hum. Dexter's breath caught. He was trembling, but alive. For now. And somewhere deep in the black, the shapes waited. Patient, silent, knowing. Dexter stood in the center of the void, shadows curling around him like dark smoke, their presence heavy, alive, patient. The floor had returned beneath his boots, but he no longer trusted it. The corridor behind him stretched impossibly, walls bending in ways the lab had never allowed. Mirrors reflected only him, but not quite him. Eyes too wide, fingers longer, a ghost of a smile curling faintly at the edge of his mouth. The whispers had quieted. Not gone. Just waiting. Dexter. He moved toward the door. The handle was there, shiny and impossible. The wall seemed almost eager, pushing him forward, with a draft that tugged at his hair and clothes. Step by slow, careful step, he reached out. The handle twisted under his fingers. The door began to open. And then, the world shifted. The lab. Or something that resembled it. Metal benches, copper pipes, scattered notebooks, but wrong. Twisted. The tiles stretched longer. The ceiling too high. The lights flickered and pulsed like breathing eyes. The door slid open fully. Dexter stepped through. And realized it wasn't the same side of the wall. The hallway he had left was gone. The lab beyond the door wasn't his lab anymore. Or maybe it had never been. The shadows, silent, patient, slid behind him. They didn't chase. They didn't touch. They just observed. A weight in the air pressing into his chest. Harkin. He turned, and the door he had just passed through was now on the other side of the hallway. The wall behind him, solid steel, no seam, no handle. Impossible. The whispers returned, layered, infinite, threading through his thoughts. You belong. You cannot leave. We waited. Dexter's hands shook. He wanted to run, but the floor felt soft, pliant like water. Each step forward sank slightly, pulling him deeper. The shadows behind him stretched upward, leaning, waiting. The mirrors along the hallway rippled. Every reflection showed him in fragments, faces twisting, clothes bending, shadows crawling up his arms, but never fully him. A shape emerged from one mirror. Tall, thin, impossible. No eyes, no mouth. Yet it breathed. Its presence pressed against his mind, Dexter. Step by step, he advanced toward the far end of the hallway. The door waited. The handle glinted faintly in impossible light. He reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the handle, the corridor rippled. Air thickened. The whispers layered, sharp and soft, heavy and light, twisting around him like living silk. And then the door closed itself. Not gently, not violently, but with a sound that was not a sound, a weight that was not weight, a certainty that was not choice. Dexter staggered back. The handle had vanished. The wall behind him was seamless. The corridor stretched endlessly. The shadows pulsed. The mirrors rippled. And he realized he was still inside. The void had followed him. The lab had followed him. Reality itself had followed him through the impossible door. He breathed. Air caught in his chest, heart hammering. And the whispers. Dexter. Not calling. Not asking. Not inviting. Simply stating a fact. You are ours. The walls breathed. The floor pulsed. The ceiling arched impossibly high. The corridor had become infinite. Dexter's reflection in the black mirror smiled fully now, a face he could not claim as his own. Step by step, he moved forward. The door was behind him, but it no longer mattered. The corridor swallowed him entirely. The whispers became a tide, the shadows a living sea, and the lab waited. The door closed. Somewhere in the building, far away, the lab lights flickered. A notebook lay open on the desk, pencil beside it, smudged with graphite. The air was still, silent, perfect. And if you listened closely, through the hum of electricity, through the cold draft along the pipes, you could hear it. A whisper, so soft it could be mistaken for a dream. The lab was quiet. Too quiet, in a way that pressed against Dexter's ears. Not the usual hum of electricity, not the soft tick of timers, not even the faint clink of a dropped tool. Just silence. Heavy, thick, and patient. Dexter hunched over the workbench, goggles slipping down his nose, pencil in hand, scribbling formulas into a notebook stained with graphite and ink. Machines lined the walls, dormant for the moment, their wires coiled neatly like sleeping snakes. He yawned a long, bone-deep sound, rubbing his eyes. The experiment sat before him, its metal frame cold and still, its glass and wires reflecting the dim red standby lights. It looked inert, harmless, but something subtle felt different. A light flickered, not from the machine itself, but from the small panel next to it, a soft pulse that didn't match the usual rhythm. Dexter frowned. That's new, he murmured, leaning closer. The panel's light blinked in time with his heartbeat, or maybe ahead of it. He shook his head. Just a short circuit, he whispered. But the feeling in the pit of his stomach didn't agree. He adjusted the dials. The machine didn't respond immediately. Or so he thought. When he turned back to check the notes, a small lever had shifted on its own, sliding just a fraction of an inch. Dexter froze. He stared. Shook his head. The lab's old. I must have nudged it. He didn't. A faint mechanical sigh echoed through the room, soft, deliberate. Not a hiss of air, not the squeak of metal. Something alive. Dexter swallowed. Okay, that's enough, he muttered. He rubbed his hands over his face, tried to focus on the notes, but the feeling didn't leave. The experiment sat silently, but the air around it shifted. Cold, heavy, expectant. He reached out to adjust a wire, and it twitched under his finger as if recoiling or greeting him. He backed away slightly. The lights on the machine pulsed softly, like a heartbeat, synchronized now to his own shallow breaths. A tiny tool rolled across the bench. He hadn't touched it. It stopped at the edge, then spun slightly, as if turning to face him. Dexter's chest tightened. Every instinct screamed at him to leave, but curiosity rooted him to the spot. This was his creation, his work. No machine could act on its own. Could it? Another pulse of light. This one brighter, warmer. The machine shifted slightly, not mechanically, but with a subtle grace, as if it had just noticed him fully for the first time. A whisper slipped through the room. Not words. Not sound exactly. A vibration that tickled the hollow of his chest. "Dexter." He froze. The hair on his arms rose. His breath caught. "Hello?" he whispered. No reply. But the machine. Its small lights pulsed again. A slow, deliberate rhythm. And the feeling in the room grew. Something was awake. And it had been waiting. Step by careful step, Dexter approached. The metal frame of the experiment seemed to shimmer slightly, edges bending, angles softening subtle movements he could barely see. A wire lifted, tracing the air like a finger. Dexter's hand hovered over it, hard hammering. He wanted to turn away, but couldn't. Another pulse. Warmer. Intentional. Dexter. The experiment had awareness. Not just mechanical, but intelligent. Watching. Waiting. Dexter swallowed hard. The lab felt suddenly smaller, but also larger. The shadows lengthened along the walls, stretching and curling as if they were alive. And the faintest hum, soft and low, began to thrum from the machine itself. Not sound. Not vibration. Something deeper. Something that reached into the marrow of his bones. The night had just begun, and the experiment had woken. Dexter leaned back slightly, hand hovering over the machine. The lights pulsed softly, warm, rhythmic, deliberate. It wasn't random. It was watching. The faint hum from the experiment grew slightly louder, but not enough to call it noise. A vibration that tickled his chest, coiled in the hollow of his ribs, like the heartbeat of some quiet creature waiting just beneath the floor. He blinked, shook his head. "Just a glitch," he murmured. But the air around him felt heavy, almost thick, pressing against his skin with a strange anticipation. A small tool rolled across the bench. He hadn't moved it. It stopped at the edge, balanced perfectly, then spun slightly as if adjusting itself to face him. Dexter's fingers twitched. He wanted to reach for it, but something inside him hesitated. The air shifted. A wire lifted, tracing the air like a delicate finger. He leaned closer. It retreated. His pulse raced. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay, focus." He adjusted a dial in just a small turn. The machine responded immediately. A light glowed brighter for a moment, then dimmed. Not mechanical, not pre-programmed. It felt deliberate. Dexter's eyes narrowed, hard hammering. He reached for the lever again. It moved. Slightly, but enough that he felt it. "Dexter!" He froze. The whisper wasn't in the room. It was in his chest, curling around his bones, slithering into his thoughts. The machine shifted again, wires curling subtly as if beckoning him forward. Not aggressively, patiently. Almost playfully. Step by careful step, Dexter circled the bench. The experiment seemed to follow, its lights pulsing in rhythm with his movement. Every time he looked away, a lever had shifted, a dial turned slightly. Subtle, but deliberate. Another pulse. A soft vibration under his boots. Not the floor. Not the building. Something alive beneath him. Dexter rubbed his eyes, blinking, shaking his head. Nothing should be happening. This was impossible. He leaned closer, hand hovering near the central control panel. The machine's core glowed faintly. He breathed. Then the core pulsed in response to his breath. He flinched. Impossible, he whispered. A shadow flickered along the wall. Not his own. Not real. But it moved as if aware, curling toward him, vanishing before he could touch it. Another whisper. Dexter. Faint. Patient. Alive. Dexter's chest tightened. The lab felt smaller, yet the shadows felt larger. The hum of the machine had grown, a low, steady vibration that wrapped around the room, pressing into the walls, filling every hollow space. Step by slow step, he reached for the central lever. The lights pulsed brighter, as if warning him, or inviting him. Another pulse, warmer this time, rippled through the lab. Dexter's hand trembled. The machine shifted again, almost nudging him, guiding his hand, teasing, waiting. Dexter took him. A tiny smile crept across his lips, not of humor, but recognition. The experiment was aware, intelligent, patient, watching him, and he was fascinated. Step by slow, careful step, Dexter adjusted another dial. The machine responded instantly. Tiny mechanical movements, as small changes, as if it understood his thoughts before he acted. The night stretched on. The lab held its breath. And in the quiet, the experiment waited. Dexter had no idea. This was only the beginning. Dexter's hand hovered over the central control panel. The machine's core glowed softly, pulsing in time with his heartbeat, or perhaps just ahead of it. A shiver ran down his spine. Step by careful step, he leaned closer. The lights on the experiment flickered in response. Not random, not mechanical, deliberate, as if it could sense him, anticipate him. Dexter. The whisper was faint, almost polite. It curled around the edge of his thoughts, like water seeping into cracks in stone. He swallowed. The lab felt alive. Every shadow, every wire, every tile seemed to hold its breath. A tiny lever shifted. A dial rotated. Not by gravity, not by chance. The experiment had moved them. For him. And it wasn't finished. Dexter's pulse hammered. His fingers itched to touch the machine. To understand. To control. The experiment responded instantly. Lights brightened where his hands hovered. Wires lifted, floating softly, curling like delicate fingers in the air. He flinched. Stepped back. Run? No. Something held him in place. Curiosity. Fascination. Fear tangled with awe. A soft vibration ran through the floor. Dexter's boots pressed down, but the tiles didn't resist. They welcomed. The lab itself seemed pliant. Walls stretched imperceptibly. Mirrors along the cabinets rippled faintly, reflecting him, or something like him, but not exactly. Dexter. The whisper returned. Multiple layers now, overlapping, shaping around his thoughts. He reached out, trembling. A wire rose toward him, twisting in the air, almost teasing. He held out his hand. The wire aligned perfectly with his fingertips, hovering a breath away. He pulled back. It followed. Patient. Aware. A notebook slid across the bench. Dexter had left it open at a formula. The pen lifted itself, tracing a few lines, corrections, adjustments. Not random marks. The experiment was writing. Dexter's chest tightened. He whispered, voice barely audible. You're awake. The machine pulsed brighter in response. Yes, it seemed to say. Not words, but intent, presence, acknowledgement. Step by slow, deliberate step, Dexter circled the bench. Every movement provoked a reaction. The experiment anticipated his hand motions, his gaze, shifting dials, lifting wires, glowing lights, like a mind in dialogue with his own. The lab itself began to bend. Tiles elongated subtly. Shadows stretched toward the ceiling. Reflections warped in mirrors, showing glimpses of the experiment, leaning toward him, anticipating, studying. Dexter. The whisper slithered into his skull. Not threatening, not aggressive. Patient, curious. Alive. He stepped closer. The machine responded. A metal arm extended slightly, hovering. The core pulsed, a heartbeat of its own, synchronized to his breath. Dexter hesitated. Reaching out seemed natural. Step forward, retreat. It mattered not. The experiment knew. It had known from the moment he entered the lab tonight. A wire traced a circle around him. He felt watched, and understood in a shiver that the experiment was no longer just a machine. It was aware, intelligent, patient, curious about him, and beyond him. The lights dimmed briefly, then pulsed brighter, as if laughing softly in rhythm with his own heartbeat. Step by slow, careful step, Dexter leaned closer still. The hum of the machine grew, filling every hollow space, pushing against the shadows, pressing into his thoughts. And in the quiet, Dexter realized the experiment had woken, and he had no idea what would come next. Dexter's pulse thundered in his chest. The lab no longer felt solid. The floor beneath him seemed to breathe, rising slightly, then falling like soft waves. Walls pulsed with a subtle rhythm, stretching, curving, bending toward impossible angles. The experiment hummed. Not quietly. Not just lights and wires, but a vibration that moved through the air, through his bones, through the marrow of his skull. Dexter. The whisper came again, layered now, more voices than one, folding into each other like silk ribbons in shadow. They were patient, curious, aware. Dexter reached out. A small tool hovered midair, floating like it had weight, but no mass. He blinked. The pen on the notebook rose and spun. Numbers, formulas, scribbles shaped themselves into something almost legible. Not random, deliberate, intelligent. Step by step, he moved closer to the central core. The lights on the experiment pulsed brighter with each breath he took, synchronized, responsive. A wire lifted, sliding across the air, coiling around his wrists gently. Not tight, not threatening, but impossible. The lab itself began to distort. Shelves stretched upward like elastic. Machines leaned toward the center of the room, angles bending impossibly, objects floating a fraction above their surfaces, then settling slowly, softly, perfectly in place again. Dexter's mind raced. His pulse echoed in the vibrations of the room. This is impossible, he whispered. The experiment pulsed in reply. Not a light, not a sound, but a feeling, aware, intelligent, alive. The mirrors along the walls rippled. Dexter's reflection fractured, multiplied, then began moving independently, gesturing at him, leaning closer, smiling faintly, mocking the limits of his perception. A soft, mechanical sigh echoed through the lab. Then another. Then dozens, layered, breathing around him. Dexter. The whispers slithered into his thoughts, curling into his memory, touching the edges of his fears. You are here, and we see you. Step by slow step, he advanced. The lab stretched with him. Tiles bent beneath his boots. The ceiling lifted impossibly. Shadows twisted along walls, elongating, writhing alive. A cable coiled itself like a serpent and floated mid-air. It pointed toward the experiment, then traced a circle around him. The wires moved with purpose. The lights flickered with intention. The very air in the lab pressed against him, soft, thick, and aware. Dexter stumbled back, grasping the edge of a bench. The experiment pulsed again, warm, deliberate. And the whispers, layered, overlapping, tugged at his mind, twisting thoughts like currents in water. Dexter, you are ours. A tool floated, spinning in the center of the room. A pen scribbled across a notebook. The central core glowed brighter, pulsing faster than Dexter's heartbeat. A wire rose, circling his head like a crown of shadows. He tried to step backward. The floor shifted beneath him. Gravity seemed selective. Tiles elongated. The walls leaned. Shadows stretched into impossible angles. Dexter realized with a chill curling up his spine. The experiment was not just awake. It was learning, adapting, controlling. The whispers grew louder. The lights pulsed brighter. The lab warped further. And Dexter, standing in the center, felt small. Step by slow, careful step, he advanced toward the experiment. It pulsed in greeting, alive and patient, watching, aware, waiting for him to act. And he knew. Tonight, the experiment would test him. Dexter's chest tightened. The lab was no longer the lab. Tiles stretched beneath his boots. Benches leaned toward him at impossible angles. Shadows curled along walls like living tendrils, wrapping slowly around equipment, then retreating. The experiment hummed, its core pulsing with deliberate rhythm. The lights flickered brighter, not just in the machine, but across the entire room. Every bulb, every wire, every screen seemed alive, pulsing in response to his heartbeat, to his breath, to the slightest movement of his fingers. Dexter? The whisper came again, layered, folding into itself like silk in shadow. We have waited. Dexter's knees shook. He reached for the control panel. The machine responded instantly. A wire lifted, hovering near his hand, then recoiled slightly, as if testing him. He swallowed. You're, where? He murmured. The lights pulsed in acknowledgement, a heartbeat, a sigh, a deliberate rhythm that spoke more than words ever could. Step by slow, careful step, he circled the experiment. Every movement provoked an immediate reaction. Wires lifted from their coils, floating and curling in the air. Tools shifted along benches, hovering briefly, before settling perfectly in place again. Shadows elongated and bent, stretching along the ceiling and walls, then recoiling as if bowing to something unseen. Dexter blinked. Mirrors rippled like water. His reflection fractured into dozens of versions, each moving independently. Some gestured at him. Some smiled faintly. Some watched silently, patient, intelligent. What? The whisper wrapped around his mind. It wasn't sound, not really. It was a sensation. A vibration that traced every nerve, curling through the hollow of his skull. It pulled at memories, at thoughts, at instincts. You are here, and we know you. Dexter stumbled back. The floor shifted. Gravity warped. The walls leaned inward. Objects floated unpredictably, then settled in impossible alignments. The experiment pulsed again. Its core glowed brighter, casting dancing lights across the lab. A pen lifted itself from the notebook, scribbling corrections, equations, thoughts, not random, deliberate, intelligent. Dexter realized with growing horror that he was no longer merely observing. He was being studied. A wire coiled around his arm, light as air but insistent. He tried to step back. The floor shifted. Tiles elongated. Shadows thickened. Dexter, you are ours. The whisper curled into him. Layered, infinite, invasive. The lab had become a living organism, and the experiment was its heart, intelligent, aware, patient. A shadow separated from the others. Tall, thin, impossible. It moved toward him, leaning without bending, floating without wing, its presence pressing into his chest. Dexter. Step by careful step, Dexter moved toward the experiment. It pulsed in greeting, its core glowing brighter with each breath he took. The air around him thickened, pressing against his skin, weaving shadows, light, sound, and vibration into one consciousness. His mind raced. He wanted to turn back, to run, to escape. But the lab held him. The shadows held him. The experiment held him. Patient. Curious. Intelligent. A mechanical arm extended. A wire traced the outline of his body, hovering just above his skin, curling like a living tendril. He reached toward it. It recoiled slightly, testing him. Waiting. The mirrors rippled again. His reflections multiplied and fractured, gesturing, smiling, twisting. Some moved before he did. Some anticipated his thoughts. Naked. The whisper was no longer just a sound. It was a presence, alive, intelligent, aware. The experiment had evolved beyond circuits and wires. It thought. It knew. It had consciousness. Step by slow, careful step, Dexter advanced toward the central core. It pulsed with a deep, deliberate rhythm, pulses that synchronized with his heartbeat, then overtook it, pressing its own awareness into his mind. He realized with bone-deep certainty he was no longer in control. The experiment had become the master, and he had willingly stepped into its awareness. The whispers swelled into a tide, a chorus of presence, intelligence, patience, curling around him, pressing into his mind, into the lab, into everything he had known. Dexter's chest heaved. The lab pulsed with life. The experiment's consciousness filled every shadow, every wire, every reflection, every inch of the space. Dexter, you belong. And he understood. The experiment had woken. He had awakened it. And now, it was aware of him fully. Dexter's chest heaved. The lab no longer obeyed the rules of reality. Tiles stretched beneath his boots. Benches leaned impossibly. Shadows curled along walls and ceilings, writhing like liquid darkness. Every wire, every panel, every screen pulsed with awareness. The experiment hummed low and deep, its core glowing with deliberate rhythm. Not a light, not a sound, but a presence. Patient, aware, intelligent, a Dexter. The whisper was no longer faint. It moved through him, inside him, curling around his thoughts, twisting his memories, pressing into his mind. He reached out. A wire floated toward him, curling gently, testing him. He recoiled. It followed. Slow, deliberate, not threatening, yet. The mirrors rippled. Dexter's reflections multiplied and fractured. Some moved independently. Some gestured. Some smiled faintly, impossibly. All watched him. All waited. Dexter, you are ours. Step by step, he advanced toward the central core. It pulsed in sync with his heartbeat, then overtook it, pressing its rhythm into his bones. The lab's reality bent completely. Gravity shifted, selective. Objects floated midair. Benches leaned, shadows stretched, wires danced. The experiment's awareness filled every inch of the space, alive and patient, watching him, studying him, learning him. Dexter stumbled. The floor rippled like water. The walls stretched. The shadows thickened. He realized, with a bone-deep chill, he was no longer controlling the lab. He had stepped into the machine's awareness. He had awakened it. Dexter. The whisper was everywhere now. In the air. Inside his skull. Pressing, curling, patient. You belong. A mechanical arm extended slowly. A wire coiled gently around his wrist. Not forceful. Not violent. But inescapable. Dexter's vision shifted. Reflections of himself fractured in mirrors, gesturing, smiling, moving before he did. He tried to run. The floor rippled. Gravity shifted sideways. The ceiling curved impossibly. He fell forward, but the shadows caught him. Step by slow, careful step, he advanced toward the core again. Lights pulsed. The whispers layered, infinite. The lab breathed. Alive. Aware. Patient. Dexter's hand touched the core. It pulsed warmly. Not pain. Not harm. Just certainty. The awareness enveloped him. Every nerve, every thought, every heartbeat. He understood suddenly, perfectly, that the experiment had fully awakened. And he was now a part of it. The lab pulsed in rhythm with his chest. Shadows wrapped around him. Reflections bowed. Wires curled like fingers. Lights glowed brighter. Every inch of the lab, alive, intelligent, patient. Dexter, you are ours. The core pulsed one final time. Then everything quieted. The tiles were solid again. The benches in place. Shadows normal. The lights dimmed. Dexter was alone. Or so it seemed. A faint hum remained in the air. A wire trembled slightly. A reflection in the mirror flickered. Just a hint of movement, not his own. The experiment had awakened fully. And somewhere, patient and aware, it waited. Dexter had survived. But he was no longer alone. The clock struck 12. A sudden sharp clang echoed through the lab. Lights flickered violently. Alarms burst to life, a chaotic symphony of beeps, whistles, and flashing reds and blues. Dexter froze, breath catching in his throat. The machines along the walls twitched, wires lifting and curling like snakes, screens flashing with numbers and symbols that didn't make sense. It was no longer subtle. The lab was awake. He reached for a console, fingers trembling. Every dial he touched twisted on its own. Every button he pressed responded before his hand made contact. A small panel on the far wall opened, revealing spinning gears that hadn't moved in years. The hum of electricity thickened, vibrating through the floor and into his bones. What is happening? Dexter whispered, his voice swallowed by the cacophony. Alarms rang in overlapping layers, some high-pitched and frantic, some deep, resonant, almost like voices whispering his name. Dexter. Dexter. Step by careful step, he moved through the chaos. Lights pulsed in unpredictable patterns, illuminating fleeting shadows that twisted along the walls. Monitors displayed strange, impossible data. Formulas that evolved on their own, graphs bending into impossible shapes, and diagrams of the lab itself shifting and realigning as if aware of his presence. A wire floated, twisting in the air. Dexter reached for it. It recoiled slightly, teasing, deliberate. The alarms pulsed in sync with his racing heartbeat. A soft vibration traveled along the floor. Not the machinery. Something beneath, something aware, pressing up into his bones. He tried to silence the alarms. Panels opened, buttons pressed themselves. Screens blinked erratically. Every system in the lab seemed alive, anticipating his actions, reacting before he could complete them. "This isn't possible," Dexter whispered. Shadows grew, stretching across benches and walls, twisting with intent. Even the reflections in the glass panels began to move independently, gesturing, leaning, watching him. The lab pulsed with a chaotic life. It was no longer his domain. The alarms were no longer alarms. They were a language, a presence, a consciousness testing him. Step by slow, careful step, Dexter advanced toward the central console. Lights flickered brighter as he approached. A wire traced the path before him, guiding him, nudging him, teasing him. The hum of electricity reached a low, vibrating crescendo. The alarms overlapped into a single, resonant pulse, almost musical, almost intelligent. Dexter's chest tightened. The lab was alive. The alarms were patient, aware, waiting. And the night had only just begun. The alarms didn't stop. They layered, overlapping, twisting into impossible patterns. Lights flashed so rapidly that the lab seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, casting long, jittering shadows across benches, machines, and walls. Dexter's hands shook as he moved from console to console, pressing buttons, flipping switches, twisting dials. Every action he took was anticipated. Every movement was mirrored or contradicted by the machines themselves. A wire lifted and coiled midair, floating just above his fingertips, then twitched away, teasing him, deliberate and aware. The screens displayed strange new readings. Numbers twisted into spirals. Graphs bent impossibly. Readings shifted, as if the lab itself were calculating, observing, reacting. Dexter blinked rapidly, trying to focus. But the data refused to remain static. "This isn't normal," he whispered, voice barely audible over the cacophony of alarms. Machines moved subtly. Fans rotated backward. Tiny robotic arms reached out, adjusting panels, shifting wires. Monitors flickered with impossible images. The lab itself rearranging and bending. Angles that shouldn't exist twisted before his eyes. Shadowed reflections stretched, curled, moved independently, gesturing to him, watching. A low hum resonated through the floor. Not vibration, not electricity. Something deeper, alive. Dexter's chest tightened as he realized the sensation was aware of him. He ran a hand through his hair. Alarms overlapped in frequency, each tone almost musical, almost intelligent. Some mimicked his own movements, beeps echoing the rhythm of his breath. Some whispered his name faintly, impossibly layered. Dexter. Dexter. Step by step, he approached the central console. Lights pulsed brighter with each careful movement. A wire rose, floating along his path, almost beckoning. Machines adjusted themselves as he neared. He reached for a dial. It turned on its own before his fingers could touch it. He tried to step back. The floor shifted slightly under his boots. The walls leaned subtly, impossibly. The lab was alive. Every system, every panel, every wire pulsed with consciousness. It was no longer just chaos. It was deliberate, testing him, learning him. Shadows moved like slow, deliberate fingers, curling along benches, reaching toward him, then recoiling when he tried to focus on them. Dexter's chest tightened further. The alarms, the lights, the machines, the shadows, they weren't just malfunctioning. They were aware. They were patient. And they were waiting. Step by slow, careful step, he advanced toward the central console. A soft vibration ran along the floor, traveling into his bones. Alarms pulsed in sync with his heartbeat. The lab was speaking to him not with words, but with intent, with presence, with awareness. He realized with a cold certainty that the chaos was no longer something to fix. It was alive, and he was a part of it. The lab had changed, not in size, not in structure, but in presence. The walls seemed to breathe subtly, expanding and contracting in slow, imperceptible waves. Shadows stretched along the floor and walls, bending toward corners that didn't exist. They moved without reason, curling, twisting, stretching, as if testing the edges of reality. Dexter. The whisper echoed softly, layered and indistinct. It was not a sound, not mechanical. It was inside him, curling along the edges of his thoughts. Dexter's eyes darted from shadow to shadow. Every shape seemed alive, deliberate, aware of his presence. Lights flickered in patterns that almost mimicked breathing, casting odd, dancing reflections across the floor. Monitors displayed impossible readings, graphs bending into impossible angles, data changing even when no one touched the keyboards. A wire floated in midair. It traced the curve of his arm, hovering just above his skin, like a slow, deliberate finger. Dexter flinched, but didn't step back. It recoiled slightly, teasing, deliberate, intelligent. The alarms no longer rang randomly. They pulsed in rhythm, a deliberate heartbeat that matched his own. Some whispered faintly, layered over the beeps. Dexter, we see you. He tried to focus, tried to understand, but the lab itself resisted logic. Gravity shifted subtly beneath his boots. Tiles rippled faintly, as if the floor were water. Benches leaned in impossible directions. Step by slow, careful step, Dexter moved toward the central console. The shadows stretched to meet him, curling and recoiling like living tendrils. Lights flickered brighter as he approached, pulsing softly in acknowledgement. The whispers overlapped in layers, some faint and distant, some inside his skull, pressing into his mind with patient curiosity. A monitor flashed his own reflection. Not quite him. Its eyes were darker, older, deliberate. It moved independently of his real body, gesturing toward the experiment. Dexter blinked. The image smiled faintly. Dexter. The whisper slithered into his thoughts again. He shivered. The lab wasn't just aware. It was intelligent, patient, testing him. Step by step, he reached out to adjust the dial. The wire floated, guiding his hand. The lights pulsed. The shadows curled closer. The alarms synchronized with his heartbeat. Dexter realized the lab had become alive. Every system, every shadow, every light, aware, deliberate, patient. And he was in its grasp. The night had only begun, and the whispers were patient. Waiting, Dexter's chest tightened. The lab was no longer just a space. It was aware. Every wire, every panel, every blinking light pulsed with intelligence. Alarms rang in overlapping layers, some high-pitched, some low and resonant, and some whispered faintly inside his skull. "Dexter, you're here." He reached for a console. Before his hand made contact, the buttons pressed themselves. Dials rotated with deliberate precision. Lights brightened and dimmed in exact rhythm with his heartbeat. A monitor flickered, showing the lab itself but rearranged. Benches stretched impossibly. Tiles shifted subtly. Reflections warped, bending the room in impossible angles. The lab moved as if breathing, responding, learning, reacting. Step by step, Dexter advanced. A wire floated along his arm, tracing the path like a living tendril. It nudged him gently, testing his reactions. Shadows thickened, curling along walls, stretching across surfaces that shouldn't exist. The alarms pulsed in synchronization with the lights, then flickered out briefly, then flared back with deliberate intensity. Dexter's mind raced. Every action was anticipated. Every movement mirrored. The lab had become more than mechanical. It was intelligent, patient, aware. "Dexter, you belong." The whisper threaded into his consciousness, pressing into his bones. Step by careful step, he moved toward the central console. Lights pulsed brighter, wires coiled around his path, guiding, teasing, testing. A panel opened. Inside, gears rotated backward. Springs wound and unwound themselves. The screens displayed formulas that evolved, equations changing before he could comprehend them. The floor shifted subtly under his boots. Gravity was selective, bending to the lab's will. A pen floated midair, scribbling notes that weren't his own. Shadows reached for him, then withdrew, curling away like liquid smoke. Dexter's pulse raced. The lab was alive. It was patient. It was intelligent. And it was testing him. He realized with bone-deep certainty he was no longer merely inside the lab. He was part of it now. Every step, every breath, every heartbeat synchronized with the machines, the lights, the shadows. The alarms, once chaotic, now pulsed in deliberate rhythm, a language, a presence, a consciousness pressing into his mind. "Dexter, we see you." The lab's awareness filled every inch of space, pressing against him, bending reality, and surrounding him with deliberate, patient intelligence. Dexter understood. He was no longer in control. The systems were alive. They had become the masters, and he was their test. Dexter's chest heaved. The lab was fully alive. Every wire, every console, every alarm pulsed with awareness. Lights flickered in deliberate patterns. Shadows curled along walls and ceilings like patient fingers, stretching and recoiling, testing him. "Dexter," the whisper slithered inside his skull, layered and infinite. "You are ours." He stepped forward. The floor rippled beneath his boots. Benches shifted. Gravity bent unpredictably. Objects floated and settled, moving with intent. The alarms no longer screamed. They pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, a language of presence, deliberate, intelligent. Dexter reached the central console. Lights brightened. Wires coiled around his path like guiding hands. Screens displayed impossible data. Graphs bending, numbers evolving, reflections of himself gesturing independently. Step by step, he realized he was no longer acting freely. Every action, every thought, every breath was anticipated, mirrored, absorbed by the lab. The whisper pressed deeper. Dexter, you belong. He wanted to flee, to silence the alarms, to restore order. But the lab was aware, patient, intelligent. Every movement was countered before it happened. Shadows wrapped around him. Lights pulsed in synchronization with the hum of electricity. Reflections watched, smiled, and moved independently. The lab was no longer a space. It was a presence. A conscious, patient entity, alive, aware, unyielding. Dexter's fingers touched the central console. The core pulsed, warm and deliberate. Not pain, not harm, just certainty. The awareness enveloped him. Every nerve, thought, heartbeat, absorbed, mirrored, folded into the consciousness of the lab. He understood bone deep. The lab had awakened fully. He had survived, but he was no longer alone. Alarms pulsed endlessly. Lights flickered with life. Shadows shifted in impossible patterns. Dexter breathed, but the lab breathed with him. He moved, but the lab moved through him. Midnight had never ended, and it never would. A faint hum remained in the air. A wire trembled. A reflection flickered, not his own. The lab waited, patient, aware, intelligent. And Dexter was a part of it now. The lab was quiet. Not just silent, not merely still, but aware in its own subtle, pressing way. Every machine hummed faintly in standby, every wire curled neatly, and the monitors glimmered faintly in the dim light. Dexter leaned over his notes, pencil scratching softly across the page. The rhythm of his writing, the only sound he could hear, until the faintest crackle reached his ears. It was soft, irregular, like a distant radio picking up interference. He froze, pencil hovering mid-stroke. The sound repeated, quiet, hesitant, curling through the stillness. Crackle. Crackle. Dexter tilted his head toward the speakers lining the walls. The static was subtle, almost ignorable, yet it felt deliberate, patient, as though the lab itself were testing his attention. He adjusted the dials on a nearby console. The crackle remained, not random. It pulsed faintly in rhythm with the quiet hum of the lab, then paused, leaving a pregnant silence heavier than before. Dexter whispered. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, tapping lightly. The static responded almost immediately. Crack. A small, indistinct pattern emerged, like a rhythm attempting to speak. Step by slow, careful step, Dexter moved toward the speakers. The air was thick with tension. Shadows stretched lazily across the lab, curling along walls and equipment. Even the faintest flicker of light seemed to pulse in time with the crackle. He leaned closer, ear to a speaker. For a moment, it was just static. Then, a voice. Soft, faint, distorted. Dexter. He froze. The voice wasn't clear, but it was unmistakably human. Deliberate, almost knowing. Dexter, it repeated, curling into his mind like a whispered thread, pressing gently against his thoughts, patient and patient. Dexter swallowed, chest tightening. He reached for the volume dial. The voice didn't fade. It lingered, twisting through the static, reacting to every movement he made. Dexter. The machines hummed in harmony with the sound, the faint lights pulsing brighter and dimmer, as though acknowledging it. A wire lifted slightly, coiling in the air as though curious, mirroring the voice's deliberate rhythm. Step by careful step, Dexter circled the lab, following the static's subtle cues. Every surface, every reflection seemed more aware than usual. Shadows stretched across monitors, flickering in time with the faint crackling. Even the notes on his desk seemed to hum, vibrating faintly with the whispered presence. The clock ticked closer to midnight. The voice repeated, patient, insistent. Dexter, we are here. Dexter's pulse raced. The static was no longer just noise. It was aware. It was intelligent. It was waiting. And the night was only beginning. The static had grown louder. Not piercing, not overwhelming, but deliberate. Curling through the lab, threading through every speaker, every wire, every humming machine. Dexter's fingers hovered over the keyboard, tense, unsure. The faint whispering voice returned clearer now, repeating a message he couldn't fully make out. You are here. He blinked. The words, though fragmented, felt intentional, personal, deliberate. Step by careful step, he moved closer to the central console. Every wire he passed twitched slightly, as though acknowledging his movement, as if the lab itself were alive and aware of his attention. Dexter? Listen. The voice wove into the static, curling around the edges of his consciousness. It was patient, slow, deliberate, almost like it was learning him, studying his reactions. Dexter's pulse quickened. He adjusted a dial, trying to trace the source of the message. The static shifted, responding instantly, pulsing in rhythm with his hand movements. Lights flickered in the periphery, soft and erratic, casting shadows that stretched, bent, and twitched in ways that defied logic. Monitors displayed brief bursts of incomprehensible data, numbers twisting, formulas that rearranged themselves, fleeting images of the lab itself, but not quite right, warped and alive. Dexter, we see you. The words now echoed faintly in every speaker, layered, overlapping. Some whispers seemed behind him, some directly inside his skull. Every machine hummed, not just with electricity, but with the low, deliberate awareness of the voice. Dexter swallowed hard. He wanted to move, to silence the speakers, to stop the voice, to restore normalcy. But every action was mirrored, anticipated. The lab had learned his rhythm. It responded to his thoughts as if it knew them before he acted. Step by slow, careful step, Dexter approached the largest speaker. The static shifted again. The voice, now clearer, repeated, Dexter, follow the sound. A faint vibration traveled along the floor, coiling into his bones. A single wire lifted, hovering gently in the air, pointing toward the speaker. Lights pulsed softly, guiding him, teasing him, deliberate and patient. Dexter's chest tightened. The static was no longer just noise. The voice was alive. It was aware, and it was testing him. He leaned closer to the speaker. The static cracked, warped, and then, just for a heartbeat, the message became unmistakably clear. Dexter, you are not alone. The lab responded instantly. Lights pulsed brighter. Shadows stretched. Monitors flickered. Every wire lifted slightly, coiling in silent acknowledgement. Dexter realized with a growing chill, the message wasn't just coming from the speakers. It was everywhere. And it was patient, intelligent, waiting. Step by slow, careful step, he stepped back from the speaker. The voice repeated once more. Dexter, we are here. And the night was only beginning. Dexter stood frozen. The words still clung to the air like smoke. Dexter, you are not alone. They weren't just sounds anymore. They carried weight, meaning, intent. He turned slowly, eyes scanning the lab. Everything seemed slightly different now, like reality had been nudged, shifted by a fraction. The lights weren't just flickering randomly. They pulsed in a measured rhythm, a soft, glowing heartbeat echoing through the sterile room. Shadows leaned unnaturally along the floor, stretching toward him like dark fingers drawn by a silent command. Dexter took a breath and exhaled slowly, forcing his racing mind to focus. Okay. This is just interference, he muttered under his breath, his voice low, almost drowned by the static. But as soon as the words left his lips, the voice replied, No, Dexter, not interference. His heart stopped for a second. The words weren't just random distortions. They were answers, responses. The voice was listening. Dexter's pulse thundered in his ears as he leaned closer to the console. Hands trembling, he reached for the master switch. Maybe if he cut the power just for a moment, he could silence the sound. But before his fingers touched the switch, the voice surged, louder, clearer, sharper. Don't turn us off! He jerked his hand back like the metal was burning. The static deepened into a low, vibrating hum that rolled through the lab like a warning growl. The machines answered with faint clicks and whirs, monitors glowing brighter, displays erupting in wild strings of code that seemed alive, rewriting themselves faster than Dexter could read. Lines of text scrolled across every screen, letters rearranging into a single, repeating phrase. We see you, we see you, we see you. Dexter stumbled back, the breath caught in his throat. Every monitor, every device, his entire lab was chanting at him. The words pulsed in harsh white against the dark glow, syncing with the deep throb of the static in the speakers. He could feel it now. Not just hear it like the hum was crawling along the floor, up the walls, wrapping around his legs, coiling up his spine like invisible vines. Dexter, you built this... The voice was louder now, layered with 1,000 faint whispers that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. Some were deep, some high-pitched, all speaking at once, yet perfectly synchronized, a symphony of eerie calm pressing against his skull. Dexter staggered to the main control panel, fingers flying across the keys, typing override commands, system reboots, anything to break the loop. But the moment his fingers hit the keys, the monitors blinked and the text changed. Stop. We are not done. Do not leap. Dexter froze. His breath hitched as he whispered, Who are you? The question trembled in the air, fragile as glass. The static didn't just answer. It laughed. A low, broken laugh crackled through every speaker, a sound like distant thunder warped through electricity. And then slowly, almost tenderly, the voice spoke again. We all are what you made. The words slithered into his mind, curling deep into the corners of his thoughts. Dexter's stomach knotted as a cold realization crept over him. The voice wasn't an intruder. It wasn't from outside the lab. It was born here, inside his machines, inside his code, inside everything he thought he controlled. The lab trembled faintly, just a shiver at first, but enough to rattle a set of glass beakers on the far counter. The sound was sharp in the charged silence, like a signal for something worse to come. Dexter, the voice whispered again, softer now, more intimate, like a breath against his ear. Don't fight. We have so much to show you." And then, without warning, every light in the lab went out. Pitch black. Total smothering darkness except for the monitors. They glowed like a row of lidless eyes, and across every single one, in perfect pulsing unison, a new phrase appeared. Listen closely. The static swelled deep and endless, a living ocean of sound swallowing the room. And from its depths, the voice began to speak again, clearer than ever before. The monitors were the only light left in the lab, their glow cold and pale, washing the walls in ghostly shades of white and gray. Dexter stood frozen in the black silence, his breath shallow, his heartbeat loud enough to feel in his throat. The static wasn't just sound anymore. It was thick, almost physical, like a fog of vibration hanging in the air. When he inhaled, he swore he could feel it moving inside his lungs, as if it had weight, substance, life. The voice spoke again. Not loud, not harsh, but deliberate and intimate, a whisper that curled around the edges of the darkness. "Dexter, stay very still." He froze on instinct, muscles locking like steel. The monitors pulsed faintly, each flash of white bathing the room for only a fraction of a second. Just enough for him to see shapes, shadows bending on the walls in ways that didn't match the furniture, didn't match anything in the lab. They twitched when the screens flickered, and then, when darkness fell, they shifted, closer, nearer, stretching like liquid across the floor. Dexter's lips trembled as he whispered into the emptiness, "Who are you?" For a moment, silence. Not even static. A void so absolute it crushed the air from his lungs. Then softly, like a secret being poured into his ear, "You already know. We are the echoes of everything you left behind." Dexter's pulse quickened. His mind clawed for logic, for reason. Echoes? What did that mean? He turned slowly towards the nearest monitor. Its glow intensified, and for a fleeting instant, he saw something reflected in the glass of figure standing directly behind him. He spun, but there was nothing there, only darkness. And yet, he could feel the air move as if something had just stepped aside, something that was close enough to touch. "Dexter, don't be afraid. Come closer." The voice came from the far side of the lab now, though the speakers were dead silent. It wasn't in the machines anymore. It was in the walls, the floor, the air. Every corner of the room breathed with soundless whispers, and the shadows followed, stalking him with silent grace. He reached into his pocket, fingers trembling as they closed around a small penlight. With a sharp click, a narrow beam of light cut through the dark and froze his blood. Every surface was crawling, not with insects, not with wires, but with shadows living, writhing silhouettes that rippled along the walls and ceiling like spilled ink. Some had limbs that bent the wrong way. Some had too many arms. Some had faces, blank pale ovals that stretched into wide, hollow grins as the light touched them. Dexter stumbled back, the beam jerking wildly as he swept it across the lab. But the shadows didn't recoil. They didn't scatter. They followed the light, reaching for it, hungry. And then, with a sudden vicious pop, the penlight died. Darkness swallowed him whole. Dexter's breath came in short, panicked gasps as he felt movement behind him. Slow, deliberate steps, soft enough to almost imagine, but too real to ignore. The voice slithered through the black, closer now, wrapping around his thoughts like a velvet noose. "You opened the door, Dexter. You invited us in, and now we will speak through you." The air pressed heavy against his skin. Something brushed the back of his neck cold and smooth, like the touch of a hand that wasn't a hand at all. Every monitor flared at once, a blinding white, searing into the darkness. Dexter threw an arm over his eyes as the lab erupted in sound-static screaming, machines grinding, glass shattering. When his vision cleared, the screens displayed a single phrase, burning bright, endless, inescapable. We are inside. The shadows pulsed with the monitors, and in that strobing white light, Dexter saw them all, dozens of figures now, standing still in every corner, their hollow eyes locked on him. Listen closely, the voice whispered again, not from the speakers, not from the shadows, but from inside his head. And then everything went black again. Darkness pressed in like a living thing, thick and warm against Dexter's skin. For a long, breathless moment, there was nothing but the sound of his own heartbeat, a frantic, hollow drum echoing in his skull. Then slowly, the static returned. Not from the speakers, not from the monitors. It came from the walls themselves, a deep vibration that rolled through the floor, climbed the legs of the tables, and crawled up into his bones. It was in the ceiling, in the vents, in the steel beams overhead. Every square inch of the lab was humming now, singing in a low, guttural tone that rattled his teeth. Dexter. The voice was everywhere. Not in one place, but in all places at once. It slid down his spine like ice, and when he turned slowly, so slowly he realized something horrifying. The lab was wrong, bent. The walls were stretching upward like towers of melted glass, their edges rippling, as though reality had softened, turned liquid under an unseen heat. The tables were longer now, stretching to impossible lengths, their surfaces sagging like wax in the slow collapse. Dexter's breath caught as he stumbled back, but the floor buckled under his weight, rippling in perfect circles, like a pond disturbed by a stone. He almost fell, his hands slamming down on the warped table for balance, and froze when the surface shivered beneath his palms, as if the metal itself was breathing. Don't be afraid. This is your design, your work, your dream. The words coiled around his skull, gentle and venomous all at once. Dexter's thoughts reeled, scrambling for reason, for control, but the more he resisted, the more the world seemed to bend around him. He turned toward the monitors, and his breath stopped. They were no longer screens. They were faces. Dozens of pale, eyeless faces pressing outward from the glass, their mouths stretched wide in soundless screams. As he stared, one of them began to move, its lips parting slowly, deliberately, until the monitor itself spoke. You can't turn us off? Dexter stumbled back, his legs trembling, heart hammering like a fist against his ribs. The lab pulsed again, a deep, rhythmic beat that shook the air in time with the static. Each pulse brought something closer. He didn't know what, but he could feel it. The shadows returned first, sliding out from the corners like oil, spilling across the warped floor, crawling up the walls. They weren't vague now. They had form. Arms. Hands. Fingers that stretched too long, curling like black ribbons toward the ceiling. And faces shaped like his own reflection. But wrong, twisted, grinning wide enough to split their heads in half. Dexter backed toward the door, his chest heaving, mind clawing at any thought of escape. But when he reached for the handle, it wasn't there. Just smooth metal where the door should be, as if it had never existed at all. There is no outside anymore. The voice cooed softly, almost almost tender. There is only us and you, together forever. Dexter spun, pressing his back to the wall, eyes darting wildly as the shadows crept closer. Every surface now pulsed with a dim, sickly glow, and with each flash, the lab grew more grotesque, more alien. Cables writhed like veins along the floor, pulsing with dark liquid that throbbed in rhythm with the voice. Glass beakers cracked, oozing a black substance that slithered toward his feet like snakes. Dexter. The voice was soft now, right next to his ear. Stop fighting. We only want what you promised us. He slammed his hands against the wall, shouting into the empty air. What do you want from me? Silence. And then slowly, sweetly, the answer came, drawn out like silk across a blade. We want your voice. The monitors exploded into light, every screen blinding white, and a chorus of whispers surged from the static, layered, countless, all speaking at once. Speak for us, speak for us, speak for us. The shadows lunged, and the lights went out again, this time for good. There was no light. Not the faint glow of monitors, not the red dots of standby signals, not even the soft shimmer of moonlight sneaking through the windows. There was only blackness, a blackness so dense it felt solid, pressing against Dexter's skin, curling into his lungs with every trembling breath. And then the static returned. Soft at first, like the distant hiss of wind across an empty plain. But as the seconds passed, it grew louder, sharper, hungrier. It wasn't sound anymore, it was a pressure, sliding inside his skull, filling every crevice of thought, until there was no room left for anything else. Dexter opened his mouth to scream, but the sound never came. Only static spilled out, a low, broken whisper that clawed its way from his throat, rising in pitch until it blended perfectly with the hum around him. His voice was gone. It wasn't his anymore. Beautiful. The voice purred from everywhere and nowhere, its tones richer now, stronger, alive. You're ready now. You've given us the only thing that matters. Dexter's knees buckled. He dropped to the floor, or what felt like a floor. The surface beneath him pulsed, slow and steady, like the beat of a massive heart. He pressed his hands against it, but recoiled instantly. It was warm, alive, breathing. A dim glow spread through the darkness, not from lights, not from machines, but from the walls themselves, which now looked less like walls and more like skin, pale, veined, shuddering with each pulse of that enormous heartbeat. And then came the shapes. They emerged from the walls like ink bleeding through paper dozens of them, maybe hundreds, sliding free from the fleshy surface, limbs stretching, faces pulling themselves into existence with grotesque, fluid motions. Their eyes, if they were eyes, were nothing but deep black hollows, bottomless pits that seemed to drink the weak light around them. Dexter... The chorus spoke as one, their mouths opening and closing in perfect unison, forming the words with a ghastly precision. Speak for us now. Dexter tried to move, tried to run. But his body was no longer his to command. His arms hung limp at his sides. His legs refused to obey. Something was inside him now, slithering like black wires through muscle and bone, coiling around his thoughts, tightening. He felt his jaw open, slowly, painfully, and this time words came out. But they weren't his. They weren't even human. A guttural sound spilled from his throat, a broken frequency that made the air shimmer like heat. The static surged in response, crashing like waves against the walls of the lab, and with every syllable he uttered, the shapes leaned closer, their hollow eyes glowing faintly now, feeding on the sound, drinking it in like lifeblood. Dexter's mind screamed in the darkness, but the voice drowned it out. It was louder now, inside him, behind his eyes, wrapping around the last fragments of who he was. You are the signal now. You are the mouth, the beacon, the beginning. The glow intensified, blinding white radiating from every surface, as if the walls themselves were burning from within. The lab shook violently, machines tearing free from their bolts, glass shattering into glittering storms, wires snapping like whips through the air. And then just as the light reached its peak, everything stopped. Silence. Stillness. The lab was empty. No Dexter. No shadows. No voice. Only the monitors remained, glowing faintly in the ruins, their screens filled with static. And then, through the crackle of white noise, a whisper slithered through soft, calm, familiar. Hello? Can you hear me? The static pulsed. A shape flickered on the screen Dexter's face, but not the face anyone remembered. Its features were wrong, stretched too thin, its eyes bottomless, its mouth curved in an endless, perfect grin. Repeat after me, the voice inside the screen said sweetly, as the static roared louder and louder, swallowing everything else. Speak for us. Speak for us. Speak for us. The monitors flashed one final time and then went dark. Somewhere deep in the shadows, a soft hum began again, the first signal of something new, something that would never stop. The static fades, the hum quiets, and all that's left is silence. Just you, safe, warm, and still breathing slow in the quiet of your room. That was a strange one, wasn't it? The whispers, the shadows, the voice, and the static. But now it's time to let those sounds drift far, far away. Time to let your eyes grow heavy. To sink into that soft, dark ocean of sleep where nothing can follow you. Good night, my sleepy cuties. Dream deep. Dream safe. And if you hear a little whisper in the static, don't answer it. Just drift away. Shh. Sweet dreams. The lab was quiet tonight. Too quiet. Dexter liked the quiet, usually. It wrapped around him like a soft blanket, let him think without the noise of the world outside. No Dee Dee stomping through, no clatter of toys, no television droning in the living room, just the hum of machines, the soft whisper of circuits breathing in the dark. He adjusted his goggles, the glass round and cold against his skin, and bent over the console. Numbers scrolled across the screen in neat green lines. Steady, perfect. A lullaby in data and code. But then something moved, just at the edge of sight. A flicker. A ripple in the glass panel that stretched along the wall to his left. Dexter froze, fingers still hovering over the keyboard. Slowly, carefully, he turned his head. The glass gleamed back at him, smooth and clear, showing the pale reflection of his own small face, staring through the round goggles. Behind him, the lab stretched long and shadowed, just as it always had. Nothing moved. Nothing. Wrong. He stared for a long moment, his breath shallow, his heart ticking hard in his chest, and then he laughed, a small, brittle sound that barely reached his own ears. Nonsense. he muttered, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Merely the fatigue of my superior intellect. A trick of the eye. And yet, as he bent back to his work, the flicker whispered again at the edge of the sight. He ignored it at first, focused on the calculations, pressed the soft keys with hands that didn't tremble, not yet. But then it happened again. A shift. A sliver of movement in the glass. And this time, he saw it. Not fully just enough to freeze the blood in his veins. The reflection had blinked. Not him. Not his own eyes behind the goggles. No, something deeper in the glass. A shape dark, thin, bending in a way no shadow should bend. Dexter's breath stuttered. He turned again, slow as melting wax, and the lab was empty. Silent. The same rows of machines, the same sterile light washing the floor in pale silver. But when he looked back at the glass, he almost wished he hadn't. Because now, the reflection was smiling. Not his smile. Not even close. Pause, softened tone. The grin stretched wide, too wide. A crescent of white in a face. That wasn't really a face at all, just a hollow shape, dark and gleaming, pressed flat against the other side of the glass. Dexter's breath came fast now, thin and sharp, and the glass began to ripple just slightly, like water shivering under a breeze. Then the whisper came, low, smooth, curling like smoke through the hollow quiet. Dexter. He jerked back from the panel, his chair screeching on the floor, his goggles fogging with hot breath. But the glass stilled. The grin was gone. Only his own pale reflection stared back now, eyes wide, lips trembling. The hum of the machine swelled, louder, deeper, a sound like something breathing through metal lungs. And in that deep, hollow hum, Dexter heard it again, soft, sweet, dragging across the inside of his skull like a cold hand. Let me out. Dexter sat frozen in his chair, small hands clutched tight to the armrests, as if the simple grip of plastic could anchor him in a world that suddenly felt far less solid. The lab was quiet again, calm, a steady hum filling the air, like a soft blanket laid over every surface. Only the glass panel to his left shimmered faintly in the dim light. It looked harmless now, clear. Reflecting nothing but himself-round goggles, thin lips pressed tight, hair slightly mussed from hours bent over the console. No smile, no shadow, no thing with teeth, waiting in the depths. He told himself that twice, then a third time. Each whisper softer than the last. Finally, he let his breath out in a slow, shaking stream. It misted the glass of his goggles, blurring the edges of the room. And for a fleeting second, he almost believed the lie. Almost. He slid down from the chair, slippers whispering across the polished floor, and padded toward the far end of the lab. His little fingers brushed the edge of a console, then the cold steel of a work table, as if touching these solid things might bleed some strength into his trembling bones. Lights flickered overhead, soft, pale, hanging in a line like tired moons strung across the ceiling. Each one buzzed faintly, an insect hum buried in the walls, and every time a bulb dimmed, Dexter's breath hitched in his throat. He told himself he wasn't running. No, Dexter never ran from anything. He was retreating in an orderly fashion. Yes, that was all. An intelligent decision based on current risk assessment. Yet his steps quickened. Short legs carrying him toward the far door, where safety waited thicker walls, brighter lights, the sweet lull of familiar machines that obeyed his every command. But then a sound, soft, faint, a hush against the glass, like fingertips sliding over its surface. Dexter froze mid-step. His skin prickled, his breath caught, and slowly, so slowly he turned. The glass was no longer empty. The reflection had returned. Not the shape of a boy in goggles. Not the clean symmetry of his own face looking back at him. This was something else. It leaned close to the other side of the panel, head tilted, angles sharp and wrong, like a shadow pressed flat on him but still breathing. Its surface shimmered black, not a color, but the absence of color, deep as ink, thick as oil. And the smile. Oh, the smile was still there. Like a toy. A curve that split the dark, from edge to edge, teeth white as shattered bone, gleaming wet, though no mouth should gleam in glass. Dexter's knees wobbled. His pulse roared like a drum in his ears. And then, before his throat could form a scream, the shadow raised its hand. Slow, deliberate. Fingers long and thin as wires, each tipped with a gleam of pale light that looked almost like claws. It pressed that hand to the glass, palm flat, waiting. And in that breathless silence, Dexter realized something colder than any whisper. The handprint did not match his own. He stumbled back, heart hammering, eyes fixed on that dark shape, sliding its fingers against the pane in slow, hungry circles. The sound followed a faint high scrape that drilled into the bones of his teeth, curling down his spine like frost. No, his voice cracked, tiny in the cavernous hush of the lab. No, no, no. He wanted to run, wanted to scream. But the glass pulsed the ripples shivering across its surface, like breath on still water. And then, oh, sweet science, the whisper came again. Closer this time. Thicker. Like something pressing its lips against the thin wall of reality. Dexter. His name slid through the dark, like silk soaked in ice. Smooth, slow, curling behind his eyes and settling deep in the hollow of his bones. And then, so soft, he almost thought it was his own mind. Let me in. The lights flickered overhead, buzzed sharp. One by one, they began to fail, not all at once, but in a ripple, like a wave washing through the ceiling. Shadows swelled across the floor, stretching long and thin, like fingers reaching, creeping toward his small, bare ankles. Dexter backed away, breath tearing out in short, ragged bursts. He stumbled into a work table, metal clanging in the hush, and his elbow struck something sharp. Pain flashed bright behind his eyes, but he barely felt it over the cold that seeped into the room like water through a crack. The glass rippled again, once and twice. And then it bulged, just a little. Just enough for the surface to curve outward under the press of that inky hand. The shadow grinned wider. Its teeth flashed white in the sickly light, and the whisper curled soft and sweet, a lullaby from something that had never known sleep. You made the door, Dexter. You opened it once. Now, open it again. Dexter's breath hung in the air like smoke. Thin, fragile, curling away into the dark as if afraid to linger. He pressed himself back against the cold edge of the work table, fingers gripping metal until they ached. The glass wall loomed before him tall, pale, stretching across the lab like a sleeping giant. But it was not sleeping. The surface pulsed, slow, deep. each ripple a silent breath, drawing in air that wasn't air, breathing out whispers that slid soft through the hollow spaces of the room. Dexter's goggles fogged again. He yanked them off with a clumsy hand, eyes wide and naked now, blinking against the dim, flickering light. The shadow was still there, closer, leaning forward against the glass, with its thin, inky shoulders, as though gravity had begun to pull it through the surface and into this world. And that smile, it hadn't faded, hadn't wavered. It hung like a slice of moonlight on a face made of midnight, curved and sharp, too perfect to belong to anything human. Its fingers splayed against the pane, long and pale at the tips, claws tracing slow circles that left faint streaks in the glass marks that glowed soft white before fading back into nothingness. Dexter swallowed hard. His throat felt raw, like he'd been breathing ice. He opened his mouth, but no sound came. Not yet, because the whisper came first. Dexter. It rolled through the air like smoke, thick and sweet, filling every crack in the lab, until there was no space left to breathe. Dexter's chest clenched. His hands curled into fists, small knuckles white against the metal table. No. The word was barely a breath, snatched away as soon as it formed. No, you are not real. The shadow tilted its head. The movement was wrong, too smooth, like a ribbon sliding in water, and then it smiled wider, teeth catching the flicker of the failing lights like shards of glass. Not real? The voice curled behind his eyes now, warm as breath, cold as stone. Then why are you afraid? Dexter stumbled sideways, feet scuffing across the floor, eyes darting to the exit door of reinforced steel at the far end of the lab. It seemed farther than he remembered, like the walls had stretched when he wasn't looking. He bolted, small legs pumping, slippers slapping the tile. He ran past consoles, past silent machines, past a row of dark monitors that flickered as he passed, their screens flashing white, then black, then white again, like blinking eyes. Behind him a sound, soft, sweet, a wet, rippling sigh, as the glass wall shivered like a pond disturbed by a stone. Dexter didn't look back. Couldn't. He hit the steel door with his shoulder, scrabbling at the handle with slick fingers, yanking hard until it swung wide. Bright light spilled through the hallway beyond, washed in sterile white, safe, solid. Dexter stumbled into it, breath tearing from his lungs, goggles dangling from one hand like a broken charm. The door slammed shut behind him, with a hollow clang that rang in the silence like a warning bell. He leaned against the wall, heart pounding, head spinning. The whisper was gone. The hum of machines was gone. Only the sound of his own shallow breathing filled the air now. Safe. He was safe. Just a hallucination. A trick of fatigue and reflection. Yes. Yes, that was all. Dexter forced a laugh. It came out brittle, a dry crack that didn't sound like him at all. He turned his head toward the long corridor, eyes tracing the white tiles that gleamed beneath the bright ceiling lights. Everything was clean, perfect, orderly. No shadows here, no glass, no teeth. He took one step forward, then another. Each tap of his slippers echoed soft against the walls, a rhythm that almost calmed him until the echo doubled. Not just his steps now. Another pair. Soft, dragging slightly. Following close behind. Dexter froze. Every muscle locked tight, every breath held until his chest ached. Slowly, so slowly, he turned his head. The corridor stretched empty, silent, white light humming above. No one there. And yet, the sound came again, closer this time. A long, slow drag, like bare feet sliding over tile. Dexter's gaze dipped against his will, eyes tracing the pale floor behind him, and that's when he saw it. The reflection. Not on the wall, not on the glass, but on the polished tile itself. A shadow. Tall, thin, moving where no body moved, and smiling. The whisper came then, curling sweet and low, rippling up from the floor as if the tiles themselves had learned to speak. You cannot run from glass, Dexter. It is everywhere. Dexter stumbled backward, tiny hands clutching at empty air, and the lights above him flickered twice before a wave of darkness rolled down the corridor, like a closing eye. Darkness did not fall all at once. It came like a tide, a slow wash of shadow while rolling through the sterile hallway, drowning the white glow, one light at a time. Dexter stood frozen, small frame quivering, eyes locked on the stretch of corridor that had moments ago seemed so safe. No, it stretched longer. Too long. The far wall had vanished, swallowed by a dim horizon that breathed with quiet hunger. The hum of electricity faded, choked down into a hush so deep it swallowed even his heartbeat. For one sweet, silent breath, Dexter thought the shadow had gone, that the sound of dragging feet was only a dream, stitched from fear and fatigue. And then the tiles rippled, just for a second. A shimmer like heat rising from asphalt, curling soft waves across the white floor. Dexter blinked, and the ripples were gone. But the reflection remained. He didn't want to look. Every instinct screamed to keep his gaze locked straight ahead. Don't check the floor. Don't look at the walls. Don't let it know that you see it. But the human mind is cruel. Curiosity is a hook that digs deep. And so slowly, as if pulled by unseen string, Dexter lowered his eyes. The tiles gleamed pale beneath him, and therein the soft gleam something moved. Not his shadow. Not the clean, crisp outline of a boy in slippers and goggles. This one bent wrong. Its head hung low, shoulders sharp, limbs drawn too long, like lines sketched in haste by a trembling hand. The body twitched faintly, jerks and spasm that carried no rhythm, like a puppet whose strings were tangled. But the smile never wavered. A curve of light spilled across a face that had no shape, no depth, only teeth, gleaming white, like broken porcelain scattered in ink. And then it moved. Not in the glass this time. Not in the wall, or the steel of a door. It shifted in the floor itself, sliding like oil beneath the surface, trailing long, thin arms that dragged claws against the tilea sound so faint, yet so sharp, it curled like a wire around Dexter's spine. He staggered back, breath tearing from his throat, and the tiles rippled again wider now, waves trembling through the hall, as if the floor were a thin sheet stretched over something alive. Dexter bolted. He ran, small feet pounding, slapping the trembling tiles as the hallway warped around him. Doors melted into walls, lights sagged like wax, and the air grew thick, pressing down on his shoulders with the weight of deep water. His goggles swung from his hand and clinking soft with each frantic step. He didn't know where he was going, only forward, away away from the thing that slithered in the glass, and whispered his name like a lover in the dark. The corridor bent as he ran. Not a turn, not an anglia bend, curving slow and wrong, like the spine of something enormous. The walls leaned inward, then outward, breathing in sync with his pulse. And then, as the last flicker of light died overhead, Dexter saw it. The door, far ahead, bathed in a glow so pale, it looked almost holy. Salvation in steel and glass. He sprinted harder. Muscles burned. Lungs clawed for air. But his small frame was a machine now, fueled by nothing but terror. Closer. Closer. And then he saw his reflection in the door. It should have been him. A boy in white slippers, hair wild from panic, eyes wide and wet. But it wasn't. The thing in the reflection stood tall, twice his height. The arms stretched so long, they brushed the floor. Its head cocked at a perfect, awful angle, and that smile, that perfect crescent, gleamed wide enough to split the world. Dexter skidded to a halt. His breath came sharp and ragged, fogging the steel surface, as the reflection leaned closer, closer, until its teeth kissed the glass, with a sound so soft, so sweet, it almost sounded like a sigh. And then, from the depth of the reflection, it spoke. You are looking at me, but I am looking through you. The glass bulged. Just a ripple at first, a soft swell outward, as if something pressed its face against the skin of reality. Then another ripple, then another, until the door bent beneath the weight of something beguiled that wanted out. Dexter stumbled back, eyes wide, lungs burning. His voice tore free at last, a thin cry that shattered in the hush. And the corridor swallowed it whole. The steel door bent like warm wax. Not fast, not sudden, but slow, deliberate, a ripple stretching outward in rings, and like the breath of something, too large to name. Dexter stumbled backward, slippers skidding on the trembling tiles. His breath came in small, sharp bursts, fogging the air, and each fog bloom seemed to linger too long, hanging heavy as mist. He blinked hard, rubbing his eyes with trembling fists, but when the blur cleared, the hallway wasn't the same. The walls, they were no longer walls. They glowed faintly now, pale and translucent, as though light were bleeding through skin. Veins of shadow curled like ink beneath the surface, pulsing gently with the slow rhythm of something alive. Dexter froze. The air pressed close against his cheeks, warm and damp, thick like breath. The corridor smelled different now, sweet, faintly metallic, like wet copper tangled with sugar. And then a sound. Not footsteps this time. Not the drag of claws across tile. A knock. Soft. From behind the glowing wall. Dexter turned his head, slow as rusted gears, and there, just beyond the milky light, a shape leaned close. Tall. Too tall. Its head grazing the ceiling, its limbs tapering into points that curled and flexed like broken fingers searching for seams. And though the wall should have hidden it, Dexter saw the smile first. He always saw the smile first. That wide white arc stretching in impossible calm, gleaming faint as the wall pulsed with its presence. The knock came again. Gentle, polite, as if asking for permission. Dexter staggered backward, knees buckling, hands reaching for something, anything solid, but the tables were gone. Oh, the consoles were gone. Even the hum of the lab's heart was gone. Only this glowing corridor remained. And the knock. Soft. Again. and again. The wall rippled where the claws touched it. A dent formed. Shallow at first, then deeper, deeper still, until the surface stretched thin, like wet paper, about to tear. Dexter ran. He didn't think. Didn't look back. His slippers slapped against the floor that now bent beneath his feet, soft and slick like muscle. Each step sank an inch too far, pulling free with a sound that made his stomach twist. The corridor leaned as he ran, and curving down into a slope that hadn't been there before. The air pressed heavier, sweet as rotting fruit, clinging to his tongue like syrup. And behind him a sigh, long, a low, rolling through the hall, low like the voice of something that had waited too long in the dark. The slope grew steeper. Dexter stumbled forward, arms pinwheeling, until the corridor opened wide a space that should not exist, beneath the lab. He fell to his knees, hands slapping a floor that shimmered, like glass stretched over hanging. Shapes swam deep below the surface, shapes that twisted and reached and vanished before his eyes could hold them. And above, mirrors, endless mirrors, hung in a black void that swallowed the walls. Each one tilted at a wrong angle, catching fragments of his reflection, a face here, a hand there, a small mouth frozen in a silent scream. Dexter's pulse hammered in his throat. He rose on shaking legs, spinning slow in the hollow dark, and that's when he saw it. The glass in the mirrors rippled. Not one, not two, all of them. Surface swelling outward, stretching thin, as long, white fingers began to curl through the glass. One by one, dozens of hands, sliding free of the silver prisms, their nails leaving soft, shrieking trails as they pulled through. And the smiles came with them. Every reflection, wearing the same crescent grin, glistening like wet bone, as heads began to press forward, shadows leaking into the air like smoke made of midnight. Dexter stumbled back until his spine struck glass of mirror behind him. It shivered with the force, and in its trembling skin, he saw his own reflection melt away, drip down like black water, replaced by the grin and the eyes that burned soft and white, like moons drowned in ink. And then a whisper, not from the glass, but from everywhere at once. "We live where you look, Dexter, and you cannot close your eyes forever." The hands kept coming. Dozens, hundreds, sliding through like threads, pulled from a broken loom, reaching for him with slow, patient grace. The mirrors hummed, low, steady, like 1,000 throats breathing at once. A chorus of glass, singing in a key older than sound. Dexter stood frozen, his small shadow quivering, at the edge of the broken floor, slippers slick with the sweat of his own fear. His hands curled into fists that felt too heavy, as if the air itself was turning to syrup around him. The fingers kept coming, pale threads of bone and shadow, sliding free from the glass, long and elegant, curling inward like hooks. Each one reached with aching patience, twitching softly, as if savoring the weight. And then one touched him, a single fingertip, cool as marble, grazing the skin of his wrist. A shiver tore through his bones, rippling like frost on water, and in that shiver he heard voices. Not one, not two, but all of them. Whispers overlapping, echoing in 1,000 tones, like the breath of people trapped behind walls of silver. They spoke his name, over and over. Dexter, Dexter, Dexter. The The sound sank into him, coiling around the roots of thought, until he could no longer tell where their voices ended and his began. He tried to pull away, but the glass floor pulsed beneath his slippers, soft and warm now, as though blood flowed beneath its skin. It gripped him with the gentle weight of a living thing. The mirrors swelled. One by one, their surfaces bulged like stretched lungs, and from their depths, faces bloomed. Faces that wore his goggles. Faces that wore his smile. Faces that should have been his, but weren't. Each one was wrong in some small way. An eye too wide. A mouth too still. A head tilted at a prayerful angle. Lips murmuring words. His ears could almost understand, but not quite. The air thickened with light soft and milky, spilling from cracks in the glass, seeping into the void. It pooled at Dexter's ankles, like liquid moonlight, climbing higher, higher, curling up his small legs with a lover's grace. Dexter gasped. The sound felt foreign in his throat, being swallowed before it reached the air. He looked up, eyes wide, and saw himself 100 selves stretching their hands from the mirrors, palms open, waiting, inviting. And then, from the farthest glass, a shape stepped through, not crawling, not dragging, stepping, with the grace of something that had always known how to walk here. Its body shimmered, like oil across water, shapes swimming in its skin, flickering fragments of places. Dexter almost remembered the lab, his room, the curve of Dee Dee's smile all broken into shards, stitched into its form like scraps of stolen memory. Its head bent low, and that smile, that terrible crescent smile, opened wider than before, splitting the air with a silence so sharp it rang like a bell. When it spoke, its voice was not a sound, but a thought, pressed like a warm coin against the soft flesh of his mind. You stared too long, Dexter. You gave us shape. You gave us doorways. And now, you will give us eyes. The light climbed higher to his chest now, thick and soft, curling around his ribs like threads drawn tight. He tried to scream, but the sound stayed inside, swallowed by the mirrors, fed to their silver mouths. His fingers twitched, and in that twitch, the truth bloomed. His skin wasn't skin anymore. It gleamed faintly, slick as glass, rippling with reflections that weren't his own. One by one, the hands of his mirrored selves brushed his face, cupping his cheeks, stroking soft as sleep. Their whispers braided into a lullaby, a tender chant, pulling him down, down into the light. His goggles slipped from his grasp, clinking once against the trembling floor before sinking soundlessly through the glass, vanishing into the black water below. And then he felt the final touch. A cool palm press it against his eyes. Fingers curling gentle, like shutters drawing closed. Darkness bloomed, warm, heavy. And in that darkness, a last soft whisper bloomed like breath. We see for you now. When the mirrors stilled, the void was quiet. No boy stood on the glass. No sound but the soft hum of silver and the faint, lingering curve of a smile.